Nice, gutes Timing. Ich habe gerade gecheckt, dass meine Kopfhörer nicht angeschlossen waren. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the final day of the PUBG Asia and Oceania qualifier for the World Esports Championship. That's a mouthful, Felix. We are here, nice and simple. 6 more games, Group B, and then we're sending 3 teams to the World Esports Championship.
Yes, we are. We've had some explosive games yesterday, and I think today might be even more explosive, to be honest. 18 teams. If you haven't seen the lobby just yet, make sure to check out the teams. Once again, we will be going through all of them in just a minute. But we gotta talk about the last day from Group B really quickly, because we had the most incredible last 3 games that I think I've ever seen in a best of 12 qualifier, with Pakistan. That's the team we want to talk about. I don't even know how to put this. Having a good day, I think, kind of understates what they've done. They had a 20-point, I think this is record-breaking for the Iesf World Esports Championship qualifier, a record 20 elimination game in an 18-team lobby. What more do we have to say, Kobo? Really?
Crazy stuff from Pakistan, and a nice win to close it out in match 6. But they also got 2, 2, and 3 points in the first 3 matches of that day. So they really caught us off guard. They really came out of nowhere in the last 3. And depending on what Pakistan will see today, it's going to be a very clear affair, or it's maybe going to get interesting. Because if we see the Pakistan from the first half, Alex, then they're not even going to be qualifying.
Yeah, no, they're really not. As you said, 2 points in the first match, 2 points in the second, 3 points in the third match. So that's just... It's kind of the same storyline that we've seen with Mongolia yesterday. In case you've watched the qualifier games, Mongolia really had to put on a show in one of the last 2 matches, and they did. They brought it back and thus qualified for the Iesf World Esports Championship in Riyadh later this year. Pakistan has to do the same. They want to stay consistent like they have been throughout the last 3 matches. They cannot slack now. There's too many runner-up teams, and I'm going to see them in a minute. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, do be reminded, it is Sanhok, Erangel 3 times, then 2 times Miramar to finish off the day.
Yeah, we had an interesting start on Sanhok, and we had some teams who started slow, right? We had a Japan who started really slow. We had a Pakistan who started really slow on Sanhok. They were able to claw back partly, Japan getting themselves 7th place at the end of the day, but... today, you can't be starting slow. No team is in a position where they can really afford to give up opportunities here. You're going to have to start swinging, and you're going to have to start with getting points on the board. So Sanhok's not a map you can skip. It's a bit more crazier than the others. It's a bit less structured than the others, but you can't afford to let it slip.
Talking about point structure, nothing has changed, ladies and gentlemen. It's been the same point structure for the last 2 years, and... well, if this favors anyone, I guess it has to be Pakistan. That one round where they had the 25 points wasn't even the round they won. Just to give you guys a perspective on how crazy that round really was. So 25 points was the biggest round that we've had so far in the qualifier in general. So yeah, 1 point for each element. I think the rest of it is kind of self-explanatory. You do get the 10 points for chicken dinner. Talking about chicken dinners, we have the run-up teams that we maybe want to talk about really quickly. Team Indonesia and Team Malaysia, both of them have really been struggling to get the wins on board, but they have been pretty consistent. And Team Indonesia especially.
I think Team Indonesia was the team we expected to run away with this, but they fell off very hard in the last 2.
Oh, yeah.
They got 3 points in the last 2 matches, which allowed all the other teams to make a step up on the leaderboard. So, yeah, it was a weird day, Alex. It was very up and down for some of these teams, and the only team that I say was rather consistent was Malaysia, who started the day off with a win, right? 9-kill chicken dinner to start off their day, and then consistently got racked up points and placements. Elims and placements, that is. So they're right now in 2nd place. And they're the exact opposite to what Pakistan and Indonesia were. They were consistent, but they weren't extreme on either end of the scale.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I really want to stress it even further than what you said. Team Indonesia was kind of the one team that we said in the middle of the first group day was, in your words, gonna run away with it. And then we had these last 2 matches, and I quickly want to touch on them. And I want to ask you specifically, is that a fluke? Is that to be overanalyzed? Because I feel like everything else we've seen from Indonesia was so much better than the rest of it. Yeah. Starting off with Sanhok, we've seen such good strategy coming out from these guys. They were the first ones to really utilize vehicles in a correct way in an 18-team Sanhok lobby, which is something that I feel like as an esports player, you don't even think you're ever getting into. Well, yeah. When point in your career do you think, well, I'm going to have to prepare for an 18-team Sanhok lobby? That's just
see them being a fierce competitor. But again, the lobby is stacked towards the top end.
Oh, yes, it is. Let's take a look at the current leaderboard situation. We have Pakistan with 68 points leading the charge. Malaysia right behind them with 63. They've had a pretty consistent run, just not as consistent as I would say Nepal and Indonesia have been. Nepal's worst round was the second. Actually, I think they had an even worse round. The second to last game that we've seen. I think that was only like a 2 or 3 point game. But apart from that, they've been pretty consistent as well. Team Indonesia, I don't even think we have to tell you guys any more about them. And then there comes the runner-ups, the ones that aren't currently in charge or really close to it, honestly. Because a 20-point difference as it currently stands between Thailand and some of these qualification spots, almost, with the top 3 going to Riyadh, is pretty big. I want to really assess that. We've seen that yesterday as well in the 10-team lobby, how big a 10-point difference can be, even with 4 or 5 runner-ups. And in this one, it's 20 points at the moment. So it really does heavily favor all the top teams right now.
It really does, and it is a big task for 5th to maybe 10th or something like that to catch that up. But it's really just, it feels like it's one more match ball, you know, for the top teams. It's one more game you can drop, and Thailand putting up a nice little 7-kill win like they did in the Shelter game, for example. I think it was even a 9-kill win. That already closes the gap considerably, right? So it's really just, you can afford yourself to drop one map while another team does really well. And when you have 6 maps, that can happen, and that's a nice luxury to have for these top teams.
Yeah, it is. Also, I really want to touch on Japan and Vietnam, 2 of the runner-up teams. I feel like they have... I have maybe overestimated them to some degree, because I thought Vietnam was surely going to play a big part in the skirmish for these top 3 placements. At the moment, they have shown us that they can come back, right? But they haven't shown us that they really are one of the dominant forces in this lobby. And I really want that to change. Team Vietnam is such an experienced team. Some of these guys have played in global championships. And just generally, it's such a big PUBG Mobile scene too. Vietnam has always had really, really strong scene for just being one country. They've consistently shown us that they can compete in top international tournaments. So I really want to see them. Also, Japan. I know people have been underestimating them. I was the first one to say, hey, Japan, do not underestimate them. I know they've only really played in their specific region, but there's a reason for Japan in and of itself having their own national league. And that's because the region is pretty strong. Japan just generally is such a big esports nation, if not the esports nation, let's be honest, together with some of the other Asian countries. If you think of esports, the first one that comes to mind is Japan. They're so interconnected culturally as well with esports, so not to be underestimated. And them finishing off the day strong with only 4 points having originally been secured in the first 4 matches, and then topping it off with 16 and 15. That just goes to show you, even a team that maybe hasn't performed up until now can just come out of the gate swinging. And I really want to see more from Japan. They're one of my favorite teams here.
Yeah, and I think it shows both sides, right? It shows the potential to come back. It also shows the potential to really fall flat. Yeah. And it's something that these teams will have to handle. It's something that a team has to withstand, that sort of knowledge. Okay, we played really, really, really badly in the first 4, but we have what it takes. We know how to play, and we can get away with things, and we can get our points on the board. So they know that they can do it. They know that they have a chance here. And, well, they got to prove it today. There's only 6 more matches. That's all she wrote for the rest of this tournament. And like you said, they're on the back foot. And there's a few rosters in here that have a massive disadvantage ahead of them. They're more in the same pack as Thailand here. 40, 45 points around that. They need a big game to close the gap, and then they're still in competition.
Yeah, talking about rosters, let's take a quick look at the players playing today before we head on over to the very first match of Group B on this second day of the qualification stage. I mean, Thailand, these guys are known. Gavi, 2 at 3-ball, who's had 2 MVP performances, I do believe. RFQ, Natavet, Secret, and the coach. Deadshot in here before we head on over to Cambodia. The one team that's been underperforming the most, I want to say, Branza. Top is playing in there. We see Pov and Rio, who's, by the way, a sub. And I haven't really learn too much about him, honestly. I haven't really seen Rio play in any of the really big tournaments. So, but yeah, I'm talking about underperformance. Cambodia, it's got to be the name of the lobby. They've just not caught a footing.
Yeah, they've not caught. Yeah, they've not got the ball rolling. Brunei has. They were looking promising, especially towards the start of the tournament. I feel like they had some good rounds, they had some good team fights, but they haven't been consistently getting into the late games, and that's what's really been hurting them. Same is true for Timor-Leste. Starting the game off with a bit of a hero performance from a player that's not on this list, from William, and they were actually not able to follow that up either. So a lot of teams with signs of brilliance here, Felix, but not the consistency that you need. And when you want to finish third out of 18, you need to be consistently strong and consistently really proficient at getting these points on the board. It's hard to do that, and a lot of teams won't be able to do that, no matter how strong the lobby is.
Yeah. Talking about strong teams as well. Bangladesh, one of the more experienced teams as well, just not as experienced as some of these absolute top teams, but they have a pretty strong roster too. Junaid, Yesh, Zaif, and Arab are going to be playing today. They had some lineup changes as well, if I'm informed correctly, so they will not be having that full A roster in this one. But either way, also a team that has been underperforming slightly is Laos. And I know these guys have been one of the less experienced teams in the lobby, if not one of the least experienced teams in this lobby, but we've also seen glimpses of hope from Laos. They have not been too shabby in some of these team fights. I know they only secured like 10 points, but there is hope. There is hope.
Sri Lanka, similar situation as Laos, not really been performing, not really been getting their footing in these games. They're forming the bottom of the leaderboard right now, but there's no shame in this. There's always going to be someone that's finishing towards the bottom, and like we said, we have some absolute massive hitters in this lobby. Bhutan is one of the teams that we maybe wouldn't have expected at the top of the leaderboard, but they really came on swinging, especially in game 2 and 3. So they've put their name on this leaderboard, and they're currently in 9th. So pretty much in the pack of runner-ups here at this point.
Yeah, and these guys have surprised me the most. The one round where we really saw them shine was the second round, 18 points. And oh my goodness, did they show us some PUBG Mobile? That was amazing decision making from these guys. Maldives, also obviously playing in this one. They've been also a team that's unfortunately not performed in the first day. 14 points as they currently stand in 14th place. Likewise as the numbers they have. And yeah, I mean, is it too surprising? I guess not. These guys are also less experienced. But then again, as plenty of these teams in the lower part of the leaderboard, maybe a surprise win is still in the cards.
And here are the stars of the show. They've been running away with things yesterday. They were showing us absolutely brilliant PUBG, especially in game 4 and 5. And then they even closed out game 6, which was super solidly played by Pakistan. So they have a lot of fans in chat. They have a lot of supporters, and for good reason, because they've really been running the show. But Team Malaysia is the closest one, and much more consistent at that.
Yeah, Malaysia, a little bit less frag heavy, but placements have been working in their favor a little bit more than for Pakistan, and they've been, as you said, a little bit more consistent. Even maybe on the same realm as Indonesia, but most of the times if they do face off, Indonesia has gotten the upper hand, so maybe that's why we're ranking Indonesia still a little bit higher, despite Team Malaysia being in second place above Team Indonesia at the moment. And we gotta talk about Team Nepal as well. That was so fast, and I'm skipping through all these names now because I cannot get enough time to talk about them. But these guys are amazing just as much as Team Indonesia. Two of the absolute runner-ups, 61 points for both of them in 3rd and 4th place. They've both been equally amazing and will be the teams to watch for today as well.
Indonesia, Nepal, Malaysia, they're the big names here running up to Pakistan. Vietnam is in the second pack together with Thailand and Japan. We'll keep continuing that until the scoreboard changes massively. Vietnam, again, one of these teams we have big expectations for, but they haven't been able to go crazy like some of the other teams have. And you can't just play solid PUBG Mobile if you wanna get into the top 3. You really have to outperform. You really have to go mental. And Vietnam has not been able to do that yet.
No, unfortunately, they really haven't been. They've shown us. Same as Sri Lanka, I want to say, in Laos, some fights where they've really dominated, maybe like 1 or 2, and it felt like maybe that was the the breaking point for them, but it's really not happened, unfortunately. Team Japan, we've talked about them already, starting the day really weak and then ending it with 16 and 15 points respectively in match 5 and 6. So really good job coming out from Japan and bringing things back, especially now Otto. I gotta talk about him. He's been the star player for Japan. I want to see him frag out more.
Lots of star players in Japan. Myanmar just 1 point behind. They've been solid throughout this, and they've been really just... I think they've been performing decently in most of these games, but like we said, right, that's not enough. You gotta go crazy. You gotta go mental. You gotta go ballistic if you want to be in the top 3 here. So, again, lots of teams with good chances today here, Felix. Lots of teams that are in reach, but they have to step it up a little bit. And we know that it's not going to happen for all of them. I think we might see one of the teams out of the pack there from 4th to 9th, sort of between that Bhutan, Thailand area. One of them is probably going to make a really good approach to the top 3 today. Not all of them will be. It's just not possible mathematically.
I'm looking at the chat again, and I'm seeing Pakistani fans all around. ASagi8 Esports apparently is still the fan favorite, so shout out to all of you guys. I know some of you guys have reached out to us as well and been cheering for your team, even in our socials. So, yeah, keep on going. I think these guys will need it, and you can tell it really helped them. Once again, the last 3 matches that we've seen in this group lobby have been dominated by Pakistan. So, interesting day. Let's get to predictions. Let's get to the juicy part. Our predictions yesterday have been pretty solid, especially yours. You said that the top 2 teams will be Mongolia and also Bahrain, and these guys have run away with it. Also, Kazakhstan had a pretty good showing, but just wasn't enough, and you said it was going to be between these 3 guys. Now we have 3 spots in this one. That means there's potentially space for another one. I don't know, leaderboard situation-wise, it looks pretty easy to predict who could potentially be in the run for it, with the top teams already being that far ahead, but I still want to get your prediction on this. Any teams that maybe we don't have in the top 4 right now that you see potentially coming back?
I think if I had to, I'd say Vietnam, I think. But I am feeling, from what we've seen the day before yesterday, the top 4 teams really are better than the rest of the lobby. They were 2 days ago. Are they better today? No idea. But I think it's been very convincing. Malaysia has been super consistent. Nepal has looked crazy good in team fights. Pakistan just stood up from the grave and went insane and showed us things nobody else has been able to do. So it's really hard to say who could drop out of that top 4. But if there's somebody coming in, I'd say it's probably Vietnam.
Interesting. Yeah, it's especially interesting because Team Thailand is above Vietnam, but I've never felt that Team Thailand was one of the strongest teams in the first day. It's really weird. 43 points, but I've never really had them on my radar. I know they've won, I think, the 4th match that we've seen. Yeah. They had a pretty strong performance there. But then again, I felt like Vietnam tried to take more control than Thailand in some of these rounds. And I felt also like they've thrown away more. And I feel like if we would replay these first 6 rounds, I think Vietnam would be way higher up on the leaderboard than the 40 points they've been given. So I gotta agree with you, honestly. I wish I could say something else, but I also think Vietnam is going to be the team to potentially catch up to the rest of them. But then again, it's going to come down to one of these top teams essentially slacking. Because if you don't slack 20 points, you're just not going to catch them. If you consistently get your 5, 6, 7 points each and every single round, then there's not even going to be a potential to catch up. Because you do 14 points in 2 games, then the rest, the other team has to do essentially 15 points in every single game, and that's something that we just haven't really seen so far in terms of consistency. Indonesia, the only team that really broke into it, but also had the last 2 games of the group day won. In absolute shambles, with 1 and 2 points being secured. So I'm not so sure.
We're not sure. We're unsure who can beat the top 3, top 4 teams right now, but there's only one way to find out. We're going to be going into the games in just a few seconds here, guys. We're starting off on Sanhok, and it's enough. It's enough of the yapping. It's enough of us just blabbering on about the leaderboard. We're going to let the players decide who can close this out. 3 teams going to the Esports World Championship in Riyadh, Felix. Yes. I have no idea who it's going to be. I'm staring at that top 4, and I feel like all 4 of them deserve it right now. So we're going to have to let the players decide, I think.
Interesting stuff. We have Team Nepal. I think they activated their fan base because everyone's spamming Nepalese flags in the chat. So shout out to all the Nepal fans here as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we can go into the first match of the second day of Group B. It is going to be decided today who's flying to Riyadh, who's booking the ticket, who's getting the hotels, who's got a chance at the $130,000 prize pool later this year. And the first little instance, the first little kind of hint of who's going and who isn't will be given in this round, depending on what the top teams are going to do. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for Sanhok.
It is time for the craziest of maps with the least amount of space and with 18 squads right on it. I'm already seeing Camp Charlie fairly occupied there towards the south. I'm seeing 2 teams at boot camp again. Thailand, we've seen that before, I remember. We've seen a bit of a 1v4 coming out of a DPS in that position. Pakistan going towards the northwest, playing it safe in Hatin. And yeah, there's plenty of hot drops here, Felix. I'm not sure which one we're going to be watching, but not every team has space enough to loot.
No, not every team is going to have space enough to loot. We saw that in the first Sanhok game that was playing, but I'm especially interested now in Indonesia. Are we going to see that many vehicle plays again? Are we going to see that many smart rotations again? As we have the first skirmish that is happening, it is Sri Lanka and the Maldives, if I saw that correctly. First 1v1 trade, I think, has happened. Interesting enough, no one's really close to any of these players to potentially flush them out. Agent has now made the cross down from the tree line on towards the building, and potentially the first flush could come through. But look at this, Clumsy. He's already trying to close the distance. Can't do so just yet.
They have the man advantage in this close vicinity, but they don't want to let the res come through. They're trying to force this now. Cesar coming around the side. He's getting shot in the back. Doesn't have a whole lot of time. Wants to stick the res, waiting for the cover from his teammate. Agent knows that he's in trouble here. Just looking for a free kill. He hasn't gone for the res just yet. And now, with the crawl coming through, the flush will be coming through. They know exactly where to pick that player up. They know exactly where he is. And they're trying to play it as safe as possible, Felix. They're trying to keep this clean here with no chance for a trade, no chance for a flush. And it's looking good right now, but he finds 2.
Are you kidding me? Are you absolutely kidding me? Agent, what have you just done with it? That was the mutant. That was a mutant. And well, I don't even think I've ever seen a frag with a mutant happening in esports. I mean, at some point, I think esports players would rather pick up a pistol like a P92 than a mutant, but in this instance, it worked out perfectly. I think 2 of the players didn't have any helmet on, and the mutant can be quite deadly with that burst in close proximity. And unfortunately for the Maldives, none of that is really going to happen, because none of the players are really close by, which is surprising to me. They should have had that information that all of the Sri Lankan players are around them pretty early on, but something, I guess, must have happened for them not to support their teammates earlier. Next hot job is coming in. It is Thailand in boot camp. And we've seen this before. Last time, it was a 1v4. Just different teams, if I remember correctly.
I'm not even sure if it was different teams. I think it was...
Was it Thailand?
It might have literally just been Thailand. Yeah, I think so. But we'll see what they do this time. Secret already eliminated. Confirmed as well. You can see William there in the different distance looking in, seeing if he can do something with this, maybe steal a kill away or 2. But Brunei, they might have learned their lessons. They know that man advantage isn't everything, and they know they have to be careful about how to single out these shotguns. And we just saw that there, right? We just saw that in the hot drop versus the Maldives. Just having that third guy there can make all the difference in the world. If they only had 2, they would have lost that contest. They would have lost that fight. So manpower can be super, super advantageous. Let's see, Japan is in the scuffle as well.
As Japan, they cannot afford to have one more bad round, as we have Chevy picking up the first one. That's a huge upset. If Brunei already does damage to Thailand that early in the second day, that is bound to be a really tough one for Thailand. They need everything around to count. We said it before, they need 20 points to even catch up to the top teams and even get close to their top 2 situation. Chevy gets another one. Oh, it's traded, but not a problem. You can see Brunei, everyone's got each other's bags, and they will not lose a single player. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a huge upset. Brunei clean wiping Thailand off the map.
That's very, very clean as well. Very methodical, good team play. That's exactly what you need. And Thailand is one of the fewer times where they come short in the hot drop. They've been hot dropping a whole lot yesterday, remember, or the day before. A part of their success was picking up 4 kills early, multiple times onto Japan, and 1 time onto Brunei. They were able to just consistently get points out of these hot drops. You're not always going to be able to do that. The more games you play, the more things are going to go wrong. And this is where other teams that avoid these risks early, like maybe a Pakistan, and can really abuse the fact that you've been going out early.
Really can. We can tell the circle, at least, doesn't really favor anyone just yet. It's completely centralized on what almost everyone is still in it. And still, at this point, I gotta say, less hot drops than I expected. I don't even know where everyone went to be able to dodge each other so perfectly. They still have 61 players remaining. I thought it was going to be at least 3, maybe 4 hot drops. Realistically, there is obviously enough compounds, but actual loot spots, Really, really interesting. I think plenty of teams kind of, took survivability at a way higher priority than what they usually did, just to 100% dodge that hard job. And looks like it worked out pretty perfectly. So far, only 2 teams that have been eliminated as we are heading into phase number 2.
Timor-Leste, southwest of that bootcamp area. They got to be a little bit careful about what's going on around them, as they are fairly close by to Nepal, a team that we respect massively for their team fights. So, not an easy position to be in. Shui, by the way, got himself all 4 of that. All 4 eliminations going towards him in that hard drop fight. That's going to feel good. That's going to boost the confidence quite a bit. Timor-Leste has found the first one. And it's Bangladesh who they found, so they might not even be aware that there's more teams around them. Ooh, this is not looking good. This is multiple teams. Cambodia on the top. Nepal in the distance as well. This is an absolute mess, and I don't think Bangladesh is getting out of this alive.
I don't think so either. Ranza is back, so is Nang. They have been looking for a big round, and maybe this is the one they will find. Nate to potentially seal the deal, and this is so unfortunate for Bangladesh. They need a good round as well. Bangladesh is out of this one. Cambodia is there to secure plenty of these points. But look at them, they've been supported from the distance. I think there might have been Team Indonesia picking up a couple of frags as well.
There's a lot of third parties coming in there. Look at Vietnam as well, already positioned themselves. But there's a big, big piece of information here for Timor-Leste. They know about Nepal. Bogitio is the one that spots that out. Nepal was creeping up, slowly making their way on in, slowly figuring out where these players were to see if they could punish. Now William, he's going to get himself a freebie. And that is good news for Timor-Leste, bad news for Nepal, who thought they were just completely unknown on that approach.
Yes, it is. Japan having their first confrontation here. Might have even been the second one. I do remember them having a team close by really early on as well. But no one's really forcing it, and I think you don't have to at this point. They're in a pretty good spot in the circle. Resort is always a position that, if you're the first ones there at least, you can kind of take so many creative and dangerous angles that no one's really contesting you ever again afterwards. Especially if you sit towards the eastern side. But oh my goodness, Apollo gets spotted out by rotating there, and he's still relatively far away. Look at this, he's only got bandages if I saw that correctly, so Japan needs to run to the rescue, and that's what they're doing. First knock has already happened. Flush is coming through. But I don't think he's gotten it. There is another team approaching.
This is a messy fight. You can see Garnet holding down the angle with the QBZ. Does a good bit of damage. I think that's Myanmar gone.
Wow.
But it is Apollo almost confirmed as well. Look at the HB combined right now in Japan. They got 2 of these elims, but they've got to be careful, and they're very, very scared of any potential third parties coming in. Apollo Res should barely come through, and Pakistan should not be just in position to benefit, to sort of abuse the weakness. But when we're looking at the map, they already have. They've already out-rotated Japan. They've put themselves between them and the circle, and they're gathering information about some of the compounds in front of them that are absolutely free as well. So Pakistan is using the timings they get to position themselves for the rest of the game.
Yep, really good stuff coming out. As the circle is about to start running again. It is slowly but surely closing. It is also, gotta take it back, not a good circle for Resort. I somehow thought that was going to be better, but now both these teams will have to rotate off either way. And the only thing I'm really interested in is who shot at Myanmar in the first place? Was it Pakistan? Because I felt like they were getting shot from the west side as well. Probably must have been Pakistan, the sidelines.
Could have been a knock in there. Could have been Apollo getting a second one. Either way,
Maybe,
they did trade Apollo out, but they did lose a member in the process. Yeah, so there was something going on there. Similar things, right, for Cambodia there earlier on that hillside, just getting peppered from multiple sides. But look at Timor-Leste here in the middle. The brown icons we can see. Shout out to the observers for giving us a bit of map time. That is a wild split. That is a crazy split. Not because of the area, because they have one compound that's very strong and very big, and they're holding that as a solo, with the other 3 players just setting up on rocks and trees, just trying to be a nuisance, trying to be in between teams, catching players off guard. It's a strategy that can pay off. You might be able to pick a few players apart, but if you're losing members, you're very quickly going to realize that you don't have a point to fall back into.
Indonesia. They have plenty of space to fall back into, to put it in your words. Still looking for any kind of information over on that southwestern side, southeastern side especially. But they will have all the time in the world. No one's really around them, and it kind of reminds me of that very first Sanhok game, the methodical kind of very strategic play, knowing the space you can take is the space they will take as well. It's such a big part of Indonesia's play, as we have the next kind of, I guess that wanted to be a breach, as the next kind of breach kind of fails at least, as Bhutan picks up one frag. It is Mono getting that one on the board for Bhutan.
I think they were just running. They were just hiding out. They weren't peeking anything. They were just proning behind the corners, waiting for somebody to think that compound would be free. And they get themselves a free kill, get themselves an opening, and it's Laos on the other side that feels that pain. Not something you like to see. Now, Taipei losing one to Nepal on that western side gives a little bit more space over to Nepal, but Japan versus Malaysia is a fight that's very interesting when you're considering where those teams are and where those teams are on the scoreboard as well. Nade coming out.
It's a good nade on top of that as well. As we head on over to Hong Kong, China, and Japan. That's a really good nade to finish that first Japan player that was approaching. And then we said it's such an important round for Japan now. Apollo's right behind it. They need to win this game. The good thing is Hong Kong, China is only 2 players right in front of them. And he got the DBS though, and he picks up the second frag, and there is the trade, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough because look at this, D-Light is approaching, He gets shot down though! Japan is clutching things out! Oh my lord, how important was that trade? How important was Japan in winning this one? They've secured 6 frags already now, as Japan is slowly creeping up on towards the top 4.
He had it all there for a second. He had the 2 players knocked, the third one down to half HP, but he goes for the flush and instead gets taken out while trying to do so. Oh, that was close for Taipei. That could have been the winning fight. Now 4 players up on 4 eliminations for Pakistan. 3 players up. They win the fight versus Malaysia, and they might have a good idea that Japan is close by as well. Yeah, they heard that fight. They might know there's players up on that hillside, but first they have to reset. They have to heal back up. They have to make sure that they know what's going on around them. But if they can continue keeping that fight, they can continue taking that fight to enemy teams. We've seen what they can do.
We've seen what they can do indeed. And now we have them again, Bhutan. The only really troublesome thing for them is that it isn't really a winning compound. And yes, it does usually not end towards the southern side. It usually does end towards the north or west side, as you can see right here. I don't think we've ever had an exit towards quarry, like an end zone towards quarry. So I think that was kind of to be expected. But then again, Bhutan, yes, does have its circle, but it's not a compound you usually win these rounds at. You'll be flashed out relatively easily depending on the sidelines of the teams around you. So yes, Bhutan has got a good circle. Are they going to win this? We'll have to wait and see. But at least they'll get some good confidence going, knowing they can make it far into these rounds at the start of a game day, and that's what's so important. Which is also Team Malaysia, Team Thailand, some of these runner-up teams have had such unfortunate luck now in this first round because, well, we said it yesterday. You want to start off a day really, really strong to get that confidence going.
Look at William, Timor-Leste. Next to boot camp, 3 of his teammates are holding a center compound, potentially the best compound in the game, and he's just out there vibing. Indonesia, meanwhile, they found Japan, they found a weakened team, and they found the first knock as well. Apollo, he's got to pull off some absolute wonders here if he wants to help out his team, but it's already fallen apart. He's already the last player up, and he's just trying to stay alive, find anything, get anything going. Now the angles are there, multiple angles for Indonesia. They're surrounding him, they're taking him down. They're once again using the cars, Felix. They're not shying away from that. And it's been beautiful so far. 3 elims is a quiet start for Indonesia, but they're on a side of the circle now where they have plenty of space. They have all the loot they could ever want, and they can make things happen from here.
It's such methodical play. It's exactly what we expect from Indonesia. They're the team that takes as much space as they can. The team that never really lets any single player get into dangerous territory without having backup. And that's what we're seeing right now. Yes, they do have the blue zone at their back right now, but it is phase 4 in Sanhok, so that's just naturally going to happen at some point if you don't go for deep circle center. The problem now is, with this specific circle, I think it's really tough for Indonesia to fight their way in. We're going to have to wait and see. Maybe they can get a third party going towards the northern side, but the less time they have, the more time they kind of rotate in very, very slowly, also the less time they will have in a potential third party towards that northern or western side. Because a straight push into Timor-Leste, I think it's going to be so very tough. We're going to have to wait and see what Indonesia decides to do. But first of all, they're going to be shot out in the open by IQ. He's been a star fragger for Pakistan, and the next one goes down as well. It's a 2-man from Pakistan that ruins Indonesia's round. Oh, let's see if Pakistan can even do more damage than this. Now they're getting shot in the back as well. That's what I meant. Indonesia's position not necessarily super helpful for this one. And Yoni is going to secure these frags as well. It's just Razi left alive on that edge. And maybe, just maybe, Pakistan has almost done the miracle now, running in from the blue zone. Maybe that nade is going to seal it. If he throws it towards the left side of the rock, it could be absolutely perfect. Pakistan already having secured 6 frags.
6 nades in the bag as well for Yona, but it's the position from IQ that carries that fight. It's the backstab out of the blue that opens things up, that sends Indonesia just in the middle between multiple teams. Those nades are good, but they're not landing. The rock is providing sufficient cover. IQ now knocked. Yona is prodding it out. They might be able to go for that res, but where do they go from there, right? Plenty of teams in front of them, not a lot of cover, loads of open space they have to traverse. So any kill you get at that point, any elimination you get is worth it. And is worth more than trying to go for the zone. So Laos has to be extremely careful here. Now Razi from the back does another bit of damage. He as well wants to get that fight, wants to get this closed out. A kill here is double points. It's a placement and an elimination. Yeah. And the players know that there's a good chance they will never make it into the zone from here. So any elim they can grab is massive.
Any more frags would be absolutely brilliant. Bhutan, unfortunately, couldn't really do damage to the rotation of Laos. I have no idea how they made it through, but apparently they have, and they've also found a building, so great job by Laos. Unfortunately, now the nades are raining in. They've only got that one building, and maybe the shack right next to it, but even that shouldn't be secure, because Pakistan has probably got sidelines on it, or if they don't, Indonesia does at least. So it's still going to be a very tricky spot, but yeah, crazy rotation from Laos. That they made that rotation is honestly one of the craziest things I've seen in this round so far. But they will be cleared out one by one by the looks of it.
Part of the reason that they made it there is because Timor-Leste did not have a full team in that compound, right? They're not occupying every edge, and that's what allows Laos to slip on through. William, on a solo play by his lonesome, probably got stuck there, maybe didn't have a chance to move on out, but it does cost them here in the end. Vietnam now, they've had a very quiet game on the top of their hill, but they're starting to activate, they're starting to take these kills, and they're already on 4 now. Pakistan goes down in the kill feed, but they have made it into placements at least. And that's all she wrote for them. Good game once again for the leaders of the lobby.
That needs to be more though. Look at this, Vietnam. They're popping off as well. This could be so interesting. With a good game from Vietnam, they'll be right back at the top as well. And that would be another contender, Gozu. Looking for his second frag of the round with Lamborghini already having 2. I've been talking about Lamborghini for so very long, but deservedly so. He's one of the most experienced players of the Vietnam region. Everyone knows him at this point, even more so because of his global championship appearances. As we do head on over to one of the last phases that are really going to decide who is picking up this round. It is the breach from Bhutan now towards Timor-Leste. There's 2 teams already in the compound. Make that 3 now.
It's an aggressive breach. No pre-nade there for Timor-Leste. 3 players in 1 car. Could have been an absolute disaster, but he doesn't have one at the ready. Tsar, you're still outside. He's not made his way on in. He doesn't even know he's fighting 2 teams at the same time here. They don't even know that there's multiple teams in this compound just yet. Abu, he's right around the corner, but he's trying to make us disengage. He's trying to get the hell out of there, trying to group up with the rest of his squad and leave Bhutan be for now, as they are clearing out the corners where they expected him to be. Compound now evenly shared between these 3 teams, but that's going to be a topic we will revisit once one side of the road is excluded from the circle here.
More shots coming out from Vietnam, talking about the other side of the circle. The last team really standing towards the southern side. They've played it so smart up until now. Question is, where do they go from here? If the circle does decide to shift all the way up north, they've at least got that one advantage, which is everyone else in the compound is fighting themselves. There's no one really to solidify their position there just yet, and that means no one's really going to be focused on them all too much because they're going to be busy fighting each other. One more frag's potentially going to come on the leaderboard here as Erangel is behind the rock. He peeks on top of it though and does some big damage against Guanji. But it's not going to be enough just yet. The sideline is barely perfect for Cambodia over there.
Oh, look at the drive-by as well. They're not messing around. They're not wasting any time. They know they have to move across the road. They know they can't get stuck on this hillside, right? The longer they wait, the more the compound's going to focus them down. So, good moves from Vietnam. This is the game-breaking move for them. If they make it across this road, if they make it to the north side untouched, they have a good chance. If they lose members here, which is easily could be happening, it's not going to be an easy entry. That's a double knock, though, into Bhutan. That's opening the door wide towards the north here.
Oh, that is so unfortunate. Bhutan was the one that breached the compound. It worked out so perfect. But look at this. Vietnam is falling apart as well. Timor-Leste has got a say in this round. Even though Bhutan almost threw it away. And look at the zones. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me, ladies and gentlemen? We might have a compound ending on Sanhok. What are this zone? The next one is going to center up. So that means it's literally going to end in between all of these teams.
It's going to end right on Timor-Leste as well. And oh, do they wish they had William with them right now? Do they wish they hadn't gotten so greedy and lost the player early? Vietnam, they get some of the reses back up, but they're in dire straits regardless. They have to smoke towards these buildings, and every team in the compound is going to try to hold them out. We're watching all these different angles, just peppering them. Abu, one of them, that they might expect a little bit less. Now, oh, it's looking like he didn't see Batman there in the grass. But it's a matter of time until they get spotted, and it's going to be incredibly hard to make it in. Abu, maybe the one player they can take out because he's a solo, but he has actually supported by Kevin, so it's just looking impossible for Vietnam here.
Yeah, it does look impossible. I said that the one good thing that could potentially play into their cards would be if everyone else would be fighting themselves, but no one's really... Everyone realized that Vietnam is the first team to move. And what a Molotov. Are you kidding me? What a Molotov. Is he going to survive? I think he's just around... No, he's not going to survive. Lamborghini is taking him down. Now the push from Leo's coming in. Oh, he might get both. He doesn't, though. Yatio is there. Secures the 8th frag for Bhutan. What a perfect round for them as well. They had to breach this building, and they're still getting elimination points.
They can't get the res because of the blue zone. You see the players are crawling. They're like, you have to cross the road now. Don't get stuck in the blue trying to res here. Timor-Leste, 2 guys in the building. Bhutan, 2 of them active. I'm not sure if they can get any reses later on, but for now they can't. Now Batman around the side finds one, makes things hard for Bhutan. It's Kevin from the inside. DBS, can he close the game out? He needs 1 or 2 bullets to connect, and that's all. That's all they need to get away with this win. It's a 1v1 for the win, Felix.
It will be so big for Timor-Leste. He's got it right around the corner. Just 1 shot needed. He's so very low. He's got the HP advantage. Now the shot comes through. Oh my goodness, it is Timor-Leste. Out of all the teams that I think we didn't expect to win, it is Timor-Leste to pick up this very first round of the day. And ladies and gentlemen, what an ending. Are you kidding me? It keeps on shifting back into the compound. And then the one team that... fortunately, secured the very building it ended at is going to win it as well. 18 points. Do we maybe get a little bit of a comeback, Kobo?
Aye. That was a close one towards the end there. Bhutan doing such a good job at getting across the road, making sure they clean everything up around the outsides. But if they don't get backstabbed by the Laos solo, if they don't take 2 knocks there in that process, I think Bhutan has a chance to actually run away with this. But, oh boy. Game starts off with a few hot drops, and it ends exactly in the same type of building, Felix.
Yeah, unbelievable. I mean, also, yeah, I gotta come back to your point about Bhutan. I felt like if they would have... Yeah, if they wouldn't have lost these 2 plays against Vietnam early on, where I think... I thought the sidelines were pretty obvious. I guess they mustn't have been for Bhutan. I don't think they realized how far east Vietnam from their position was already. If that wouldn't have happened, I feel like Bhutan would have won that round. I think they would have ran away with it. Pretty convincingly as well. They had Laos push them. They would have just been a 4-man stacked in the building. They would have easily defended them. And then they had to run out, but they had plenty of smokes to do so. So I think, yeah, that would have been absolutely massive. Let's take a look at some of these highlights once again. They're Pakistan. We had that really important fight from them. They survived for 3 plays, and they've also gathered plenty of elimination points.
A lot of the top teams doing exactly what we expect them to, right? Pakistan, convincingly winning fights. Indonesia, smart and aggressive with the cars. Really good stuff from them. And Malaysia, the one that really falls short. Malaysia, the one that didn't really get anything going this game. All the other top dogs really showed up today, including Vietnam there from the top hill line.
Yeah, really important round for them. They also played relatively methodical, just a little bit slower, a little bit less space being taken than Indonesia. I feel like that's been the biggest differentiator because Vietnam plays just as smart. I feel like rotation-wise, they just also haven't really had the circus to actually take some of these rounds, and there we can tell. It was a 1v1v1 actually. He got the last player from Vietnam and takes the last player from Bhutan to Timor-Leste. Out of all the teams, I've said it before, to take a round, I would not have Timor-Leste in my cards. That is one upset. That is one big upset, actually.
It's a big upset, and it's despite losing William so early, right? Remember, I talked about them all the game. They were so split. They were so risky, and they were taking these risks on purpose. They weren't able to fully group in the compound, but they at least had their wits on them, and they decided to get all the players they could back into that compound. 3 players was all they needed to win that game. It would have been a little smoother. It would have been a little easier if they had all 4 there, right? But that's the way the game works. You take a few risks. Some of them will pay off. Some of them won't. You're really just playing the odds, and they deservingly win that in the end. But I think the more impressive thing there is Vietnam and how long they survived, how many kills they got. Coming down from such a high ground position when you have a compound with multiple teams holding you out is extremely hard, and they did a really good job at it.
Yeah, amazing stuff coming up from Vietnam. It's exactly the start into the day they need. We said they were 20 points behind any of the qualification spots. So what do you do in that situation, right? You need to pick up the pace. And to have that kind of thing happen at the first game, not even the second game, the first game, that boosts your morale to a degree that I think a non-player doesn't even understand. That is so very important. It lifts them up so high morale-wise, and also it puts away a lot of the pressure that they've had up until this point, because they realize, hey, to catch up to 20 points, as we said, there isn't a single round that they cannot score at, and to have it in Sanhok, one of the least. I want to say one of the rounds that, at least in an 18-team level, you can control the least, is so massive for them. That's the one joker round where I feel like most of the times, if you do not get good placements, that can happen even though you play a perfect game. And this time around, they did it and played an almost perfect game. I feel like it could have been a little bit smoother. I feel like it actually had a chance to win it at some point. But that disregarded. They got plenty of frags and a good placement, a good portion of placement points. So what more do you want? Vietnam is in a good spot right now.
Exactly. And I think you can, at every single game, you can say, oh, they could have played that a little better. They could have maybe done this. They could have maybe done that. If they did this early. The game is so complex. The game is so hard. You can always do something to a slight little bit better. But really strong game from them. Really strong game from Timor-Leste. There's 5 kills on a single player. Is absolutely massive here for Kevin. And I think the other side of the coin there is a team like Thailand, right? We're not going to see them on these stats. We're not going to see them on the winner chicken dinner or on the team face-off. But they were one of the teams in the same spot as Vietnam, in the same spot as, I don't know, maybe a Timor-Leste. And they go out with 0 points right at the start of the match. They have to sit there for 30 to 40 minutes doing nothing, waiting for the next map to start. It's rough. It's rough on the mental. It's rough on the momentum. Yeah. And teams that start out strong, like a Vietnam here, that really just worked for the points they got this game. Teams like Bhutan as well, and they will feel a whole lot better after this game 1.
This is so interesting. All of the top teams, except Nepal, didn't score, right? Nepal didn't have too much of a great game. Indonesia didn't have too much of a great game. Excuse me, Nepal had a great game, but everyone else, like Indonesia, look, the rest of them aren't even on the first page, so everyone's got below 4 points. But Bhutan and Vietnam had 2 big games. So the distance now, and I thought that wasn't going to be possible, except for Thailand, the distance now from 2 of these runner-ups has been significantly decreased. And we will have, if another good game happens, even just a mediocre game where some of these top teams do not score again, we will have immediately 2 more runner-ups easily in towards that top 4, top 5 placement points or just total points area. So really interesting stuff. You can tell here, Malaysia only 3 points, Thailand 0 points, Bangladesh only 1 point. So man, this is going to shake up the leaderboard. What a round to start things off here at the very first game.
Yeah, and I'll say it again. Malaysia is the big name on the bottom side of that leaderboard, right? They were second or third place, I think, before this. I think even second, yeah. They're going to drop out a little bit, and they're going to have to contend now with not being the first runner-up anymore, with some of the top teams maybe running away with it a little bit. We'll see that in a second here. But yeah, mental is a big thing, like you said. And it's going to be interesting to see what this has done to the leaderboard. 69 elims and 106 nades and smokes. I think that's pretty typical for our Sanhok with a lot of teams.
Yeah, it really is. Only one vehicle item might be the most interesting statistic here. We've said that we expected maybe more teams to adapt a little bit more, but then again, Team Indonesia has really been the only team using it, together with Vietnam, two of these teams that we know like to play very strategically, like to have a second plan for each round, and that's what we saw as well. So good stuff coming out from them. Once again, I'm so interested to see the overall leaderboard. I think things are really different now, especially with Bhutan getting such a good game. I think they were on 35 points before that. Now another 15 points. They'll all be almost be close with 50, which is already, again, one good game away from... It is one good game. I'm not trying to downplay this here, but it is only one good game away from some of these qualification spots. And for such a big underdog like Bhutan to have that amount of pressure and still come out strong in this next day of group play that we have today, the next and also the last day, that just goes to show you once again some of these underdogs are not to be underestimated.
Yeah, and I think Bhutan is one of them that has shown it time and time again, right? What they can pull off. Timor-Leste is one of them that has shown it, that they have what it takes. It's just hard to be consistent when the lobby is so strong. And 5 elims here for Kevin is going to feel mighty good, as he really does the heavy lifting for Timor-Leste to get them inside that late game, to get them staying alive in these compounds. And once we head to the player head-to-head, I think we're going to see him there again versus your favorite player in the whole wide world. It's Lamborghini, the longest standing player on his squad, and a very renowned Vietnam player.
Yeah, Lamborghini putting up numbers. I've been missing him just a tiny bit, but he's been pretty good. Let's take a look at some of these head-to-head statistics in terms of teams. What we can probably see Vietnam and Timor-Leste, and yes, we have 10 eliminations. Vietnam having to fight there through the southern side, just a tiny bit more than Timor-Leste ultimately did. And then again, Timor-Leste didn't pick up all of the frags from all the players around them. Unfortunately for them, because I think that would have easily made maybe like a 3, maybe 4 point difference on the total leaderboard as well. But I don't think Timor-Leste is in the run at this point. I think they need another game like this easily, maybe even 2, to even get close to some of these qualification spots. So not trying to overanalyze this round either for them.
Yeah, exactly. You have to look at the bigger picture, and the bigger picture is looking okay for Timor-Leste, but so far they haven't proven that they can be consistent with these outcomes. Now, the overall standing is what you've been waiting for, and obviously we're going to see Timor-Leste quite climb a bit here, but we're also seeing Vietnam and Bhutan attempting to close the gap, but it's not so easy when Indonesia, Nepal, Malaysia, Pakistan especially, they've all kept scoring, right? And this is why we talk so much about how 20 points matter. The top teams are not just going to stop playing. They're not just going to start sleeping. So Vietnam, big step on the leaderboard for them, but there's much more to come here.
And look at this. One good game from Vietnam, and they're already in closing distance. They've closed that distance from 20 to 10 points. And now I would include them 100% in having chances too. Same for Bhutan. They will need another round. And yes, so far we've seen very mixed performances from them. But you know, it's always possible. Get a couple of good circles like they have here in one more round, and maybe that lifts you up even further. Maybe you get the confidence to maybe take some isolated 4 and 4 fights early in the round. You win them, and everything looks completely different. So I'm really interested to see that and how Bhutan goes forward, because to me that's the biggest underdog in that top 7 standings. Take a look at some of these other standings. Bangladesh underperforming. Kovo.
A little bit, yeah. It's not been their tournament. They've been okay, especially towards the start of the day yesterday. I feel like they were convincing, but not a Sanhok they would want. It goes very fast on Sanhok, right? It goes quick. You lose one fight, you get into a hot drop that you don't want. You get into a third-party situation you don't want. The map is more punishing than others, in my opinion. You got to finish your fights so quickly if you want to have any chance of staying alive and resetting. But that being said, the map goes fast. There's one more thing that goes fast, is it breaks. We are going to have a very short break before we head into Erangel to bring you the last 5 matches of this stage of the qualifier. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back from a crazy Sanhok. I can feel it in my room. The jungle is right here. It's getting hot in here. And so it is for the players. Pakistan with another solid showing. But the stars of that game were teams we didn't really see towards the top of the leaderboard.
No, not really. Bhutan being one of the big names, and also Timor-Leste, who pick up their very first win to top things off. Let's break it down. I want to say the circle in this game has made a massive impact. I want to get your opinion on this. I know we said we shouldn't overanalyze some of these I want to say lesser experienced teams, maybe getting a win here and there as well. But in this specific round, I feel like there was a big difference between Bhutan making things happen and Timor-Leste making things happen, Kobo.
I think so too, and I think there was 3 different ways to play that game, right? There was be the team that's in the compound where the circle ends. That's a nice way to play that game. That's a simple way to play that game. And Timor-Leste did it well. They win it in the end. They reward themselves. But it's a little easier than breaching that compound when you realize, okay, there's people in there, but we have to get in there if we want to win that game. So that's what Bhutan does. That's a little harder, and they did it to perfection as well. And then the third way that I think is possibly the most consistent but hardest way is what Vietnam does, right? They stay on their hill, they don't go crazy, they don't send it inside the compound, they play around it, they kill everybody else around it, and that way they already have the points they needed when they have to make the impossible push towards the end. So very different ways to play that game. A lot of teams showing us exactly what they wanted to do with that game and what they could do with that game. And I think all the more impressive of how well some of these players have been able to pull it off.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think Bhutan had a more difficult road to get to that almost win than everyone else. Let's take a look at the current leaderboard situation before we head into match number 2 for today. Pakistan is still topping things off, even with a not so great round, but they did get plenty of frags, and I want to highlight this. The interesting part is Pakistan and Indonesia had a skirmish, and they took out each other, but Indonesia with a much higher probability of actually taking home this win than Pakistan. Pakistan kind of salvaging this round as best as they could, and in the meanwhile destroying Indonesia's hopes of having a big one, and that's what's so huge about this. So the players from ASagi8 making quick work of Indonesia there, and not only salvaging 2, maybe 3 points, but also destroying Indonesia's hopes, as I said. And I think that's the kind of stuff that we saw yesterday happening in some of these last games. And I think that we're going to see later on even more than what we've just seen. This very specific kind of targeting from some of these top teams in terms of third-partying other contenders for the top 3 qualification spot. Because ultimately, that's what's going to give you the win as well. If the difference between your top 4, top 3 to the rest of it is so big that you really only need to focus on holding them back, then at one point it is going to be targeting. That's the most important factor in your game. And once again, I could totally see Pakistan doing that in the last 3 rounds as well.
Yeah, and I mean, it is the flank in the blue as well. It's quick wits on IQ that really ruins the game for Indonesia. Like you said, they had way higher chances to win that game. They were 4-man strong, and they essentially get 4v2'd. Yes, the fight's not clean. Yes, the fight's not easy, and Pakistan loses members as well, but that's completely... That's a fight that Indonesia should be winning most of the time, and if Indonesia take that fight to any other team in the lobby... They have a good chance of winning it, but Pakistan is not a team you want to mess with, and they find that out very quickly. So big salvage from Pakistan and a big wrench thrown in the works for Indonesia keeps them at a little bit of an arm's length right now. Right, 10 points away from a non-qualifying spot is not a lot, but it is a little bit of a buffer. It's a little bit of a safety cushion that makes you feel good about the rest of these games.
Absolutely, and once again, Bhutan being there in 6th place. Can we talk about Bhutan? Because I don't think it's a coincidence at this point anymore. We've seen Bhutan with some great stuff in the very first, and I was like, hey, maybe that's a one-off. But they continue to show us really flexible, really agile play from a team that's way less experienced than some of these big names. And if they continue playing like this, honestly, who knows? Maybe, just maybe. But if I wouldn't have known that was Bhutan and we would play with blank names, I would not have expected that to be Bhutan. And that's the point that I'm talking about. I think they're playing way better than what we're giving them credit for, and maybe what we expected off of them too. So, man, I'm kind of a little Bhutan fanboy at this point. I really hope they're going to have another good game.
it's the beauty of these tournaments, I feel like, is you see the teams that you expect to be favorites, and then you see some teams coming out of nowhere that just absolutely slay, right? And it's been wonderful so far. We've had in the last World Esports Championship, we had a team win where we didn't. Yes, they had some really, really big names on there, Kyrgyzstan, but they said basically their IGL was someone that we barely ever heard about, and he just IGL'd them to winning the World Esports Championship.
Yeah.
So, this is not only an opportunity for us to meet some of these players that are absolutely crazy, but it is also an opportunity for some of these players to really make a name for themselves. I mean, think about Kevin this game from Timor-Leste, or William in the first game yesterday, who just show up massively for their team and for their country, and really just put their names on there and put their names out there for people to go, wow, these guys can really play. These guys are really rocking the lobby right now.
Yeah, there's more teams than maybe I've originally given this lobby credit for. I said there's going to be 7, 8, 9, maybe 10 teams that are relatively experienced and that have a chance at this. But now looking back at it, even Bangladesh is struggling. Even Cambodia is struggling. Even a Chinese Taipei who've played a couple of tournaments that I've personally seen is struggling. So I'm not so sure what to make of this anymore. Yes, we have the favorites, and that's also to be said. We have the favorites still performing, though, and that's the big part. Some of these teams that you do expect to 100% be in the run for it, all of them are in the run, let's be honest. Except, once again, maybe Cambodia, but Malaysia is there. Indonesia is there. Nepal is there. Now Vietnam is there as well. All the big names that we have in this lobby in terms of very big international LAN experience. Also LAN experience. So I think that's what makes it so interesting. We will be heading into the next game very shortly, but give me another prediction, because we've now seen Sanhok. Sanhok is always a little bit tough to predict, and I think none of us would have picked Timor-Leste anyways, let's be honest. But now with Erangel starting, I think we have a better idea. The most consistent team so far has been Indonesia, and not without a reason. With an 18-team lobby, it's not easy to play consistent. They've played all of the 3 games with above 10 points on average. I think on average, they might be around 14, 15 points. So give me a prediction. Is it going to be Team Indonesia for you again?
Oh, it's so hard in this lobby. It was so much easier on the last one. I felt like Bahrain was always just a solid pick to fall back on yesterday. Today, it's much, much harder. I'm thinking Pakistan is maybe not going to win this game, but they're going to get more than 4 points, and they're going to continue staying in first. That's my prediction for this Erangel. But who knows, man? There's so many teams, and we talk about this, right? We talk about the favorites performing. I think we're talking about 4 to 5 teams there. It is 100% guaranteed that not all of our favorites are actually going to qualify today. So it's just so hard to see who's going to make it out. And a plane's in the air. It's going straight across Erangel. Super fair plane path. Players could not be happy about this. Let's see what they make of it.
Relatively fair plane path, to be honest. I feel like we've seen this already in some of these games, but not all of them, which in an 18-team lobby is kind of important. Actually, it's really important. We've seen what a bad plane path, kind of a military plane path, can do. If maybe 3, 4, 5 teams suddenly can't really reach their job spot anymore. And that is usually resulting in plenty and plenty of really unfair hot jobs, or maybe skirmishes around cars. First frag, though, has gone the way of, I believe it is Cambodia. And even with this plane path, as a result, we will have casualties early on. Was that Japan losing a play? I think it was.
Think so. I think it's Japan cruising on out of there, and they really have had the short end of the stick of these hot drops constantly. This is not a hot drop, it's just a struggle for vehicles, right? But remember how many times they died to Thailand yesterday? And that being said, there's Thailand again, going for another hot drop, taking the first casualty, but it's looking like a trade. Dudiko is going to come around the corner, jumping, swinging. We've seen what that man can do, but this time, he doesn't have the DBS. There's actually a DBS facing off against him, and there's 3 teams in Milta here, Felix.
Yeah, 3 teams, 3 different teams. Maybe I should have held back on that prediction. Even in this one, we will have odd jobs and contests, even with this very, very open plane path, where literally everything in this map could have been traveled to. And you can tell Laos, Thailand, and I believe that is China in the background. Hong Kong. All of them wanting to make something happen now. First frag does go the way of Thailand, though. I think it's a quick one from 2-8 Ball. We've seen take MVP positions in plenty of the matches that we've seen so far. He is one of their strongest fraggers. Good trade here as well from Secret. Not giving any kind of chance.
Laos down to 1. They've not been a team to string together rounds, really. Now, hoping for a free kill. Walking towards them. Hong Kong on the other side, not looking super pretty either. But they at least have some space. I don't think they have a whole lot of vehicles in that military area. And you can see Thailand, they're not even bothered anymore. They're trying to disengage this. They're realizing we've done the work. We're not going to look for solos here. We're not going to step onto snakes. We're going to try and get out of there. And it's been a recipe that's somewhat worked for them, Felix. But again, it's hard to pull that off consistently. It's hard to get out cleanly all of the time.
Yeah, almost impossible, I'd say. And especially in a situation like this, it's going to become even more troublesome to make it happen. So Laos, only one more player left alive. The hard drop still hasn't been concluded, but there is still 2 more teams in there that could potentially have a say in him staying alive even further. He's got a pretty cheeky position, though. Other teams have to be careful of approaching, Thailand especially, if they do want to cross this road, which they apparently don't. I think they're all in the vehicles and rotating off, which is the smart play to do. I didn't even know how it happened in the first place. I think what really happened was, at least Thailand, I think we saw them do small military power originally. I think at least in the first games that we've seen the first day of group stage. So I think they kind of just missed their mark in terms of grabbing the vehicles, so they had to commit to the city. I think that is what originally happened. And the same thing goes for probably Laos and military power. So I really like what Thailand is doing. Grab the vehicles if you can and rotate off.
Same time, circle is very, very far north. So all of these teams are losing quite a bunch of valuable rotation time. Bhutan's already in the midst of it. They've got to be a little bit careful, though, with the Maldives sort of surrounding them. It's not looking like Maldives are very ready for this zone yet, though. 2 players still in Severny, 2 players very split on that western side. This is where you got to be careful. The circle's on you. You got to be careful for full teams rotating into your arms and you not being ready for it, because you're still trying to pick up that level 2 gear, that scope for your AR, all that sort of thing. So the dangerous times for the Maldives, and I think we're now going to see them group here. It's looking like it on the map, at least.
Yeah, looks like it. As Bhutan is slowly but surely making their way inside as well. It is a relatively northern circle, so Bhutan has got all the options in the world. And if there is any team, I said, that I want to see now, especially underdogs, have a good game again, it is Bhutan. I think everyone out there, even if you're in Nepal and Vietnam and Indonesia fan or even Pakistani fan, you kind of do want to see underdogs have great games as well. So I think you guys are also interested in seeing Bhutan have a couple of more good games. Now the last player has been found. It is Hong Kong, China, clearing out the rest of this Milta skirmish that we've seen in the very beginning. So the solo's going to get picked up, which is also the first frag for China in this round.
With the Scorpion, nonetheless, flying out the window with a bit of a pistol, but it is enough. The confidence comes through. They do close that out finally, just in time before any other team can get involved. Myanmar, you can see as well, they're cruising on by, but they're not interested in this at all. As we see Bhutan land grabbing around the shooting range. Interesting position to play, not an easy position to play as you're so open to all of these hillsides around you, but a position that can really work well in this circle, especially when they're taking a little bit more around it, a little bit more information. What's going on in the bunker, what's going on in Severny, those kind of things are crucial, and we'll see what they make of it. I like the setup so far.
Yeah, it's a really good setup. Yeah, really interesting that Bhutan and Timor-Leste both have really good positions again. If it does decide to shift north, Bhutan is going to be in a prime spot. I want to see them split more. I'm not sure where their positions are at right this very second, but I feel like originally they were going for a split. And the same thing goes for Timor-Leste. This is the type of position that you play if you have a north circle, just to gamble on a north shift, because it's a winning position. No one's really going to contest it, and there's no positions all around you. So if it does decide to shift north again, that's the beauty of it. You have such a prime spot to pick the game up for almost free. And that's the same thing they kind of did in the last game. So I'm really liking their idea. It's what I used to play as an player very often. It's to grab if you can. And look, Bhutan, there's the split I've been talking about. I love what they're doing.
Love to see it. They got to be a little careful now. Don't overstep their mark. We have 30 seconds for this phase to close on in. And we will see where phase 2 takes us. But yeah, like you said, you either commit and gamble for a shift, the shift comes to you, you're in a fantastic spot. It doesn't, well, you've played your odds, you've taken your chances, and now you have to adapt on the fly. That's the beauty of PUBG, really. How different teams can adapt on the fly is what makes or breaks them. Pakistan very, very slowly coming in towards that edge. On the southern side, as the circle's already popping. And the circle does go fairly central towards the Yasnaya side a bit. The lake's right in the middle. And that Timor-Leste position you talked about, well, they need a really good shift now if they really want to finish the game here.
Yeah, this is an unfortunate shift for Timor-Leste and Bhutan, to be honest. It's a good shift for Brunei. We saw that these types of circles tend to end north of the river, and that's like half the circle already, so a lot of playing area can be ignored right now. Nepal, we haven't really seen Nepal in quite some time. The Nepalese fans in the chat, we still see you. It's so heartwarming to see you guys support Nepal in the way you do. And look, maybe you'll be rewarded with a good early frag. Nepal is chasing Bhutan on this rotation. I love what they're doing right now. Clear out the pathing. They knew Bhutan was in the process of moving anyways, but unfortunately, it's not going to be Nepal picking up one frag. No, it is going to be Indonesia, and this is heartbreaking. Bhutan really thought this rotation path was going to be clear, but honestly, I feel like they shouldn't have. There's so many teams around this area usually that rotating path is a dangerous one to take, and they will be punished for it.
They got so split up as well, right? They got so separated by all of these different vehicles coming on around them and trying to figure out where can we go, what can we do, what's taken, what's free, and it really punishes them in the end. Now, Indonesia is trying to punish a little bit. They're already walking up close with nades. They're looking to take this fight, and they might even think that they're fighting Bhutan here. They might even think they're fighting the team that they just took a member of, because there were so many different cars so spread around. But once they see there's no opening here, I'm interested to see if they will fall back from it, or if they fully commit to this fight, because I think that's a little overzealous. That's a little too crazy, probably.
Yeah. I also see plenty of Timor-Leste fans in the chat. It's such a small country, a beautiful country at that, and they still have so much support. So shout out to these guys as well. We see all of you. It's so nice, and I think Timor-Leste enjoys this just as much as you guys do. And who knows, maybe with the back of your support, they can get another win. I think that's the one thing they're hoping together for this day, because I think qualification at this point is relatively unlikely. But then again, they have surprised us once. Who's to say they're not doing a second or third time? Nepal stood around the gas station. I don't think they're in such a great spot, to be honest, especially now with Indonesia right in front of them. And look at this, Indonesia is already opening up the angles. I'm not sure they know who's in front of them, but I think they can kind of guess at this point by the way they're playing. So they need to be careful. Indonesia has gotten their sights on them. Look how much space they take, and they're not being punished at all right now. And this is almost circle center already. Like the north of the river is circle center. So with how much space they have, usually they would be punished for it in an 18-team lobby especially. But they're just doing it. Indonesia is taking what they want.
Yeah. And it's a dangerous game they're playing, but so far it's been working out. They find the first knock there as well. And maybe that's going to allow them to go for another bit of ground. Liquid, you can see he has to fall away from it. He can't hold this anymore. He's not getting any support from the top. He was trying to take more space than they had. He was trying to gather some angles as well. But he realizes he has to fall back from it. Circle has shifted. It's gone a little bit towards the northeast, I believe. And both of these teams realize, okay, this is not the most priority position we're fighting for still. Do we stay here? Do we just disengage entirely? Both of this is possible. And we see Bhutan, or Nepal, excuse me, clearly wants to get out of here.
Yeah. The question is, can he? That's the big question. Malaysia is rotating in as well through the southern side, and we said this was going to center up somewhere towards the north of the river, and it's doing it right now. Still, with this circle shift now, it doesn't become that unlikely that it's going to end somewhere closer to the river than I originally thought. But either way, they've seen this time and time again. The one shift that usually doesn't happen is a deep west shift, so all these teams, you can tell they've already kind of prepared for it. Stable has been taken already by Brunei, for example. Plenty of teams in Iesf. They'll have to fight each other. Pakistan, for example, which is very surprising to me. I thought Pakistan was going to play more to their strength and straight up fights in a city always kind of random to some degree, right? There's so many sidelines, so much stuff that can go wrong, so many variables that you can't really control. So I'm really surprised to see Kazakhstan opting for the city. I feel like they're not playing to their strength, which is individual fighting, as much as they could be if they would opt for an eastern rotation. So I'll have to wait and see how that goes.
Might be an element there of where they see what's in front of them. They see there's a few players holding on these yellow houses. Maybe this is a single fight we can eliminate, right? Or isolate, excuse me. Maybe that's what they want to be doing with this. Lamborghini from afar, trying to overwatch. Copping a few shots in that yellow building. A rare DMR moment from IQ there. And ooh, that's an Indonesia player in the water. Not looking good for Frazee there. Ay. Caught out. Instantly punished as well. And it's not looking like he's going to get up there any time soon. His car's very overwatched, but he's also just down to no HP at all here.
Yeah, almost nothing he can do. And we have a disconnect on Pakistan. Oh no, that is disastrous. We have a disconnect. Maybe his phone ran out of battery. Maybe his internet went down, but he has to be back so desperately. Otherwise, Pakistan is going to be in a bit of a troublesome situation, to be more exact. And he is back. Okay, so we've seen the live reconnect, and also another kill being secured, as we have all the Pakistani fans probably having a big sigh of relief, because you do not want to have Pakistan in that spot with only a 3-man. But instead, they're going to pick up 2 more frags and be in a really good spot. We see Cambodia now rotating in towards Brunei. They have to be careful. Brunei is standing in a pretty good spot to potentially hold this up, but they are very fast split too, so maybe Cambodia can push them away. We'll have to wait and see.
I'll have to wait and see what happens on the northeast. We're watching the northwest right now. Bhutan trying to make their way on in, trying to get their teammate back up here. Cha wants to get the smoke out, wants to make sure he can get that res and potentially make it deeper into the zone. But look at that shift, Alex. It's gone hard to the south. And now, Pakistan are laughing. Now they're saying, well, why did you want us to go anywhere when we can just be sitting here taking our flight slowly, controlling our ground? There's going to be a whole lot of water around us very soon with maybe some desperate players. We can keep fishing. And if we put up a few points this game, we're just chalking another one down on the board where it's really hard to catch us.
Yeah. And that's the big part. Look at the circle. At this point, I might just be the worst circle predictor ever, because apparently, usually I've got a pretty good pace for it, but this time around, it is a shift that I honestly did not see coming at all. Really at all. It is a shift that favors Pakistan massively. So for any Pakistani fan right now, get another sigh of relief, because Pakistan is in an absolutely amazing spot. They've got all 4 players alive. They've had the last player who was disconnected reconnect just in time for them not to be punished for it, and everyone else is, literally in as much circle center as you possibly could be, in a circle that is 100% not going to enter the water, and that means it has to shift south at some point. Unless it ends inside Iesf, which is something that we've only ever seen like maybe once or twice, this is perfect, absolutely perfect for Pakistan.
Thailand, on the other hand, take out a solo. Bhutan let it rip into Timor-Leste. That's Abu down. That's Kevin down to half HP, the hero of their last game. They're not looking good right now. Bandages are only on Char, though. I'm not sure where Momo is at this point. He's already making a run for it, trying to get the hell out of there. You can see the bandages not even enough to out-heal the blue. He just wants to confirm his kill. That's all he's going to get here. One more bandage. Nope. Drops out. No chance for him. Momo has made the send. He's made the dive. And he's one of the players now that Pakistan is going to look to pick up. If they have spotted his car, they're going to be looking towards him with their scopes, and they're going to hopefully pick up one more kill. So that's one thing that their position is really giving them right now.
Yeah. See if it stays that way. Next circle shift is going to come in around a minute, and that means all the rest of the teams that haven't secured themselves a spot just yet, especially all the northern teams that I thought were originally in a pretty good spot, will have to fight their way in. And look at this, it's going to be really, really tough. Brunei picks another player, but they have to be careful as well. They've still got Nepal right behind them. We know how dangerous Nepal can be. We're the most experienced teams in this lobby, and Nepal wants to get in. But look at this, they will lose a player to the blue zone, unfortunately. Ajaya can't make it in, unfortunately. It's just too much. Yeah, the rotation, I guess it must have been the rotation path. Just, not enough heal stuff. I guess the timing maybe could have been wrong as well, but just too many players up on that northern side in general to have an easy rotation path. And now look at this, Nepal, I think that's it. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The Zodi gets taken down, and that means Nepal is eliminated. That is a bummer. Nepal was in such a great spot. I thought they were perfect, but the circle just kept on shifting down south, and that means such a hard rotation path, and Brunei was already there waiting.
Indonesia out at the same time as well. And now Myanmar and Pakistan are farming the swimmers. We've already seen Pakistan pick up that one player we talked about earlier. They're getting eliminations on the board. They're staying alive as the competition is falling very, very short and very, very quickly. So, I see Malaysia still up. Malaysia in a good position as well on that southwestern edge. Vietnam controlling the apartments in the Yasnaya. So some of the top dogs are still in this. But it is right now Pakistan running away with it a little bit. If they do not miss the Cambodia solo swimming up to their shore, that could be disaster in the long run. But I think they should be just fine. Yeah, I think they have this under control, Felix.
Yeah. We'll have to wait and see, because the circle is still really, really tough for, I want to say, almost any other team. Especially for Bangladesh. They need a big round as well. We've been saying it time and time again, Bangladesh is such a huge fan base too. They have also a specific Bangladesh stream just for this tournament. That's how big the community is. So Bangladesh needs to show us what they're made of, and it's just not really been happening. Then again, I feel like Bangladesh has been one of the most unfortunate teams in this entire lobby so far. Just based off of the first 6 games. Maybe not Sanhok this time around. They've had their chances, but the first 6 games that we've seen in this lobby have been super unfortunate for them. Always losing that one specific fight they needed. Maybe phase 6 has usually been the shift that they've just really not been giving, and there's been some really tough circles to kind of conquer as well. But then again, there's only so many excuses you can do before you run out of them, and it's do or die, and you just have to perform, and that's something that Bangladesh cannot run away from at this point. Cannot run away from that. It needs to happen. It's top 3, and Bangladesh is nowhere close to be seen.
Myanmar as well. They've not been quiet here. 12 points. They've been picking up some of these, and they've been picking up teams like Bangladesh, sending it into the water, right? Getting themselves a few points here. 8 bullets left now for Marnet. You can tell he's been shooting at a lot of swimming players. The rest of Bangladesh still on top. Don't really have a lot of options to make it out of there either. Brunei on the east, multiple teams on the south. Wherever they want to go, it's not going to be a fun time. Sketchy on the last send. Degree is swimming for a while already. They might make it across with maybe 2 players, maybe 3, but where do they go from there? What do they play from there? You can see it's just not happening. It's just so hard, and especially when the zone closes further, especially when Brunei can't be overpeaked from the top anymore, teams like Myanmar will be able to just walk out of their buildings and absolutely wreak havoc.
Yeah. I'm interested to see if Myanmar or if Pakistan go out of this one with more frags being secured, because honestly, I think both of them have really good shots and really good sight lines, but so does Malaysia. So everyone's kind of trying to gather these frags on the edges, and everyone has to compete for the same amount of frags as well. So at the moment, it looks like it's only really Sri Lanka that are possible to be shot at from all 3 teams. But if you look deeper towards the northern side, it's Brunei that has to rotate in as well, and they will have such a big cross to do as well. A couple of smokes, yes, maybe can secure them a pretty good position if there wouldn't be another team, and that is Brunei. Oh, William, are you kidding me? The S12K in hand. We've seen the shotgun time and time again. Even at these kind of distances, you prefer them, and for good reason. Brunei being eliminated. 4 frags though, so they're not going down without a fight.
Not going down without a fight is William, though. Once again, he steps up for his squad. Gets himself a nice little 1v2 double. Brunei was looking okay there on the rocks, but get cleaned up in the end. Now, 10 eliminations already for Myanmar. They still have 1 swimmer below them, but I'm sure they don't know about. They might know about effect in the distance, but I don't think they're expecting a Cambodia player so close. Circle shifts on in. Malaysia's on the move. Malaysia's on the trigger finger here. They have to get in somewhere. And they've already taken the first few knocks here. This is not going to be an easy push for them, Felix.
No, it's really not. Everyone is going to have to fight on the edges now. Now this is the stage in this round where everyone needs to show what they're made of. And Myanmar is the one team that will have to move inside as well. For the very first time on top of that, they've got 10 frags already. And oh my goodness, is it needed for them. They need to solidify their position at the very top too. Just as much as Malaysia does. And Pakistan and all the rest of the teams. No one's secured just yet. We've had a different leaderboard situation yesterday, but in this lobby, it's all tapped over. It is all new. And so each and every point is going to be so heavily important. You can tell that everyone is still fighting for everything they can get. Pakistan has sent 1 player down towards the road, but they're getting breached up top, and this could be dangerous. The nade doesn't quite catch the player who drove right into his compound, so he tried to escape outside, but he's immediately getting shot by the rest of him. And Pakistan now being in big trouble, being breached here by Malaysia, and they found the first frag. Good trade though, Jimmy.
Look at the nade. He's trying to get that inside the building, and it is the clear. It actually is Malaysia. Knocked down. Nice one from Noki, but they do lose a member here. It's not exactly what they wanted from this, especially with Vietnam picking it up from a distance, but at least they stay true and they eliminate one of their closest competitors. The nade is good enough. It's just a little late, Felix. It felt like such an isolated position to leave a solo in, but maybe he bought just enough time, and maybe it's all worth it in the end.
I think they weren't sure whether or not I feel like they thought that everyone else on the western side is going to rotate into the open field, and then they didn't want to risk the cross to group up at his building. That's the only explanation I have for it, because they must have known the only possibility where they get breached is towards the western side. And yeah, then again, I'm really surprised Pakistan didn't really have that on their cards, but I think it was just a matter of they really didn't thought. They really didn't expect that breach to happen and thought they were going to drive into the open field instead, which is a good play as well. Pakistan tries to take the circle center. I think there's another knock that's happened with Vietnam shooting at them. In the meanwhile, we have Sri Lanka going out. 0 points for them. There will be a couple of placement points being picked up, but that's just about it. Staying way under what they need as well.
Look at Marnet as well. He's looting for a bit of utility now. He wants more nades to flush out that swimmer. They still have one Cambodian player behind the pier there. They were looking for him for a while now. I think they're aware, but they also want to take out whenever they can. They want to take out some of Pakistan there. They want to make sure that they can move down from their hill when they have to. First things first, though, you do your homework, you collect your kill points, and that's what they're trying to do right now. This is costing them a lot of time, Felix, but it's gotten them so many points already. These nades, they're hard to land. And oh my, this might come back to bite them. I'm saying they're doing their homework, but maybe Noki's going to put them in detention.
Yeah, maybe, just maybe. Nade comes on flying through. Maybe another one at the exact same position could do the job. Remember, none of his teammates are really close by, and Pakistan is the only team currently in the safe zone. And I think the way Myanmar is playing it is perfect. They're isolating everyone else from shooting at them. They're kind of staying on this northern downhill slope, and that's perfect. The only real reason they don't have everyone there already breaching the last Pakistani player is that they can have a free look at everyone else moving in. So why take the position just now? You have the time to deny everyone else that's inside the city. So that's Thailand and Vietnam from moving in. So there's no reason for you to take position inside the safe zone. If you can hinder everyone else, and especially have more kills, then you know by just moving in straight up. And I think that's what they're doing. So great stuff coming out from Myanmar as well.
I love it as well from Pakistan, giving up that position as early as they can, right? Noki was looking for a few kills there, doesn't get them, doesn't get an opening, instantly falls away from it. And now their plan is to survive until they get help from the top. Because their push here for Vietnam, for example, is a threat, but they should always get help from Myanmar from above. If they don't peek up too much, if they don't stand up too early, they should always get some help. And now they've already found the first. They've delayed Vietnam more, and you can see instantly back to the prone, because the second you stand up, you're in the scopes of Myanmar, and that's not a position you want to put yourself in right now.
Such great play from all of these teams. I think Vietnam, Pakistan, Thailand, Myanmar really showing why they have been, from the very get-go, some of the favorite teams to potentially take one of the spots for Riyadh later this year. And that is due to the fact that they strategically never to be underestimated. Good shots coming out from Lamborghini. I thought maybe with a little earlier peak, he could have potentially caught one off guard, but unfortunately it's not going to be enough. Smoke outside to potentially cover his cross, as he does have maybe a good side on some of these Thailand players, but not for now, not for the time being. Myanmar instead is going to do exactly what I thought they would do, which is third party or the teams on the edges. Lamborghini takes down Secret, but it's going to be stolen away by Myanmar.
Lamborghini, like an oiled machine. Nice little scope spray comes on out. Batman and Lamborghini. They gotta be careful they don't get copyright striked, but they are striking out of the ASagi8 fields right now. 2 up for Vietnam. Might be staying alive. He should be outliving Thailand at least. And that's the sort of goals they're working towards here. This was a hard approach coming out of Yaz. They really need to get crazy knocks towards Myanmar if they were ever going to make that approach. So no shame that it doesn't happen, but they're hoping to maximize, especially maybe taking out Thailand here would be 2 big points for them. Maybe hoping for some sort of scuffle between Myanmar and Pakistan. If that doesn't happen, if everybody is just staying poised and controlled, it's going to be so hard for Vietnam.
Yeah, it's going to be incredibly hard. I'm not sure how they can have a say in this one. This is such an important knot. Noki takes down West Carry. And oh my lord, with the timing and the zone already moving, it's going to be really hard to get him back up and have both of these players ready and waiting for the next fight. So massive knock coming out from Pakistan. They need to be careful though, as they will be attacked from both sides, and that's the biggest disadvantage, even though they've got the opportunity here to gatekeep everyone. Oh my goodness, what a nade is that from Lamborghini! And he also takes him down to half HP. Lamborghini potentially opening up this round for everyone else. Even 2-3 is going to have a potential of rotating inwards.
Batman as well with the approach. That's a big nade for Lamborghini. I think he's even found a second one towards Myanmar there. Noki is bleeding out. He's not going to get rezzed here anytime soon. Vietnam, I said they have to find crazy knocks, and they do. Now they've made the approach. Now suddenly they're in playable positions, right? They're not in the open anymore. They're in the low ground. It's going to be a bit of a util battle now. That's not the nade you want to be throwing, Batman, but they think he's much closer. Look at the nades coming out from both of these teams. They think he's so much closer than he is, so he stays alive for a bit here. And the more time ticks, the more Myanmar has to move down, the more winnable this suddenly becomes for Vietnam, Felix.
Absolutely, and there's still a one-knock player on Myanmar's side that they still haven't gotten back up, and they need to move any second now, so I don't even think it's going to be possible. Also, West Curry's been spotted out, and Lamborghini has made it in. Everyone is still in the run for this, even Thailand. No one's really looking towards Thailand. I don't even know if Vietnam knows that there's still one player potentially on their eastern side right next to them. Now Batman takes down West Curry. That's another knock after they've just rested him. 3 players now, as they still have the man advantage, closing down on Pakistan.
It's an absolute masterclass from Vietnam right now. Exactly when they need it, they get the knock and they instantly react on it as well. You saw Batman's cross. That was not easy. That was not free, but it is a risk he had to take. Now with Lamborghini knocked, the trades are coming out. Thailand's activating. There's a nade coming on in. Does Pakistan even know where that's coming from? I don't think they do. I think they're eliminated at this point. Pakistan out. Thailand in the blue, but he gets 2 knocks before he goes down.
That is massive, and Pakistan will not win this round, as you've said, 7 eliminations, but it's not gonna be enough, and that means it is a 1v1, v2, which means they've rest back up as well, so Lamborghini is back up on his foot, and look at this, Myanmar somehow with all these smokes will be able to get both of these rests back up, unless a good nade is gonna rain on down. It's the second run from Lamborghini this time that has made a massive difference in this round and could potentially do even more. Smile goes down as well. Oh my lord, Lamborghini. This is a nade masterclass that we're seeing right now, and he's back to a 2-2.
What has this man done with utility? They're dodging and weaving now. They're trying to get all the res they can. That's a good molly as well. It's such a good molly. What is that? Are they going to do it? He gets taken out on the push though. 1 HP on Batman. I don't know if he even has meds left.
But the zone is heavily in his favor. Batman just needs to wait. He's got no heal though. Batman peeks around the corner. It's down to 1 HP. He does not do it though. Master picks up the last frag. What a round, ladies and gentlemen, on this second match of the second day in Group B. And it really came down to the wire, but Myanmar somehow securing this one. But definitely not without putting up a huge fight against Vietnam.
What in the world was that? I'm starting to understand why all we talk about is Lamborghini. The man just lets it rain. I think that's 6 to 7 knocks there in that segment towards the end of the game, just opening up completely for Vietnam. But Myanmar, they were fishing throughout the whole game, right? They had 12 eliminations before we even got into the late game, and they closed it out in the end there. That was not easy. That was a lot of dodging, dancing, and weaving to try and escape these nades, Felix.
Massive stuff, yeah. It all started with that hot job that we, I think, analyzed as maybe some car spawns not being picked up properly. Because I don't think that was necessarily a job that both of these teams wanted to fight for. And then it really came down to the Iesf position. We said very early, we thought it was going to go, at least I did, I thought it was going to go way up north, but instead it shifted straight on Pakistan's and Myanmar's head, and both of these teams in the end, also some of these teams, to fight it off in the end. And I honestly didn't think Vietnam was going to have a chance. After they lost 2 players moving out of the apartment, that's the big thing. We haven't even touched on this. They lost 2 players moving out of the apartments, and they still get into late game, potentially even almost winning it because of some of these nights from Lamborghini. It's nothing short of amazing. Unbelievable.
It's crazy stuff. We saw a bit of international, individual pop-ups there. I think William, one of them as well, right? We saw a bit of plays coming out of Pakistan and really good showings, but that was mental towards the end from Lamborghini. Almost by himself. Batman as well kept his wits on him, made sure to support when he could, made sure to get the res when he could. So plenty of awesome stuff from them there. But oh boy, that was some crazy stuff towards the end, as I felt like they had it at that point. The P90 came out, right? He had the circle position, but I think he just had no meds left. He had no way to heal back up. So it was a 1 HP fight and didn't go his way. This is a big thing, though. We're in awe of what happened to Lamborghini there, but that's a lot of eliminations on the Myanmar side.
Yeah. I mean, Myanmar fighting their way through. They did have a pretty good circle to do so. Got to be said as well, but then again, so much stuff they had to fight for, and the good thing was also they had the man advantage so often in these late fights. I think that was ultimately the one thing that really got them over the finish line, because all of these teams had knocks at some point against them. They always were somehow able to get their knocks back off. I think Smile was knocked like 2 times, West Kerry as well, before they even moved down the hill. And I thought it was going to be way too late to rest any of them, but apparently the circle did just move slow enough to get the rests back up. And also, they were really smart with their smokes. You can tell the damage received is really high, and still none of these players to get taken out before the very last fight. And that just goes to show you how well the nade usage and smoke usage was on Myanmar.
Yeah, absolutely. And to overcome all these obstacles, especially the Thailand solo that we mentioned, right? That's almost just tearing their big game apart. The hold was very good from Pakistan. There was some crazy knocks coming out from both Pakistan and Vietnam, but they stayed through throughout that, and 28 points is insane to put on the board for yourself. Thailand, you can't forget, with the 5 placement points that they snake to, they get themselves a 13-point game here as well, so they actually get away with more than Vietnam did here. It felt crazy what Vietnam was doing, but Thailand actually get away with more points here.
28. Kovo, 28 points. Thailand, 13. Vietnam, 11. These are all runner-ups. This is going to shake up the leaderboard massively. But the one team that's been consistently doing points, despite being at the very top, is Pakistan. 11 points again. But also Malaysia. We have 5 teams in the top 5 in this game with such a tough circle that really heavily favored all the teams that got centralized positions early on, even though they weren't necessarily the best positions, but they had centralized positions. Even though that happened, it was exclusively top teams that made it that far. And this is so interesting. It's going to make that difference to catching up towards the top 3, top 4, top 5 even bigger. I'm so interested to see this now. Nepal was the one team. This is even more interesting. Nepal was the only team out of the top teams that did points last game, and now they're the only team not doing points in this game. So interesting, and that's gonna even further decrease the distance between all the top teams and the run-ups.
Yeah, I think there's one clear pattern here, and it's Pakistan just being consistent every single time, right? Smokes and nades were a big story there in the late game. Lots of them thrown. A few blue zone deaths at this time, so it's only 67 eliminations. But yeah, it's Pakistan that has been consistent throughout today. Malaysia throughout the whole tournament, but Malaysia was not to be found in match 1, right? And now Nepal and Indonesia are not to be found in match number 2. So it is going to be interesting to see what that does to the leaderboard. 6 eliminations and 870 damage for one Thailand solo. One player was all they needed to top both those standings.
Yeah, Lamborghini, 8 knocks in this game. Very unfortunate. Also for me, he's the MVP. Very unfortunate that he couldn't finish more of them. I think we're going to have to wait and see how many frags he really did. Match MVP, it's going to be 2 at 3 although. Wow, okay. I have a little bit something to say about this. I don't necessarily agree, but he is going to be the MVP with a total of 6 eliminations. No assists, no headshots. I think Lamborghini is going to... Yeah, I think Lamborghini is going to have something to say about this after this one.
Lamborghini might have something to say about this, but his biggest fan is here casting the event, so I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure he's spoken for. It's also a super interesting thing, right? 3 of Myanmar are knocked towards the end. None of them bleed out. None of them actually go towards kills for Vietnam. I think, or maybe one of them it did bleed out in the end, but they get robbed of a lot of their knocks there in the very end, and that makes the game look so much worse on paper than it felt for them at the time. So the big point gatherers are going to be West Kerry and Bullet Evo, but we all know what you're fantasizing about in that game.
Yeah. I don't even need to add anything more to that statement. Myanmar 8 in eliminations, 8 against the one from Thailand. 16 to 5 assists and 2.7k damage being done by Myanmar. Myanmar having a huge round. And I think there's nothing else we really have to, once again, add towards that.
Yeah.
It's what they've been waiting for. It's what every fan has been waiting for as well. And on the standings, which is the one thing we were all waiting for at this point, on the standings, we're going to see that. Overall standings, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness, it is so close. Be reminded, top 3 goes to Riyadh for the World Esports Championships at the end of this year. And so far, maybe with this game, even 6, maybe 7 teams are in absolute reach now. 72 points is the drop-off as it currently stands.
I say everyone up to Bhutan is firmly in reach at this point, right? The qualifying threshold is 72 points. We have 4 more matches to go. And with Nepal and Indonesia not doing a whole lot, that makes this all so much easier for the teams below them. But the main story for me as well is not just the runner-ups, it's also Pakistan and it's also Malaysia staying in this and really holding people at arm's length, especially Pakistan now. They are 14 points away from third. That is a big bunch of points to catch up. If they continue playing like this, play slow, play their edge, play together, they just need their 4 or 5 points a game and they should be just fine, right? So I think what they're doing is working out beautifully and they don't have to go mental. They don't have to go win every game at this point.
Yeah, they don't need to anymore. You said it perfectly. Brunei, cleaning up that northern edge. I felt like they would have had a good chance of winning if Phase 4, Phase 5 would have shifted north, but it did go south. Unfortunately for them, that means almost no chance of moving inward. But they did the correct play. Grab as many eliminations as you can, so they will be standing with 34 points at the moment on that second page. Bangladesh still very much underperforming. Same goes for Cambodia with 31 and 28. And these are both of the teams that I really want to see pick it up now. Sure, qualification maybe is out of reach. Let's be honest, qualification is going to be out of reach. We only have 4 more matches to go. But you're not only fighting for the qualification, you're fighting to represent your nation, your country. Such a long way now. You already had to make it through qualifications in your own individual region. So at this point, make the best of it. Right? There's no reason now not to still go for all of these wins, despite not potentially making it to Riyadh. So I really want to see them. Perform.
We want to see them perform. We want to see what the rest of the day has in store. But we are going to head to a very short break until we bring you 2 more Erangels in game number 3 and 4 of the day. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Iesf World Esports Championship qualifier at the Asia and Oceania region. What have we just witnessed? I'm going to have to take a breather. Still, we had a break, but I'm still going to have to take a breather because I think that was the most exciting round we have had in this entire qualifier. So many teams with a chance to pick up this game despite a very, very, I want to say, not really open circle, right? It's a very tough circle. It heavily favored the ones that did go circle center, phase 3, phase 4. But as luck would have it, all of these teams that didn't center up early were the teams that were at the top of the leaderboard anyways. All the favorites had just now had a showing off. And Cole, would you have expected Vietnam not to win this game in the end, even though they were heavily the underdogs? Because I didn't. I thought they were going to take it up. I thought Lamborghini was, with that Molotov especially, I thought he was going to win the round, but he gets caught off guard by
Molly looked
over.
so good, and it's so rare that you see a Molotov do a ton of damage, right? Nades are what you use most of the time. Rare. Mollies are incredibly hard to place perfectly, and they're incredibly situational. But yeah, that was beautiful work. That was beautiful utility, and he didn't even have to shoot his gun all that much. So crazy stuff from them. But I think overall, in the bigger picture, the craziest stuff for me is Pakistan staying so consistent, Felix.
Yeah, they're so far ahead. We were talking about Bahrain yesterday being legitimately safely qualified after like the first 2 games. Can we say the same thing about Pakistan already? Because as of right now, at least towards the 4th place, and that's the big part, at least towards the 4th place, it is 20 points, a little bit less than 20 points. Is that enough already to say they've almost safely qualified? Because for that to happen, once again, 4 teams would have to be above them, or like 3 teams would have to take over Pakistan in this sense, with Malaysia also being in the run. So I want to ask this question to you. I still think it's possible, but if they have one more good game, it's just one more good game in the next round, then I think it's going to be impossible. And I think we have Pakistan safely qualified for Iesf.
I think the way they're playing right now, if they continue to play like that, they are qualified. If they continue to stick together, play as 4, take fights where they can, but don't go too crazy, I think we're going to see them easily cross the 90-point threshold, and they can easily cross the 100 as well. But I think 90 is going to 100% guarantee them, and that could be enough. That being said, there's a lot of chances for this to go wrong. I just think if you have 4 games and you need one good one, Pakistan is going to pull that off. They are just good enough. They are just really, really damn good. But remember yesterday, they had single-digit points 3 games in a row. I think it was 9 points in 3 games, or even less. If that happens, there's a chance. There's a world where they drop out, but not the most likely thing. We always try to stay open as casters, right? We always want the underdogs to get close, so it's exciting. Yeah. But I think if you want to bet on Pakistan right now, you're probably going to come out ahead.
Yeah, you probably are. It's once again, if I were a betting man, I would definitely bet on Pakistan qualifying as of right now. Also, Indonesia, that's a big storyline we have to unfold. Indonesia, for the very first time, not in qualification spots. They've not been as consistent just yet. We said that Sanhok was to be excluded to some degree, based off of what we've seen. The play that they've gone for was almost perfect, was very clean. You can't really expect or plan for solo out in the blue zone for you to ruin your game. That just can happen in a best of 12. But now they have to pick up the pace again, right? Now the time for these, I don't want to say mistakes, for these random variables to happen is over. There's no more excuses to be made. So for them to have another bad game, as we see, is going to result in them dropping out. And I wouldn't also overanalyze this. I think Indonesia is one of the top teams in this lobby, even though we haven't seen them today. But with everyone else stepping up, that might not even matter. As we said, Nepal is doing numbers, Malaysia is doing numbers, Vietnam is doing numbers. Even Myanmar picks up a huge game and comes in from the second part of the leaderboard up to 62 points and is now with one good game. Not even like a mediocre game almost, with 10 points already in qualification spots as well.
Yeah, that's the interesting part. I think we're going to see, like we did yesterday, we're going to see a battle for second, and we're going to see a battle for third. That's where it gets super interesting. Indonesia, 4 points in the first match, 2 points in the second. That's not a trajectory you want to be on, and that's going to put them at the bottom of the runner-up pack, where they are now, like you said, out of the qualification for the first time ever in this tournament. And yeah, they're going to have to wake up. They're going to have to figure things out. I think they are a very confident-looking team. They are a very explosive team. So I think they have a really good chance of qualifying, but the teams around them are playing their hearts out as well. So this is going to get super, super interesting. And somehow Myanmar has put themselves in the mix now as well.
Yeah, super, super interesting. I also think it's easier to be out of the qualification spots early on, knowing you have so many more chances. But if you're inside of them for the entirety of the tournament, and now with only 4 more maps to go, you drop out of them, I feel like that's just from a mental perspective, that's so much worse. And this is why I'm just a tiny bit worried for Indonesia. We know how much mental and like mental strength and just the overall setup of the tournament, how much that plays into how good a team plays, especially at the very top level, which we have right here. All of the teams at the very top are absolutely top teams. So I'm just in that regard, I'm a little bit worried for Indonesia right now. Even though we've seen very consistent, the same kind of play that we've seen in what also worked in the first game day of this group stage. We've seen that here today again. So in that regard, I'm not worried, but I'm also worried just based off of the results alone. So interesting. Give me a prediction. I want to get straight up with you. In Indonesia, do you think that's going to continue to go that way?
I think they're coming back. I think they, in the next 2 games, they're going to have one good one. And that's going to be enough to put them back into the top 3. And I think I'm going to put out my prediction again. I think we're seeing Malaysia, Indonesia, and Pakistan at the World Esports Championship.
Interesting. So Malaysia is gonna stay in the top 3.
Malaysia stays, Nepal drops out. I don't know why. It's a gut feeling.
You've just made lots of enemies.
Yeah.
You've just made yourself lots of enemies.
But listen, all right? Again, I think the top 4 when the day started and the top 4 now, to me, deserves to go. They all play fantastic PUBG Mobile. They can't all
Very
go.
true.
One of them is not going to go. No matter how we spin it, how we turn it, some of them are going to have to fall out, and there's not a whole lot we can do about that.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll get one step closer. One more hint after this round on who's going and who isn't. Match number 3 for the second day of the group stage. Here at Group B at the Iesf World Esports Championship Regional Qualifiers for the Asia and Oceania region. It is once again time to see all of these 18 teams play against each other. It is a very straightforward playing path, and the only thing I'm asking myself is, are we going to see a hot job in Milta again? And to me, the definitive answer is no, because once again, I do think that was kind of a car pickup mistake on 2 teams at the same time. So I think we're going to see Milta Power this round and Small Milta Power being looted by 2 different teams, and Milta being probably taken by China only.
The easiest way to figure out if there is a hot drop is to look at where Thailand is landing, and they've been loving the hot drop so far. We've seen them in South George hot dropping, we've seen them in Milta hot dropping. Now they are in Milta Power, and it's looking pretty solid. Almost all teams making it to the loot spots untouched here. Alex, a little bit of a congestion towards the Ferry Pier Bridge, and a little bit of a congestion towards Rozok. But it's looking much cleaner than the last time, at least. But I say that, kills coming out in the kill feed.
Yeah, kills are coming out on the kill feed. Also, we have the first circle being shown towards the eastern side. This is disastrous for Japan for the second time in a row. Japan just started to play well. First and second, relatively. The first game that really have shown us that Japan is a force to be reckoned with was the second to last game of the very first day. And for them to have another game right next to it, right, the last game we've seen on the very first day was absolutely perfect in terms of, you know, taking the confidence they need to make something happen today. Unfortunately, if you start off your day with the amount of frags in the early game against you that we've seen so far, all their confidence kind of gets thrown out the window. So I'm really worried for Japan. They had their chances to get in region qualification spots. Right now, it doesn't really look like it anymore. They would need to have also 2 really, really big games. I want to say maybe even 2 wins to get close. We saw the difference was 30 points, so with 10 points off of placements on a win, they would need to have at least 10 frags between them. And we have more fights going on. Japan did get their player back up, so maybe I'll take it back for the time being, but as Apollo falling down, it is back to our 3-on-3, if I saw that correctly, with Cambodia also losing 1, and that is Nanix.
Yeah. Messy fight. M16 is going to have to do the trick as he finds one with the shotgun. They want to get Apollo back on his feet. The top is going to have something to say about that. Going to try to get the nade on out. It's a messy hot drop. It's not one that you enjoy being in. But what hot drop is they find another opening, they can close this out fairly quickly. And with the risks that are being taken here by Ranzer, he might just find himself caught here. Good nade, good bunch of damage, but it isn't the knock. I think there was only bandages on the other side, though, so healing back up is going to take a whole lot of time, and we could even expect some third parties coming in at some point.
Yeah, maybe the third party is going to come in, actually, but first of all, it is Japan losing the first player this time around.
Oh.
Finally, Matten, he tried to cross the distance, but it just couldn't work out. And maybe Garlic can bring things back, as it is shotguns all around being the bit differentiator between whether or not you get the frag or you don't. And he's got it. Garnet has got the double barrel shotgun in hand. 3 more players remaining, though, and they've got a pretty good setup. Ranza is there in the back lines supporting his teammate in case he gets caught off guard. And right there goes the peak. And Renza has switched his position now. Naoto and his teammates both being at the same building. Not really too much control. Cambodia closing the distance now between each other. They want to get aggressive on this. Look at this. Left side around is the peak. And the double shotgun, at least for now, misses its target.
It's an awkward one. They're playing with the timings. They're dodging around the angles. They just need an opening. They don't want to concede any more losses here. SMPs versus shotguns, jumping around the corners. It's awkward to be inside the buildings, but you can sometimes get the peaks around. There's a nice little spray to open things up. The molly on the other side is not going to help all too much. And just like that, down to a 2v1 now. They want to close this out, but there's still a micro Uzi on the other side. This could still go either way. It's not looking good, though. Japan is the one coming out on top.
Cambodia just cannot get a footing in this lobby, but Japan also... We said they needed a big round. This is the second time they fought now in 2 out of 3 games at the very early stages of these rounds. And man, they're kind of throwing away their own chances. They picked up 30 points in 2 games at the very first day. I said it before. If even anything close to that would have happened today's start of it as well, we wouldn't have to worry about them. But right now we do. Them losing 2 players, once again, it's just not going to be enough to pick up these huge double-digits rounds that they need. And they have the potential to do so as well. So Japan, unfortunately, kind of throwing it away. And this hard job in particular, I mean, let's be honest, it was avoidable. They knew they were going to run into a contest here again if they were to opt to drop at these yellows. And I'm not sure if the yellows, even in and of itself, is a position you should hard job for. I mean, it's horrible fighting there in the first place. Second of all, what do you have after even what do you have even after winning this cleanly? There's no car spawns. There's limited amounts of loot, and there's very limited rotation pathings you can take, with plenty of other teams probably rotating close to you, and maybe even depending on how long the fight goes, having the potential to third party you. So it's all bad.
The hill on your north is such an easy pull up to overlook and start third partying. People can come up from the west, from the ferry pier area. It's not really a position that you value highly, right? It's not a position that you think you need to keep. So it's probably a hot drop they didn't want, and it's probably a hot drop neither of the 2 teams wanted. But if you're in the position of Cambodia, maybe it doesn't matter so much. But
let me say something about them.
Some big games,
well,
they
Cambodia
could have really made it.
Yeah, they could have. Cambodia, someone's in the chat just saying, so far, not so good. But keep going, Cambodia. And I thought that was such a heartwarming and heartfelt message from one of the Cambodian fans. So shout out to Sanada Yukimura, giving a shout out to the Cambodian national team. He's right, though. Unfortunately, he's right.
Yeah, but he doesn't know what's going to happen. I mean, maybe this game is the one, right? Maybe this game is the one that really turns things around. But
yeah.
Well, it's not meant to be. We know that. We're a few minutes in the future. And we know that this wasn't the one. Indonesia, meanwhile, we talked about them a whole lot. Favorites of yesterday. But at some point, really fallen flat. Now in a very central position. Really, really good position to start off the day. I think a 2-2 split around that museum graveyard area. Junkyard area, excuse me. And should be a pretty solid position to start with, but we've seen some crazy phase 2s that just completely blow phase 1 position in the wind.
Indonesia rotating on in. As you have Malaysia with the first player being knocked down. That is 2 top contenders fighting for the bridge and fighting for the rotation inwards. Malaysia is trying to gatekeep it. Oh, you have IQ falling down. What is happening? Pakistan losing a player by the looks of it. From falling. Is he going to be flushed? That's the big question. They're fighting against Japan, apparently, which should be a 4v2 fight originally. At least when it started with IQ being knocked. Maybe it's a 3-on-2, or maybe it's a 3-on-1 now? Yeah, so it's a 3-on-1 when it looks like IQ is going to get picked back up by Noki. So Pakistan is still very much in this game. And Japan, honestly, the positions they have, no chance for a res and only one player being left alive. Really good pickup potential for Pakistan now.
Yeah, especially getting that res is massive, right? Like, the 2 kill points are reasonably easy to get if you're in a 4 versus 2, but staying clean is the hard part, and so far they've been able to do that. Now, if they don't give him the chance to confirm any of his knocks, then that would be beautiful. One more knock, maybe a second one as well, but no. That trade is there just in time, just barely in time, to get Carlos back on his feet and to make sure that they stay kicking in this, and that's exactly what we expect from Pakistan, right? Play close together, use your numbers, use your individual strength, and that should be enough to secure a few points every match and let you cruise towards qualification.
Yep. That's another one down. Done and dusted. Myanmar now losing West Carry and Master. After that great last game, that is the worst potential start into the next one. You do want to keep your momentum up high. And being bridge camped is kind of the worst scenario, honestly, because that's the one scenario where you just don't have control over the situation. We've been talking so often about how and why these top teams are performing, and it's mostly because they decide how they want to play this game. They put pressure on other teams. They are the ones that are never being pressured by other teams because they're the ones taking control of the round. If they do pick fights, it's because they want to take the fight, and that's what kind of differentiates some of these top teams with some of these lesser experienced teams. You can tell whenever Indonesia is in a fight for the majority of this, of at least for the first group day, you could tell if they started it, it's because they wanted to. All right, it's a very calculated kind of risk taking, and you can see the same thing going for Pakistan.
Circle's gone east towards Lipovka. And we will see some teams already centering up. We watched Indonesia. They're a bit struggling around that wizard tower, trying to figure out what they can play, trying to figure out what they can get away with. They love to be prodding and figuring out how far can we go. And sometimes you'll find yourself a nice easy kill. Sometimes you got to be a little careful, especially now that your position is known. But it's worked out for them in the past, and Vietnam is on the short side of this. Now that car is soon going to be blowing up, but there should be a little bit of support. You can see Lamborghini wants to go for it. They're jousting around each other with the vehicles, but this might just dissolve peacefully in the end, and they could easily coexist here. 2 of our top teams, Indonesia and Vietnam.
2 of the absolute top teams. With Indonesia, in comparison though, dropping out as of right now. Of these qualification spots, be reminded, it is all about getting top 3 in this lobby to qualify for the Iesf World Esports Championship, to represent your nation, your country, your honor against the 13 other absolute top teams from all around the world. We have the Americas Regional Qualifiers coming up, the Europe Regional Qualifiers coming up in just a couple of weeks as well. And after that, next month, we will have definitive answer at the very latest on who is playing in Riyadh at the end of this year. And my goodness, I am already looking forward to it. If you get just a quarter of the amount of action that we've seen in the last game, it's going to be one hell of an event.
It's already been a hell of an event, and it's just one of the multiple qualifiers, like you said, right? Circle going again towards the east, again towards Lipovka. Tough area to be in if you're not in one of the most central compounds here. We see Indonesia already flying through the fields to try and get themselves something a little bit more central, maybe ending up in the yellow houses here. They're not yellow in this case, but I just can't get that out of my head. It's a bit of a... It's a problem. It's a problem for Alex. But they get themselves a good position here in the center. As some of our other teams, Vietnam, very close next to them, are now far on the edge, taking it much more slowly. And gonna take a lot more time figuring out what they really want to do with this.
Yeah, a tough circle, but also not so tough circle for almost any team. I think it was to be expected that it was going to go north. You can tell by how these teams position themselves in the new safe zone. Everyone kind of knew it was probably not going to enter Military Power, let's be honest. Which is why almost all of the positions have now been taken. There is a couple of more spots open, I want to say. The Maldives, for example, has taken a huge one over towards the east side. That kind of hillside is giving you lots of information. Also information on that middle centralized compound and the fact that the northern buildings of it that are kind of down low right behind it are completely free. So who knows, maybe they'll get an easy entry.
That is a possibility for sure. Sri Lanka, on the other hand, going towards that mansion forest. Usually a fairly safe pull-up, a position that stays open for quite a while, but that's because it's not the most popular one. Now, Hong Kong cruising on through, getting knocked from multiple sides. It's Vietnam that takes away the kill point here. Now they also know that Sri Lanka is here. They know they have a team to contend with. They know that this is not a free entry either, and they will continue looking. At least they picked up a point here that always feels nice. It almost feels it's more than 1 point. When you just grab that kill, everybody goes, nice. You know you've done something for the game at least. And it can steer you into the right direction sometimes.
Vietnam also trying to steer things into the right direction, and they've done so in the last game. What miracle run that would have been if they would have won that as well. After the really good Sanhok games as well. Also, this is 2 back-to-back really good games for Vietnam. It would be huge if they could get another third going. Huge for their chances in terms of qualification. Doesn't look that unlikely. They just had a knock, but he's gotten back up. So Vietnam continues to rotate in to the western side. They're playing very edge-heavy. I wouldn't have expected, honestly. Out of all the teams, maybe that's also due to the fact that it's just such an east-heavy circle. But out of all the teams I would have expected to play a little bit more centralized, I would have set Vietnam, especially out of the top teams. But they're continuously trying to take a similar kind of approach to Indonesia now. Taking huge space on the edges and then rotating in because of that and making sure they get a safe entry at the very least in Phase 4 and Phase 5. It's been working, but anything after that, as we said, gets significantly more complicated. The more teams you have and the more edge you are.
Yeah, it's the more complicated playstyle for sure. But it's been working for these guys. That is for certain. 3 elims now. Teams in front of them are weakened. They know Brunei has lost members. They've already been eyeing up Malaysia there as well. And they will make their entry. And even if you just find 1 free kill on a team in front of you, that can be a massive opener. That can make the push so much easier later on, like that. But it's a nice frag back from Cook. It's a second one out of the shack as well. He's doing so much damage here, finally taken down. And once again, it's Malaysia doing damage, but it's the numbers of Pakistan that keep them in this. It's just so important how closely they are stacking to each other, Felix. Second time in this game that they do get knocked down because they are so aggressive, but they're able to consolidate almost immediately.
Yeah, and that's so important, that immediate consolidation. IQ gets another one. It's this second frag as well. IQ once again showing off why Pakistan is such a force to be reckoned with. Yoni now is also grouping up. That's pretty good. All the rest of the I8 players, aka the Pakistani representatives, have now been grouped up on that shack. It is a tough zone, as I said. Sometimes you just have to make do with what you get. This time around, it's that little shack. You have people above you, which I do believe might have been Vietnam, actually, now. I only saw a light green team of them. I'm not sure who it is exactly, but there's a team right above them. There's 2 more teams coming into the edge, so there's nothing more in terms of space you can really take. So Pakistan might just be a little bit more passive, at least for the time being.
This is buying them some time, though. This fight in the warehouses here between Thailand and Myanmar is buying Pakistan a little bit of time to do whatever they want on that hillside. Now, Smile is trying his very best to dodge any of these nades as they want to stay in this. They've gotten so many points in the last one. They've made such a big move on the leaderboard, but now they're not looking good. Thailand on the sweep, finds one with the UMP. The M4 comes out. It's the second one behind the car. And Thailand is running over this. 2 kills, quick succession. Now they can play a big game out of here, Felix. They've got a really good position to start playing up the hillsides.
Oh, yeah, secret! Ladies and gentlemen, secret! With one hell of a performance, Thailand is coming back, and they needed that as well. They were pretty much the only team that didn't really have 2 great games out of all the top teams that we've seen. They had that 1 good game with around double-digit points, but they needed more. We said they needed more. They started off with 40 points, 43 points, I believe it was. So far, it's been barely over double digits that they've got that from the first two. So, more is needed. Pakistan, meanwhile, you said they have a little bit more space now with a fight going on right behind them, and they're using it. They're using it. I love this aggression. I love this stretch. I love them picking up the kill points they need, and this was one of them. Isolated player, they knew he was solo, grabbed the nades, grabbed the kill point, and Pakistan, as a result of that, will be taking the lead with 91 points at the moment. They're just not to be stopped, ladies and gentlemen, and they've got a pretty good edge in terms of fighting, too.
Yeah, they've got a beautiful position now to keep playing this game from. Sri Lanka, at the meantime, is dismantling Bangladesh. Look at the amount of util coming over. The SMGs are coming out. DBS on the other side is absolutely lethal. But it's 2 knocks that can be easily traded because the last Bangladeshi player is nowhere to be found. I want to come back very, very quickly to Pakistan, though. They've already gotten their 5 elims. They've already done their job again. And they continue to do that every single game, Felix. Here we see some teams struggling for space, struggling to make anything work. But those teams, they need big games. Pakistan does not at all. Pakistan is happy with the kills they've gotten, and they're even going to amount more here in this game. But they just continue to consistently do the job. And it's so impressive to see how they can pull it off every single game.
Yeah. That's the big thing. Ooh, good spray coming out from Steel Shot. Pretty good shots. Here's the solo as well, ruining the chance of Sri Lanka. That must be disastrous for their morale right now. They just want to find a footing in this one, and then they get shot out by Steel Shot. Oh, if you would have just maybe spread a little bit longer, you would have gotten that player who just exited his vehicle as well. But that being said, player zone is coming in. One more Sri Lankan player being taken down, and he needs to make his way in as well.
Thailand taken out. That means they're no longer in the sights of Pakistan. 8 elims now. They're looking for the next team. They're going to fight their way down that ridgeline. They don't even have to go up the hill here. They can play comfortably below Vietnam, who have their own bit of troubles to deal with. Lamborghini finds a good spray, but he's got multiple players of the Nepal squad. They've been quiet this game. We haven't talked about them all too much, Felix, but they're still in contention as well. Remember, Nepal, one of the names we definitely need to watch out for. Right now getting held up by Vietnam, and it's not looking good for them here, but Goshu is going a little deep, maybe.
Yeah, maybe just a tiny bit too deep, and it is indeed Vietnam that I spotted on the top of that hillside, and it feels like they weren't quite aware that so many teams were going to sneak up on each and every single side, and look at this, they're being picked apart from both sides. Gozu being taken down. There is one good trade against Pakistan, and they need to be careful. It is only 3 players left alive for them. You can see one of them died really far towards the outskirts, so Pakistan has to kind of drive and divert their forces once more. But then again, Vietnam has secured knocks from both sides, and that means it's only Kwanji left alive. And well, what's more is he going to do? I don't even think he can get these players back up, depending on how the sidelines are. There's people towards his west, people towards his south, people towards his east. What more can he do? I feel like they're going to be limited any second now.
Yeah, it's not easy. You gotta find your timing to get out of the pinch, right? When you're playing such a center position, you're waiting 1 or 2 circles until you're in the late game, and then you try to get out of that middle. You have to get out of the pinch so you can fight one team isolated. That's not easy to do, and that doesn't always work out. Now Indonesia sweeping on in as well. Nepal sweeping in. This might be the timing for Vietnam to get out of there, right? This might be the knocks they needed. This might be the scrap they needed to get out of the pinch. So far, the trades are coming through, but the fight's not over yet.
No, fight's not over yet. There's another nade coming on through as Heights Dami goes down. And now there's only 2 more players left alive for Nepal. They're fighting for their lives right now. Indonesia is approaching. Maybe he can see him. No, he doesn't. Punbut goes down. This is a 2v2 trade right now. Nepal is fighting for its existence in this round, and they're being really good on top of that. And meanwhile, this gives Vietnam now the opening to third party this. One more trade. It is Indonesia striking back against Liquid. But is it gonna be enough? That is the big question, as all of these 3 teams are still standing. Look at this, Kwanji with a big look. Now Nepal is being taken out. But look at this, Kwanji, I said it before, and Vietnam in general, they're so very close. Now the nade are coming in. Did they see him? I think they saw him.
They have a good idea of what's going on. Yeah, they have a good idea of what's going on. They've been able to hold on. That's the massive thing as well, right? Taking down a team right in front of them, taking a team that's been outperforming them on the leaderboard every now and then. This is massive for Indonesia, but there's now 2 teams again. Pakistan has had time to regroup, has had time to res their players back up, and now it's Indonesia getting crunched. They got out of the pinch for a second, and there's a new pinch waiting for them. It's not easy. It's not easy when you're on an edge with so many good teams, but look at all the third parties coming in, Felix. Nobody down here is having a good time right now.
No, nobody down there is having a good time indeed. Chinese Taipei, though. Gotta give a quick shout out to them. 2 frags. We haven't really seen them in late game at all, I think, in any of these matches. So for them to finally get some placement points on the board, and also a couple of elimination points, is really, really important for them. They did have the best position. I was talking about it. Their position, and especially the buildings up north being free. So they didn't really have to move too much. But also, we said it time and time again, these are the kind of rounds you need to pick up.
Gotta pick him up, but the big stories are written on that southwestern edge. Now, one more falling for Pakistan. It is Bhutan making their moves. They've impressed us time and time again as well. Now they have the best team in the lobby ahead of them, but it is a 4v2 if they would decide to take it. They don't have to, though. They're fine playing where they are. They're fine holding their ground. So is Pakistan. Pakistan would love to get a third party in here. Vietnam finds exactly what they want. One more kill point, one more placement, and they keep creeping towards the triple digits. Keep creeping towards the 100-point line, and it's working out so well for them right now. It's just the sheer consistency. IQ is on 6 elims right now, Felix.
6 eliminations they needed as well. IQ, he's been once again the star fragger for this lineup. And he's been one of the biggest reasons why these guys are standing at the very top of the overall leaderboard. But it's not over yet. It is far from over. They have secured 10 frags, but they're still very much inside the circle. Now Bhutan is creeping up, but look at that position. Momo is all alone at the moment, and the rest of the Bhutan players would still have to cross the road for them to even make anything against that happen. I don't think they know where Yoni is at the moment. If Momo exits his vehicle, he's going to be an easy pickup for him. He peeks around the corner. Bhutan loses its first player, and suddenly everything becomes possible again for Pakistan. I think the nade is going to flush that player too. This is such a strong pickup for Pakistan right now on that eastern edge.
Just goes a little too far, goes a little too high up. He wants to take a powerful tree position, right? But he's going too high up. He's not able to be covered anymore by any of his teammates. Ay, 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 not the opening you want. Bhutan, this was one of the games you could have closed it out in, but they're just meeting the best players in the lobby. It's just not looking good for them right now. Look at that nade, it's so good.
Might be almost perfect. IQ gets taken down very low. Both players still need to be very careful, but then again, the Bhutan players are still far from really being grouped up, and this could give Yoni another opportunity of maybe taking another knock. He will at least get the flash in. Look how Pakistan has once again turned around the situation. Just based off of smart play and good edge holding, they've reduced the 4v2 down to a 2-on-2. And Bhutan, look at this, they're getting shot in the back even further. IQ! What is this guy made of? It's that 7th potential frag, depending on who's getting that flash. And Bhutan is being picked apart one by one. Yeah. These guys cannot be stopped. And we were asking ourselves before this match, is this going to be the qualification for Riyadh? And I think at this point, it looks very likely.
100%. They're just not to be stopped right now, right? They seem to be in a different class. One first aid is all that IQ has to work with. There's nades coming his way, but look at that. No hesitance at all. He knows he has a knock player right next to them. He knows he has to be careful, but he does not care. 7 defeats for IQ right now. He's still got Yona in the back, holding over his shoulder a little bit. But you can just tell they're having fun with it as well. The confidence is peaking, and they're just cleaning up. Whatever comes their way, it's been falling apart. Whoever tries gets swept aside. It's just, they are clearly better than the rest of the lobby right now. And this is really the Pakistan we've seen yesterday.
Yeah, it's even more consistent. Look at this. Kid, needs to move out of here as well. Oh, IQ has no idea, but he can't get the spray in time. The damage is just too high, and Bhutan gets taken out in 3rd place. That's still a very good round for Bhutan. I said that I wanted to see these guys perform, and they have, and now it is all down to a 3-on-2. Chinese Taipei, they have not picked up a single round so far. They have never been in this situation even, so that gives them kind of a disadvantage. And again, they've got the circle, they've got the players, so what more can Pakistan do?
I feel like there's a chance, right? IQ has no meds. That's the big problem. Yone needs to find an opening. Yone is the one that needs to win a 1v1 on his side of the circle. And if he does, they have a chance to win it. If he doesn't, IQ is going to have a terrible time there. No meds, no util, but there's the free spray. There's the free knock. And just like that, it's all but possible. He's going to draw attention now. He's going to draw one player off to his side. And IQ might be able to strike. Pakistan might do the absolute unthinkable here and just bombard themselves to another chicken dinner.
And look at how much space he has. He could move around even further than what he's doing already. He's got a smoke going. I don't think he realizes how passive Chinese Taipei is right now, and you can tell. Emperor, he's just sitting, proning in the grass. He's not even sitting. He's just proning in the grass right now. He's not doing anything with the circle space he has. He wants to wait for the next circle to just close on out, because then he's going to be in the deep circle center, and everyone else is going to have to move towards him. But that would have worked perfectly if they wouldn't have lost that third player. Now it comes down to the next aim fight, as you said, and IQ, I'm not sure if he's to be expected down there.
It's a good position he has. He should have a lot of information. He should have a lot of vision down on these players. But Yone has already made a bit of a creep up that Pink has not realized, right? He's not seen that move coming out. And there's IQ catching one. What is going on, Felix? These guys are just not to be stopped. Everything they touch is just turning into gold. Now they've brought this down into a 2v1. They seem to have such a good idea as well about where Emperor is playing.
And Pakistan is on the brink of making the unthinkable happen. We said it before. Pakistan have been playing out of their mind so far. The I-8 roster has been representing their nation to the best of their ability. And it's just one player in between them and the win here. The upset, the unthinkable. They've started this edge clearing process with only 3 players. Emperor takes down Yoni though. And it's down to IQ, the one player who's been helping Pakistan throughout these matches so very long. And that nade is pretty good. Has to jump to the side, pre-fire towards the left side of the tree. And it's not happening just yet. He's got another nade going. That one is really close. Oh, Chinese Taipei has done it. And it's the 1v2. It is not Pakistan, after all, to pick up this round. I think that is a surprise to us all.
Pakistan actually letting it slip through their fingers. They were looking so unbeatable at some point here. But Chinese Taipei, they do the job. They get it done. 17 points, 7 eliminations. There's nothing to scoff at. And that is one of the hardest teams that you would ever have to take out. So shout out to them. Well played in the end. The nades were just perfection, right? He throws one at the tree. He throws one a little further back. And there's nothing IQ can do to clutch that one out. Crazy game. Crazy game, especially though from Pakistan, right? We've been singing their praises for the entirety of this game. Everybody was scrapping for points. Everybody was trying to hold on. But Pakistan was on a different level right now.
Yeah, Pakistan was on a different level. They were fragging out from the get-go, from the very start of this game. And I think it would have been even bigger if they would have gotten to that phase 4 circle with a full 4-man. But they made it work anyways. And that's the big thing. They don't need a full 4-man. They just need smart edge play. They just need the meds, the nades, the utility, and that's legitimately all they need. So I'm really worried for any team that is gonna face them at the Iesf World Esports Championship, because as of right now, I think these guys are qualified with this round. I think it's done and dusted. We might have. I always say might, but honestly, we have the first team that is qualified already with 3 more maps to go. Unbelievable.
They're in a different league right now. They are better than everybody else, and they are showing it. And I think we have a lot of fantastic teams in this lobby. We have Nepal, Indonesia, Vietnam. They're just all fighting for this same entire edge, right? Everybody's suffering, everybody's struggling. And somehow Pakistan was able to just stay completely out of that. They were never touched. They were always just chilling on their side of the hill. But part of the reason they were chilling so much is because everybody that came to their side got killed, right? They took care of Malaysia. They took care of Thailand coming out of the warehouses. They took care of Bhutan at the bottom side. They continuously swept back to get 1 third-party kill on Vietnam. 1 third-party kill towards, I think it was Nepal on the side. And that just makes the game so much easier. So really, really good stuff from them. Really calculated aggression. And I don't know how the leaderboard looks, but we are having a ton of teams now that fight for that 2nd and 3rd spots. And we have one team that's clearly above it all.
Yeah, Pakistan is going to be so far above. I think they were 15 points above, maybe even 25 points above potentially the 4th place team. And with this round, 15, 16 frags at the very least. And the 2nd place, they're going to be even higher than that. Maybe even scratching the 30, 40 points mark to a non-qualification spot at least. So, I mean, yeah, we said these guys were probably going to be qualified, and I think they are. But yeah, you also said the rest of the teams are so very close to each other. We've had good games now from Malaysia again, Myanmar, Vietnam also scraped plenty of points. I thought they were going to go out way earlier than they actually did because of all the skirmishes around and everyone trying to converging on that hill. So maybe even Vietnam has made a couple of good movements up towards these qualification spots. We're going to take a look at that in a second. Let's take a look at these team stats, though, first of all, with Emperor being the man of the hour and 0 damage received. What?
Yeah. That man was standing in a very tall building shooting at people for a very long time.
Yeah.
But he got himself his 400 damage, he got himself his 4 elims, and he's put a big stamp in the performance of Taipei. They haven't had the best tournament so far, but this game, they did exactly what they had to do. They took the compound, they held it, they made sure to hold out the right teams at the right time, and then they closed out the end game. The end game wasn't super clean. It wasn't easy, it wasn't a sweep, but they closed it out in the end, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, not an easy thing. Not an easy thing, though, to accomplish. 21 points, ladies and gentlemen. That is one of the best rounds we've seen from any team. And to no surprise, it comes from Pakistan again, who's also secured the biggest round here at the Iesf World Esports Championship qualifiers of the Asian. It is going to be so very close on the overall leaderboard. I can't wait. But first, we're going to take a look at some of these statistics from match 9 once more. 295 smokes nades. Still less than I expected, to be honest. And once again, only 1 vehicle eliminations. These teams, despite us seeing a lot of fights early on, I want to say phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3, still very rarely get shot out of rotation. I think that also speaks volumes about the strategic kind of level we have in this lobby so far. With 18 teams, usually you would expect way more players being shot out of rotation, but they've adapted to this lobby quite well.
They have, and this is again a good excuse for us to explain why we talk so much about Pakistan, right? They have the most elims, the most damage, the most assists, the most healing, and the most knocks, and a lot of that is IQ, but he has teammates stepping up to hold his
surprise,
back.
Surprise!
8 elims, 2 assists, 2 headshots, and making it to the very end game. He's the MVP of this match. And he's stealing the thunder a little bit from a Chinese Taipei that wins this game.
Yeah. I mean, IQ, he's been the man of the tournament so far. I think you would agree.
Yeah,
despite
absolutely.
Here and there, some people making big strides towards this. All in all, I think IQ, and we're going to see that in player statistics. I'd be surprised if he wouldn't be the player that had the most eliminations in the entirety of the tournament so far. And this is a good reason for it. I mean, 8 eliminations, 2 assists on top of the eliminations. Usually, if you had 8, that's already insane in and of itself. But that usually means you've kind of snagged a couple away from your teammates, but you're also getting 2 assists. So massive stuff from IQ. Also 1.2k damage. I would have expected even more, but then again, these fights that they did have, they closed down really fast, which also speaks to Pakistan's decision making in terms of taking fights. And in the straight up head-to-head, once again, it's going to be a really definitive answer on who was taking control of the round, especially.
And they are not wasting, they're not sitting around wasting time. Like, they're not ADR farming each other, they're not healing off. They're identifying a weakness and they're punishing it as 3. You know, they even when they clear that shack, 2 of them get knocked, but they instantly get the trade. When they clear the Japan player on the bridge, one of them gets knocked, they instantly get the trade. They're not letting enemies heal up, so they're not farming damage, which doesn't matter. Damage doesn't give you points. They are closing out their fights quickly, so That's why the damage numbers are not that high. 3,000 damage is pretty high though, regardless. But it is to be expected for a game like this. And we're now gonna see them on the overall standings, running away with it completely. But look at all these teams with a 7 in front of that point total.
What the hell is happening? We have 4 teams actually now in 5-point reach of each other. And let's be honest, we have 2 more spots that are open. 77 on Malaysia, 76 on Nepal, 76 in Indonesia. Points tied with Nepal, obviously having the tiebreaker with a winner-winner chicken dinner. And then Vietnam is 72 as well. Vietnam has brought it back from a 20-point difference almost to a 5 points difference, or even 4 points, depending on how you want to take it. Unbelievable. Nothing short of amazing. Also, Myanmar still in the run with that big game in Bhutan. We can only sit here and think about what would have happened if these guys would have secured one of the rounds, either the first one or the third one that we've seen so far, because then they would be in absolute close contention, if not already in the qualification spot as well.
Yep, this is pretty much what we're at right now. We have 6th to maybe 8th place. They need a win if they want to compete. All the other teams just have to play solid games. 72 to 76. That's a little hop. That's not even a gap. You can't call that a gap. And it's gonna get so exciting. It's gonna get so exciting. A lot of teams at the bottom of the scoreboard that don't really have a say in this anymore. They're fighting for pride. They're trying to learn as much as they can from this lobby. They're trying to represent their country as the best they can, but they're not really competing for the top 3 spots anymore. So top 5, top 7, super stacked, super interesting, and then it falls off a little bit.
Falls off a little bit indeed. All these teams almost already being out of the run in terms of qualification. But as we said before, all of these teams are still fighting for their honor, for representing their nation. They've all had to make it through each to their respective qualifiers of their nation. So it's that in and of itself. I was talking about Mongolia, for example, yesterday. Their esports association hosted a single tournament just to find out who's representing their nation.
Yeah.
That's how long these qualifications, have already gone through. So all of these teams have already made a big step in towards representing their nation, and now it's come so close for plenty of them. 7 teams essentially still have a chance at this. We have 3 more games to go, with Erangel being there once more. Kovo, one last prediction before we potentially head into a break again. Tell me, are you sticking with your prediction?
You're addicted to predictions, are you?
Yes, I am. Of course I am. It's 3 spots only.
It's 3 spots only, and I think we're gonna have a very similar thing. I think we have a few teams that are just stuck at that top, that are incredibly close to each other, and one of them has to go out. I'm sticking to Indonesia at this point. I think they have what it takes, but I feel like they're all on equal footing. Malaysia, Nepal, Indonesia, even Vietnam. I think they're just as good as each other. So there's a lot of things that can happen in these last few games. There's a lot of crazy stuff that might go down with half of the lobby not being able to qualify anymore. But we'll have to wait and see. The players will have to show us.
And the players will show us right after this very quick break. We'll be right back in a couple of minutes for the remaining 3 games of Group B. Welcome back after this short break. It's been an explosive set of games already. We have a couple of absolute favorites now to book their ticket to Riyadh at the end of this year for the Iesf World Esports Championship qualifiers here at the regional finals for the Asia and Oceania region. Pakistan. Let's quickly touch once more on Pakistan. Kob, is there anything else they could be doing better? Let me ask it this way. Is there anything else you look at the leaderboard? 107 points just speaks volumes for yourself.
Yeah.
Are they mathematically qualified? I think at this point they already goes to show you how much he's throughout the entirety of this day, and maybe we will have one more. Match 10 is make as much sense now that I say it, but it's happening anyway. So, Sidia, you're in big trouble. That's not going to happen. Malaysia is going to pick up an easy frag against Sri Lanka, who've been struggling in this tournament so very much. And first blood is going to be picked up by Malaysia as a result of that.
It's a big point for Malaysia. They love every single one of them. They are close to qualifying, but they haven't had that pleasure that Pakistan has had to actually just lock it in. You know, they haven't had the chance to separate themselves from the rest of the pack. So every single point feels so damn good for them right now. And that's a very nice pickup to start the game, to start the last Erangel of the day.
Massive, massive pickup. We have the live rankings as well for you guys in case you've just tuned in for the last 3 matches of this qualification phase. It's the last day of the qualification as well. Yesterday we've had 2 teams already make it. In case you haven't seen these qualification games, I can only recommend you from the bottom of my heart to watch these games again. They've been nothing short of amazing. Bahrain and Mongolia have secured their tickets. I can already spoil you as much from Group A. So these 2 teams will be joining the top 3 teams of this lobby in Riyadh later this year, with the Saudi host country already being invited as well as the reigning champions, who've been Team Kyrgyzstan and their amazing performance from last year.
Kyrgyzstan as well, one of the teams that just seemed better than the rest of the lobby, running away with it at the very end, similar to what we see from Pakistan here. And it's going to be a really interesting story, right? Because we're singing the praises here of Pakistan, but the lobby is going to change so much. You take the very best out of each region, you put them on a LAN final, you put them on a stage with a crowd. It's going to be different. It's going to feel different. It's going to hit different, and I can't wait to see it. Brunei, cruising towards the circle. They showed promise at the start of the tournament, but I hate to say that they've really been falling off since then.
Bangladesh. It's been a troublesome tournament for them, where we see someone from I8, someone from Pakistan driving himself over, apparently. I don't think it's going to result in a flush. I can only imagine that was a little bit of I mean, I was originally going to contribute it to nervousness, but let's be honest, they're not nervous at all by the way they've been playing. So we'll have to... Yeah, I mean, at this point, we can only guess what happened, but what we do know is it's not going to result in a knock and flush. It's only going to be the knock, and knock you will be rest back up. But yeah, Bangladesh, coming back to Bangladesh. Once again, they've been struggling. Such a big nation, rather experienced roster as well, at least more experienced than plenty of teams above them, like Brunei, like Timor-Leste have been. But in contrast to them, they've not caught up to any of the top teams, despite my prediction for them to do so. 34 points as they currently stand in 12th place.
Predictions are tough, man. Lobbies are crazy. Some of the teams are suffering that right now. Some of the teams are understanding that this is pretty hard to predict. It's pretty hard to read what's going to happen. And then other teams are just having a ball, enjoying life. So wait and see how that works out now. Chinese Taipei, winners of the last match. It's going to feel nice. It's going to feel nice to prove that you can do it. It's going to feel nice that you can close out a game against some of the best in the game. But it's not going to change their position. At least not materially.
Nope. Definitely isn't. Hong Kong, China. Same kind of scenario for Bangladesh, I feel like. If we gotta be honest though, if that region would send its best players, it would be a whole different scenario. I feel like we gotta get crowded to that region more than... Do we have to? No, I think everyone knows the strength of this region. But either way, I think in the future there is going to be way more potential there. I don't want to discredit that team, but I just know how strong of a region this is. It's one of the strongest regions in the entire world, and there's a reason why we have fees and salary fees on some of these Chinese players that are just past anything I, as an esports player, have ever come across at, and why some of these fees to maybe have, transitioning fees from one team to another are miraculously high. Like, we're talking 6-digit US dollar fees for people like for Paraboy, for example. So just to give you guys a perspective how big that region is. But I think everyone knows at this point. I'm talking about stuff that everyone who's been familiar with PUBG Esport knows. It's just been the biggest region for the last 4 years. So I'm patiently waiting for them guys to send their A roster. If that happens, it's going to be another whole different dimension of esports tournaments than what we already have with the amount of viewers and the amount of incredibly experienced teams like PMGC champions in Group A.
PMGC champions, PMSL champions, we've got it all. We've got a good mix of the bunch here. And we've got a pretty central circle that is already super stacked. And you can just tell the different playstyles just from looking at this map, right? We have Vietnam, once again, early, center, compound split. We have Nepal with a bit of something in the middle. And then we have a Pakistan who's vibing. They're chilling. They're across the bridge still. They'll cross later. They'll figure out if they have to cross and when they'll have to cross. We have Malaysia as well, taking their time, playing it slow on the edge. It's completely different playstyles, polar opposites, and both working out really nicely here.
Yeah. Too early to tell whether or not that's going to make a big difference, but sometime soon. Gonna find out. Cambodia now on the first rotate. They will find one of the players that we've just been talking about. Light does go down. Unfortunately for China, for Hong Kong, China, that is gonna be the end for him. He's not gonna get rest back up. I don't think so. Cambodia in too strong of a position to do anything about China. At least for the rest of the rotates, they will make it through. You can tell Cambodia is going to be really happy about this. Also, the team that's been underperforming the most on the second half of the leaderboard, at least in terms of experience across the players.
It's a tough time. I've said it time and time again. I am so surprised how many teams were able to stay consistent and proficient in these lobbies, considering how different they play and considering how much of a different game it is. So I have big respect for everybody that stayed consistent, and I completely understand the teams that haven't. Nepal finding 1 or 2 here. Yeah. Vietnam finding 1 as well. That's nice pickups, things you love to see. All these teams. As Vietnam needs every single point. So does Nepal. Currently picking up 1. Nepal, I think, not getting their flush here, not getting the connect, because this res that we're watching right now is the knock they had. Being able to get from quite a long range to a car.
Pretty good stuff. Still interested to see whether or not some of these teams are going to change their position if they're on Gatgun now, because we've seen this circle yesterday and it's been working out perfectly for plenty of these teams, and we know these circles also tend to have kind of an affinity around that compound. So I'm really liking the split that we're seeing from Nepal right now. I think it's going to make a lot of Nepalese fans really happy. It is one of the strongest positions, always was the western side. We're going to have to wait and see though. Next circle shift is once again going to give us a pretty good idea on who's got a pretty strong position for this game, and who's going to have to fight through plenty of other teams. And because as of right now, it's still very, very split between all of them. You can see even Vietnam has got a pretty big split going. They not only secured Pachinki with the charge, but they've also gotten the compound just west of it, which is a pretty strong position to hold, and also a pretty strong position to hold. In the late game especially, whether or not it shifts west, once again, is to be determined in around 30 seconds. But, well, I'm talking about all of that. We have another fight coming up, and this is a pretty good one for Indonesia. It looks like they have complete control of the situation, with Laos being sitting ducks right in front of them.
This is a fight you love to be taking. You're peeking up from the bottom ridges, you see players above you, and you can start using util to flush them out. Look at the damage coming in already. Multiple nades on both these players. If they find one opening, it's going to make life so much easier. There's the first. There's the second player down to just 1 HP. Boy on the prone. And they are trying to flood this as fast as they can, Felix. They want to get these kills before anybody else gets involved, because once again, every point matters. Ponbit on a bit of a side angle. And Razy is still trying to get it. Finally finds the nade. Finds the second. They find the third. And now they can sweep. Now they can swarm this. They have a good idea where the last player is. And this might just be 4 points here for Team Indonesia.
Perfect. This is the perfect opportunity. The only thing they need to be careful of is now not getting the trades unnecessarily tough. You can tell Pombit has just been taken out without anyone close by. So that's the only thing they really need to be worried about. Don't lose anyone for nothing. But it doesn't look like that's going to happen. Just one more shot being needed, right? See? I was scared for a second. He did get taken down very low with no chance for Laos. No one there to support them in their endeavor to staying alive, which usually other teams can. But this time around, no one's going to be towards their north. No one's going to be towards their east. So, pretty good stuff from Indonesia and picking this fight. They knew that, obviously, before they begun that. If any team would have had a chance of third-partying them, I think Indonesia wouldn't have moved out of the compound. But they also realized the longer they wait, the higher the chance is for that third party to come in. So, really good stuff coming in from Indonesia. I really like what they did just there. And result of that, 4 points, and especially confidence. Confidence is the one thing that they've been missing throughout this day. They've played such methodical, strong PUBG Mobile, but the big rounds have been missing. Maybe this is the start for Indonesia to come back into contention for the top 3 spots.
This is what they need. Circle goes towards the west. Nothing major for most of the teams here. They knew there was a chance of this happening. Nepal set up nicely. Vietnam in a beautiful split. And what is that? Pakistan is in a breach versus Sri Lanka. This is clumsy holding on. 1v3. It's just 1 HP left on Yoni. He's coming around the corner as well. He might get this. What is that? That's a 1v4.
Oh my goodness. That is the most absurd stuff we've ever seen. The one team that's not been dealt with from anyone has suddenly been 1v4'd by Clumsy. And out of all the nicknames to do it, it's been Clumsy too. He's anything but clumsy, let's be honest. 1v4 against the strongest team in the lobby. And we're getting right back into the action as Malaysia is trying to pick up some points as well. Shackle looks like he's one of the only players remaining, at least in this compound, and on the northern side of it, as the rest of his teammates are falling as well. Chevy goes down, Pia Zhao follows right after. It's only one player left alive, and Malaysia has not lost a single one, at least. Flushed has not lost a single one, to be exact. No, you can tell all of them are still standing, and Kenny is in the process of being revived as well.
Cluck's making moves. Staying alive. Dodging around the corners. He's now trying to make the push. Shako. His days are numbered. Time is running up. And Malaysia stays clean in it. Malaysia getting 3. Indonesia already getting themselves 4. The top is heating up. Vietnam's in a prime position as well, Felix. It's looking like they're all just gonna have good games again from here.
Yeah, it looks like it. We gotta get a replay of it, ladies and gentlemen. There we have it. The 1v4 Clumsy 1, 2, 3. How on earth? The pre-fire on all of them. Oh my god, the turnaround as well!
Yeah.
Clumsy's nuts! He is absolutely nuts. And then the push around the corner as well does not let him give... Just doesn't give him the time to pop up that first aid either. My goodness, that is played to absolute perfection. Clip that, get it on your Instagram, and share it as much as you can, because that's one of the craziest things you'll ever do in your entire career.
Against the best team in the lobby, no less. Against the best team you can find. Easy 1v4. Jimmy finds one of Nepal, though. That's a big fight, Felix. That's a big bunch of teams that we have to care about. Nepal finally having to move on in. And it's looking like that's erupting between Malaysia and Nepal.
It looks like Indonesia, for the time being, doesn't have a problem. Quite unconscious to, as you said, Nepal. And these are some massive, massive knocks. Look at this. Liquid jumping straight in. Doesn't even wait for his teammates. He's all alone on that eastern side, but he also needs to, because otherwise his teammates will be flashed through the windows. A couple of more shots being traded, but Liquid still stays alive. Double nade coming out from both of these teams, actually, now. I think Liquid and Ajaya are both throwing it out as well. This is disastrous. That's a flush. That's the one thing that Nepal just didn't want to happen. Not only a flush, but also he takes down Liquid to 20 HP. First stage should be fine. That nade almost would have caught him if it would have been thrown 5 seconds earlier. But for now, he's staying alive, with Malaysia still having 2 players inside of it.
Oh, I think... Oh, that's a big nade. That's a big nade. That's a double nade from Cluck.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, that's so big over the top. I think he knocks himself on the process as well. Maybe it's a triple nade in that sense. But he does take down one. And Ajaya has to do it all. DBS in hand, comes around the corner. Kenny's in the open. And Kenny is sat down. Malaysia's not going to win this one. But it's Nepal just bleeding players as well. I don't even know if they're going to get the res here, Felix.
No. I mean, stage 4 might just be too late. But he could pick him up, put him on the back of a vehicle, and just drive him out of there. That's definitely an option. Question is where to, as we have the next fight raining on in. The next fight, I should say, because Indonesia is fighting against Bhutan as well. Vietnam, big trouble around Pochinki. Gozu now could trade things out, though. He knows exactly where the player's out. This could be a perfect nade. Pops it across the ridgeline. No damage being done, though, apart from the knock he's already got.
Lamborghini, he was the player on top. He was the player with all the information. He was the player with all the vision. Now they have to figure out what they want to do with this. Vietnam, they have to take down Thailand, and it's a big cross for Gozu. What is that? Does he not know there's more players there? Does he not want to respect them at all?
He must have, right?
Oh, that is just the worst thing that could have happened for Vietnam in that position.
Unfortunate. It's only 1 frag so far for Vietnam. Quan Chi is all left on his lonesome. He's the last player standing for the Vietnamese national team. And at least he's got 1 more nade. But he's got 3 more Thailand players. Thailandese? What is that?
What is that?
Doesn't even exist. No. Thailand players right in front of him. So many countries at some point. I gotta mix them up. Look at this. They're driving down now. Quan Chi has to defend it. Good first shots. And look at this. Secret. He's really low on HP as well. Quan Chi's got the chance. He doesn't hit the S12K shot to trade things out. No, indeed he doesn't. And even if he would have, I don't think it would have mattered. There's another team right on their ridgeline already driving up. And it is Myanmar. They want to get a piece of the action too. And they will do so as well, since Thailand only has 1 more player as well. And it is Bull Evo all the way up towards Church.
Yeah, Cambodia as well, getting third-party shots in there. It wasn't just Myanmar. It's just not possible here to get out of this cleanly anymore. There's Japan that's lurking on the backside as well, a little bit further down the hill. It is far away shots coming on in. It is still Evo on top of that Church. 6 eliminations is good for Thailand, but they need much more. They need so much more. Myanmar on 3, Indonesia on 5 right now. But Indonesia, they can still play out of their compound here. If they play this cleanly and they clean up their edge, this could be the game they need. But so far, at least, they've gotten themselves a few kill points, where Malaysia, Nepal, we've both seen them go out, right? The competition has given them a chance.
Oh, Indonesia continues to frag out. Maybe he's going to get the second one as well. Ling Yong is out in the open for anyone to potentially pick him up, and yeah, There he goes. Indonesia picking up another frag. Hong Kong, China being eliminated now as well. It is Indonesia back in play. 6 frags. They are not inside the circle though, as they are fighting for a spot inside of it. And you can tell they want to fight this with nades in particular. Cambodia right in front of them. They know their positions. 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe 8 nades raining in already. No knocks though. It feels like these nades are coming short just a tiny bit.
They're just not getting any results on them. They looked so good. They looked solid. And there were so many of these nades coming on in, but really not finding anything. And the second they overpeak, the second they stay in for a little bit too long, they instantly take the damage. So, tricky questions now for Indonesia. Do you wrap back south? Do you give this one up? Yummy is taken out to just 1 HP, trying to prone up behind the car. The pressure's on, and there's no easy solution for them here. There's no easy way out of this. They really have to step up and figure out something to make it work.
Timor-Leste still looking for that initial shot, looking for that initial entry. They've been playing it very calmly, very calm and collected, especially in from the northeastern side. They've held this ridgeline right in front of them clear so that they could take it later on. So really good stuff coming in from Timor-Leste. Good rotation, find themselves a good spot inside stage 5. And the next circle closing, still more teams that will have to fight their way in, Indonesia being one of them. They do opt now for a very fast southern road. They'd have to be careful though. Japan is in front of them. Do they know of this? I think if they would have known this before the rotation started, I don't feel like they would have driven here, because without smokes, there's no survivability. They need to clean them, and they do. Francie gets an opening. Apollo goes down.
They're just barely out of nade range as well. They're barely out of nade range, which is absolutely massive. Now the pull-up comes in. Pombit, he's been baiting for a while, but he can't any longer. Mattoon close range with the Sarazi. He does lose it out. There's just one left standing. It's Naoto. Nade in hand. Can he do it? It's probably too little too late, but... oh, he barely doesn't get it done. Indonesia stays alive for just another second, but there's already new contenders coming in. That's 9 defeats, though. That's a good bunch of points they've already got it.
Yeah, look at this. Myanmar, they're parting things, as you said, and suddenly it's down to just one player. In Indonesia, they just cannot seem to catch any breath. They just cannot seem to get into the late game stages anymore. It is so unfortunate. Once again, really tough circle for Indonesia. They do the best with it, but I gotta feel for them at some point. And that point, I think, is reached now. They've been struggling with these zones so very heavily, and once again I sympathize. It's been anything but easy for them. Next fight is coming up, Timor-Leste. We talked about that great rotation. There's Chinese Taipei rotating in behind them. First knock goes down, second knock goes down. That is a straight cleanup, if I may say so myself. Except for that one player that got away, but this is just, I mean, this is a kill airdrop to some degree with the way they flew in. That's just a very easy pickup for them, actually.
Look at Cambodia as well, trying to peek on over. Look at both sides of this. The nade comes through. Now Cambodia, they're going to start looking again. Pov on the top. He's going to look for players to find. William, last one up for his squad. It's not looking easy. It's not looking good. They were holding on here, Timor-Leste. They were doing what they could, but just crunched in between two teams. Nothing they can pull off here anymore. But I say that, Pov Cambodia, they're forgetting about the Timor-Leste player. They're running over the top of this. They're making this possible now.
Oh my goodness, and look who's the last man standing next to William. It is Emperor out of all the players. It is Emperor. So that breach maybe wasn't even that bad to begin with. I feel like the only reason it didn't work out was because the timing wasn't perfect, right? Emperor peaked a little too late, while his teammates were already flying in. They really needed support from the ridgeline he's playing at right now. He has no idea. William is still inside the car. He doesn't see him. He doesn't see him. Oh my, no way! And he stopped looking for it. He thinks there's no one else coming in. If William clutches this, that would be nothing short of amazing. What a play from William.
He's done it again.
The massive amounts of steel.
Remember the first game of this group? He was snaking in on Sanhok, snaking in behind multiple teams, ruining the game for Indonesia. Now he's spotted, but he's had a fair chance at this 1v1. Comes over the top, good bunch of damage. Oh, it's 1 or 2 bullets with the UMP. William not able to do it for Timor-Leste. It's Taipei who stay in this for now. Taipei have really had a bit of a glow up here in the last few games, Felix. They're coming back into this. They're showing everybody, hey, we're here to play as well.
Yes, they are. One of the teams that is having the same kind of stories as Indonesia. Look at this. They've made it past the 80 points mark with this game. And we said they have been struggling to get into late game. At least it's still top 5 now. Even though it's once again been a really tough road. I think anyone who's watching this has to agree with us. Indonesia has had some of the toughest circles out of all the tough teams, and there's been a reason why they've had 3 consecutive, relatively bad games now. But it's not meant to continue staying this way. No, indeed, they will find the top 4 in this one, despite once again having a really tough road in. And the fighting, though, that's been a big part. That's been amazing for them. Starting off with Laos, they fought them way in to the eastern side, and somehow they even made it past Myanmar now, who was literally rotating down the hill right next to them. But somehow, yeah, he's still left standing. Frenzy, last survivor for Indonesia.
He's going to try and stay low. He's nading the smokes here a little bit to put some pressure towards the Myanmar players. But realistically, he doesn't have to do a whole lot. There's one Nepal player, by the way. There's one Nepal player still in this, creeping his way on in on the western side. We completely forgot about him because we haven't seen him in the last 15 minutes. But he's still in this. He's getting placement points for his team. He's potentially maybe getting 1 or 2 more kills in this as well, because I don't think the Maldives are all too aware of his position. Myanmar want to close this out though.
Yeah, they want to clear this edge. Understandably so. As soon as Frenzy is gone, they can take control of the complete east side, and that is so much space they can gain. Still, any team has
I get second here. Watch this.
He's probably going to get second, actually. Nano has to probably move in before he does.
The Maldives have no idea he's there. If he doesn't get spotted by Myanmar, I think he has a really good chance to actually get second. This could be exactly what Nepal need, because Indonesia has been putting up big numbers this game, right? Malaysia, good eliminations, but out early. And now Nepal, they're trying to sneak themselves into placement points here.
Maldives closing the distance, though. And they still have a lot of control over the eastern side. Just need to be careful. Right now, his teammate can't really support him from the western side, I think at least. Highlands are really going to work if Myanmar decides to push them away from the hill up top. But it looks like they're not trying to either. It looks like they're smoking themselves off. Yeah, you can see the ridgelands. Okay, so this is a brilliant push actually from the Maldives. Myanmar can't really do anything against Nanu being right on top of them. So even if he gets knocked, and that's the essential part about this, even if he gets knocked, Myanmar can't push it. There's too many sightlines from the rest of his teammates. Great 2-2 split. But then again, be reminded, Nepal has a player right behind them that could still ruin the entirety of their game.
Phase 8 comes in. Most of the players are out of the circle right now. Not a whole lot of cover in. The ridge next to Myanmar is still in play. They somehow survive the onslaught. If they maybe catch some of the Myanmar players as they have to make the move, there's a chance. Ayaya, I think he's biding his time here. I think he's waiting for these Myanmar players, or for these Maldives players to make a move, because he doesn't want to give himself away just yet. Getting both of these kills here would be massive, but how is he going to confirm them if he's instantly traded out by the rest of the squad? So he's going to bide his time for as long as he can and then just creep on in behind them.
It's what he should do as well, to be honest.
No.
Oh, he gets spotted out. I was about to say, does Nanu spot him? This is so important for Maldives. This frag alone might have secured them the round. It's not to be underestimated. That frag gives them the information no one's behind them anymore, and they've got their complete backside clear. Also, gives them a placement point and more freedom to play into that next circle. Massive stuff from the Maldives.
Both of the solos taken out. That also means that the Maldives now know exactly how many players they're up against. They know that this is not a 4-man. They know there's only 3 players left that they're squaring off against, right? And that allows them to play with a little bit more information. The rundown is not easy for the 2 southern players, so I would hope the 2 northern players can do something about this, but so far it's been tricky for them. They don't want to overextend. They don't want to lose their position either, so a really, really powerful ridge from Myanmar, and I feel like they're using it to its full extent right now. They're just showing that they're using their terrain a little bit better than what the Maldives have been able to pull off.
Big numbers is what they've been able to pull off in this round so far, and something quite in contrast to their recent tournament performance, where it was honestly anything else but big numbers. I mean, they have never gotten into late game this steep. Let's see if they make it count. Myanmar, on the other hand, they have, and they have shown us today already, they can win these types of games as well, even if they're in a disadvantage, which they are right now, at least man-wise. Nanu picks up another Good position, close in front of Myanmar. They can't really peek this just yet, but there's a nade coming on through, and this is Sayu going down. So the backup player, the anchor player, is eliminated, and maybe that nade is going to seal the deal. Yes, it does.
This is almost unwinnable now. This is beautifully played by Myanmar. It's another banger game coming out of them. They've had 2 today. The MG3 can't fix it, and it's a cleanup.
Unbelievable stuff. I thought it was a 4-on-3, and they had all the positions in the world. There was no way for them to pick up this one, but Myanmar proves us wrong. And you could tell the Maldives, they were scared. They were scared to take these fights. They knew who was in front of them, and they just didn't have the confidence to play off of each other as teams and also take individual peaks as much as Myanmar did. Myanmar, no problem, played cool, calm, collected. At no point did they feel like they were at a disadvantage. And look at this, 22 points as a result. That is what you want if you're one of the runner-up teams that was maybe even a little bit further behind than some of these other big names like Nepal and Indonesia. Big stuff. And on the overall leaderboard, we're going to see that in a minute, it might even secure them a spot in the top 3 for the time being.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's a top 3, but they're definitely getting close. Their only problem is that, we're watching it here, Indonesia started getting points early. 4 defeats in phase 3, and they got more in the longer run. We had a crazy one before from Clumsy, absolutely popping off. I don't know how he gets that kill.
Yes.
I don't know how he gets that second one. That's the most crazy one. But we had Nepal fighting off Malaysia, right? Malaysia getting a good bunch of points before that. Nepal winning that 1v3 in the end, or 1v2 for Ajaya. So everybody else was going to putting points on the board. And that's the problem for a team like Myanmar. When you leave it so late, for the comeback, it's not really fully in your hands anymore. Even Vietnam, with a few questionable decisions, they got points for themselves. So the leaderboard is going to stay really stacked, I think. Nobody's really separating themselves at all.
No, it's all going to be very grouped up together. And this is such a good thing for the viewer in and of itself. Because whenever a top team does massive amounts of points, usually all the runner-ups are having a good game right after. So it's going to stay very interesting. We see the last couple of fights from Indonesia. If Myanmar wouldn't have been in their backs, I think that maybe even would have been their win, because they would have been in the position that Myanmar ended up in at the end of this one. And we also are seeing this last fight against from Timor-Leste, who almost made the impossible happen. They got breached from both sides, and we're still almost the one team surviving towards the north.
Yeah, I just wish we could have seen the Ajaya Snake story come to fruition. He was biding his time for so long, but
yeah,
nothing really happened in front of him. The Maldives were not forced into a fight early enough, so he can't close it out there. Big ridge that Myanmar is playing. Lots of good terrain they're controlling, and it gives him the win in the end here. 6 elims on West Carry. Again, he's really been staying true to his name. He's really been putting up numbers for that team. And once again, like you said, I think it's going to put them into contention again. But they are one of these teams where we've been talking about, they haven't been able to string the rounds together, right?
No, just really not. Let's take a look at some of these team statistics, though. Wes Carey, you got to give a shout out to him before we dive deeper into the analysis of the last game. Almost 1,000 damage, 6 elimination. He was the key factor in taking down Indonesia, which was the most important fight for them, even though they were heavily advantageous going into this. But that was the most important thing, and he played the biggest part in that fight when they were driving down the hill, and I think took down 2 of the players from Indonesia. So 6 frags on him. Wes Carey, big shout out to him. Almost 1k damage. That's something that you don't see happening every day. And if you take a look at your formula, right, with 948 damage divided by 268, I think he's in a pretty good spot to also take the match MVP.
Definitely so. 22 points. We're just seeing double digit games every single time. We're not really seeing small wins today at all. 14 for Indonesia as well is big though. Nepal with 8, Malaysia with 6, and oh boy, it's getting feisty up at the top. I think Pakistan, now that they punched their tickets, now that they've secured the spot, they've hit the full break, right? Full stop into the UMP of Sri Lanka. So top is getting spicy, top is getting stacked. I'm not sure how close Myanmar has gotten themselves, but considering that they're catching up 14 points towards a team like Nepal here, it's a big step to make.
It's a massive step to make. It is absolutely massive. But we're seeing the same pattern again in this one. I know we've talked about it already, but we're seeing the same pattern again. Malaysia, Thailand, Nepal, Indonesia, Myanmar, none of the top teams that are run out to Pakistan do anything of the sort of slowing down. 6 points, yes, it might not seem massive, but it's exactly what you need in a round where you just don't necessarily have the option or advantage in winning a game. So salvage as much as you can. 6 points is definitely enough to salvage to still stay in the run. Yes, it's not going to catapult you up into a qualification spot, but it's going to get close to at least these top 3 positions. And then you still have 2 more chances, right? Maybe you'll be blessed with a circle. Maybe you find your inner strength more than what you have in the last 10 games, and I think that's what everyone's been banking on, right? These last 10 games have been very tedious, have been very tough on mental on anyone. So I think having now 2 games where really let shine is going to be so important for them.
Myanmar. West carry, most elims, most assists on the squad as well. And then William is the one with the most damage. The cowboy, the backseat snake. I wish he would have pulled that off. I would have been so happy.
Yeah, I think we all were wishing for it, right?
Yeah, you're always cheering for an underdog, but it wasn't meant to be. Another cool showing though, another good moment for Timor-Leste. They've been flashy when they pop off. It's just haven't been able to string the rounds together. Like you said, West carry, 6 eliminations and the bunch of damage that he got is enough for a matchup MVP. And yeah, I'm just wondering. We can't do the maths in the middle of the game. I'm just wondering, where does Myanmar stand?
I didn't think it was going to be that close, to be honest. I didn't think Myanmar was going to be ahead in third by only 2 points, but apparently it's really going to come down to the wire. We have 2 more matches to go, ladies and gentlemen. Myanmar is only 2 points ahead of a qualification spot. Even if Indonesia doesn't have a big game anymore, they could easily drop out. I mean, Myanmar maybe has a 5-point game, Nepal has a 6-point game, and boom, Indonesia is out. They haven't won any games, which is also really important, because if we're thinking about tiebreakers already, and literally just yesterday we had to use them, almost, at least almost. It was 3-point difference, but almost we had to use them. Then it does become relevant who's having more when they win a chicken dinners. And Myanmar, I mean, my goodness, they've won 3 rounds already. The rounds that they should have won were the rounds that they did win, as opposed to plenty of other top contenders. So they will have an advantage going into these last matches in terms of tie breakers. when we do have a point tie, which could once again very well happen. Nepal and Malaysia are so close to it; it's all in the realm of 10 points. Even Vietnam could still very well make it in with a good round, maybe even a win. So it's really going to come down to the way, and it really is.
Yeah, 100%. This is going to be a tricky one. This is going to be a close one. And so far, the teams have managed to actually make it closer every single time, right? Every time we think things are decided, another team steps up. Now suddenly Myanmar is in the mix for the first time ever. And it's absolutely mental. Indonesia finally stringing a few runs together, coming back to their usual form. But we'll have to wait and see. These are the teams that haven't been pulling together what they wanted to. But at least Chinese Taipei has shown a lot of signs of life here.
Yeah, Taipei with this round are saying hello again. They're almost saying hello to the first page for the leaderboard as well. It's been a tough tournament for them so far. I mean, they're giving their best to represent their nation, but the big rounds have been missing in a big way. So unfortunately, the chances of them qualifying to Riyadh are slim to non-existent at this point anymore. Even two matches, we were talking about all this kind of mathematical stuff yesterday. Even with these two more chances, even if they take them, they win both rounds convincingly, maybe do 10 elimination seeds, 40 points, still not going to get you. Still not going to get you anywhere close to the qualification spot. So unfortunately, they're out of the running already.
It is what it is. A lot of teams are not out of the running, though. A lot of teams are extremely close. So we have 2 more games for you guys to decide who goes to the World Esports Championship in Riyadh. 2 more games, 2 more breaks. We're back in a few minutes, so don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everybody, after this very short pause. It is time to run and rush and watch these next two games, because honestly, I couldn't be more excited. This is going to come down to the wire. We said it before. We've seen the overall leaderboard. So many teams that can still do it. Almost any of the teams inside the top 7. One good game and you're in. One good game and you're locked in. The only really team that doesn't need any game anymore is Pakistan, Kovo. So, yes, I'm gonna be this very tedious person now, this very tedious host who asks you again for a prediction. And I know you've answered this 3 times by now, but I still want to hear it, because for me, the teams have now changed. I don't necessarily believe in the same teams anymore.
It's hard. I'm a big fan of sticking to your guts and sticking to what you believe in and not adjusting on the fly too much. I think Indonesia has come back like we expected them to. They have strung together 2 good rounds now, putting themselves from a 4th place where they had a 10-point gap to 3rd into a 2nd place. So that's been really good for them. Myanmar, they played that late game to perfection, and they deservingly are in 3rd place right now. I'm not sure if it holds. I feel like Nepal and Malaysia can easily put up a big round, and it's just, once again, they end up fighting each other. And they end up fighting, and they both lose 3 members pretty much instantly. So no matter what happens there, no chance for a big game. So it feels a little unfortunate. It feels a little like this. If this doesn't happen in the next round, maybe they can pull it off, right? So it's impossible to say. I hope Myanmar can stay in there, because it feels like they deserve it right now. But you also have to consider that in the games before this, the other teams were pulling ahead, right? So everybody deserves it, really.
Everybody deserves it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take another look at the top performers. If anyone deserves this qualification, it's got to be IQ as well as Yummy. Maybe Yummy even more so than IQ, because we said it. Indonesia is currently on 59 eliminations. So almost half of it has been done by Yummy, and they're in qualification spot. If there's any carry so far in this entire tournament, and no matter what team you're a fan of, you gotta give it to Yummy. And I didn't have him on my radar as much as I had IQ on this, because I remember the first time I saw this graphic, I was like, wait, what? Don't they only have like 6 eliminations? Because Pakistan has 80, so it's not a surprise that IQ is 32, but for someone to have half of the frags of your entire team, that's a whole different dimension of carry. So once again, no matter what team you're a fan of, you gotta respect Yummy's performance in this tournament.
Oh, completely. And then the one thing you have to talk about as well is that IQ, while he's not the only one pulling his team ahead, he is running on a solid 640 average damage per round. That is completely mental. That is more than 6 knocks of damage every single round on average. That's just insane, right? That's nothing you should be able to reach. That's nothing you should be able to do in a lobby like this. But he's really just been running away with it. He's really just been running over people. And hats off to what he's been pulling off. Hats off to what Kluk does for Malaysia as well, right? But yeah, all of these guys are insanely cracked. I think most of the teams in here are playing incredible PUBG, but these guys you're watching right now, these top 5 players, they have just been walking over teams.
Yeah, they really have been. They've been consistent also throughout the entirety of the Iesf World Esports Championship Regional Qualifier. It's surprising to me as no one from Nepal is in there. And Nepal also has been one of the most consistent teams, also one of the most experienced teams. With 84 points, they are just 2 points off of being in a qualification spot. And everyone else has got to play in there, in the top 5, except for Nepal. Now, the question is that a bad thing or is that a good thing? Because you could interpret it both ways. It's a bad thing because no one's really stepping up more than the rest of their teammates, but also it's a good thing because I guess everyone is stepping up. If you have 84 points and you're having a good tournament and no one's really that one player like Yummy who's been carrying your team, that kind of gives you an advantage in terms of being consistent, because what happens if Yummy goes down early for Indonesia? Let's be honest. That's like half of your fragging power, at least in this tournament, being out of it.
I think it's a good thing. I think it's a good thing to be balanced out, and I think it's a good thing for everybody pulling their weight, unless you have a team structure where it's very clear that you have an IGL who's not as mechanically gifted as some of the others, and who's not focusing on the mechanics as much as the others, right? You have an IGL that's just focusing about what are other teams doing, what information do we have about this zone, what could the next circle shift do, right? It is incredibly hard to have all those things in your head and still perform on a mechanical level. So in some teams, I think that's very justified to have an outperformance on some of the players. But I think if you're really relying on just one player, you're making yourself extremely vulnerable. Not only in-game, but also out of the game. Somebody can have a bad day. Somebody can get sick. You know? You go to a land for the first time ever. You're flying across the world. And suddenly your best player gets sick. Well, what are you going to do? Half your fragging power is missing. Not a situation that you want to see yourself in.
No. As you said, it's never a good thing if you have to start with... you know, with a substitution. And some of these teams here did have to fight with exactly that problem, right? We were talking about Kazakhstan, for example, in Group A, right? They did have to play with a substitution. Beka was in that lineup throughout all of these games, actually. Now, worked out perfectly fine for them. Not perfectly enough, but it worked out perfectly fine. They almost made it. But for some other teams, especially in the 18-team lobby, I think that's going to be even more of a difference if you don't have your full lineup ready. Luckily, most of these teams do have their full lineup ready, and it's, for almost all of these countries, the best teams they have available as well from their specific nation. We've talked about predictions already. I very quickly wanted to touch on the overall standings again. Vietnam and Thailand, especially. Thailand now needs one win. If they don't get into the next round, it's going to be mathematically impossible. That's one thing to keep in mind as we head into the last round. If Thailand does not get a win here, they will not qualify. Unless something absolutely crazy happens and they get like 30 frags and a win. But unless that doesn't happen now, they will most likely not qualify. Same goes for Vietnam. They need a good game now, minimum double digits to stay in the race, or alternatively, an absolute massive win in the next one. So these two teams are under the most pressure because they have to catch up towards the top 5 positions in the first place, who are all in the realm of 7 points from 83 to 90. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going into Miramar, the second to last match of the day.
There's something crazy happening that I'm spotting already. Thailand's not hot dropping. This is unseen territory for me. Not sure what's going on there. 2 games in a row without a hot drop for Thailand is a bit of a surprise. But yeah, like you said, they need a massive game. I think you gotta be a little careful with the word mathematically, right? Because in theory you can get a 60 kill win every single game, but it doesn't have to be mathematically possible for it to be really possible. And I would make that cutoff at Vietnam. I think 73 to 86 is something you can easily catch up, but 2 games in a row with double digits, catching up 20 points in 2 games is insanely hard, and is something we probably aren't going to see. What we are going to see though is a Japan hot drop versus, I think that should be Brunei in Picaro.
I couldn't agree more. I think beyond Vietnam, there's almost no chance for any of these teams to catch up anymore. But we've seen crazy stuff yesterday, so who the hell knows at this point? Hot drop is going to come in. Unfortunately, with the way Japan has been playing today, that is a hot drop that I'm kind of okay with. They are not in contention for any of these top spots anymore, even though they, at least in the middle of the games, especially after day 1, they were for a minute, or they fell off again, so this contest isn't going to mean too much for them anymore. 2 more rounds though, 2 more chances for Japan to secure a win, something that we haven't seen either from them.
Not yet. Newbies is the first one to go down. We've seen Shui with a bit of a 4K earlier today, but again, so many teams in this lobby that have shown us how good they are, but haven't been able to show it every single match, and that's just the way the game goes, right? But it is a bit hard to expect them to come out swinging here. Bangladesh, on the other hand, already on the breach, already losing members, trading them back out though nicely. Oh, that's quick and easy for the Bangladeshi squad. 4 for them in their Sienda compound, and they are getting the res pretty much instantly.
Really good stuff from Bangladesh. A little bit of a surprise, to be honest, seeing them come back. Not a surprise, though, to see them fight early. Same goes for Japan and Brunei. Obviously, Japan gets the first flush. Not before losing 2 players on their own, though. And now Otto, as well as his teammate, is already out, unfortunately. That means the biggest fragger for Japan has lost his chance to potentially influence this fight. Chevy knows there's a player right below him. Both have shotguns already in their hands. Maybe another nade from Apollo. He baits out the nade. Now the player has to leave the staircase. Chevy keeps on going deeper into the building. Maybe with the jump up on front of the door. Could be a good play for Chevy, but no. Instead, he's going to throw away the knife, and Japan is going to disengage for the time being.
Not a whole lot of numbers left on each side of this battle. Shui wants to go for a res. Apollo wants to make sure that doesn't happen. It's a good bit of damage with that nade. If he cooks it a little further or he bounces it a little more steeply, that could be it. But it doesn't make it around the corner. The shotgun does, though. One player down to 1 HP. He can tap out the AR now. And he closes things out. But it's a little too late. Matun is going to be bleeding here. And it's mutually assured destruction in Picado, in the most central city on the map, with Japan only bringing 1 player out of the hard drop.
Yeah, not perfect conditions in terms of coming back into this tournament. In terms of finally winning a game, quite the opposite. What more can you do with a single player? I doubt there's going to be much of an option. Where's the 4th player, though? Because they've only gotten 3 frags. Has Brunei only started with 3?
Maybe there was a bit of a team kill going on. Maybe there was a bit of a...
Maybe there was a
suicide nade, something like that. Not out of the realms of possibility. Maybe there's a third party coming in. You know, Sri Lanka is vibing around there, around that area as well. So, who knows? We'll see that later on, reflected in the stats and in the eliminations. But
maybe.
It is a win, but is it really when you lose 3 players in the hot drop?
And you only gain 3.
Yeah.
You lose 3 and you only gain 3. Brunei. Gaining 3 themselves, though. The only good message for them. I've met these guys on LAN. The nicest guys ever. Really passionate about PUBG Mobile esports as well. Next fight coming up. Bangladesh has already gotten 4. They need to pull up on some of these teams now early. Grab some isolated fights, and look at this. It's been working out perfectly. Maybe they should have done that earlier. First knock comes on through. Lycan tries to trade it. Doesn't hit degree. Down towards that 0 HP mark just yet, but he's gonna have another option.
Messy fight. Explosive entrance, though. That should be another one around the corner here, surely. Oh, it's a good bunch of damage. That's an easy follow-up for Laos. Bangladesh already with 5, but not on the top of this fight. Not winning this one out by the looks of things. As the UMP squad is rolling through the buildings. Another pull-up. Another kill confirmed. And it's looking like Bangladesh has met their makers. Steel Shot actually gets blown up by his own vehicle there at the top, I think.
Ooh.
Oh, it's Lamborghini.
Yeah, I was about to say, that's a long shot as well. And Lamborghini, we haven't really seen that. Such an important pickup. Knowing you're under pressure now, and starting off with a frag reminds me of the beginning of the day, where Vietnam once again had a pretty strong showing. They salvaged a couple of really tough ones as well. So good on Vietnam, bringing things back. They need Lamborghini now as well. If they need anyone, they need Lamborghini. They need a good round, a big round, and need Lamborghini to absolutely step up, grab all the frags they can. And I still can't help but wonder where they would be standing at right now if they would have just won that 1v1 against Myanmar in the very first Erangel game. They came down so close. Yet the P90 as well, level 3 gear, a massive Molotov, nades, everything. There would have been 4 more eliminations. I think none of the players in the end actually got flushed. So there would have been 4 more points and 4 more points because of placement. So 8 more points. That would almost get them close to a qualification spot just based off of that one frag. Next coming in, it's Nepal, who needs to survive against Sri Lanka. Not a trade happening so far. Height Dami instead is gonna throw things back, and the flush gets taken. The flush almost gets taken. He's not flushed just yet. Zoli's got his angle. Oh, what a teammate. Maybe Nepal can save everyone.
There's a chance. They get him back on his feet. They've already found 2. They found 3. Clumsy is dancing around it. Already looking for a safe approach to this. He needs to reload his weapons, though. And it's a third party for range. It's Myanmar who ruins Nepal. Oh, that is so big. Oh, that's the
Wow.
worst thing to happen to Nepal right now.
And the best thing to happen for Myanmar, I think they shouldn't converge on this. They should focus on this as much as they can. Get in there. Next frag is coming in. When's the breach coming, though? Myanmar knows this is direct competition. They've got all the advantages in the world. Go ahead and take these frags. As much as I love Nepal, that should be the correct decision for Myanmar. Next frag goes on through, and they die even before Sri Lanka does. Unbelievable scenes, ladies and gentlemen, here at the second to last game of the Iesf World Esports Championship qualifiers. Myanmar takes down Nepal. Straight competition on the overall leaderboard.
They are so back. They are coming into this lobby today and just rolling over things ever since that Erangel game that they win. You just talked about it. They barely win that out versus Vietnam. Now they just take out one more competitor. If they manage to take out one more team around them here, if they manage to take out Malaysia or Vietnam, they might just be running away with things here.
Yeah. Might be. Ooh, Lamborghini, I told you he needs to step up. Third frag in quick succession as he takes down Laos. Only one player left alive. They need him so desperately. Vietnam more than anyone from the runner-up team. Same goes for Thailand. Both of these need a really big round, and this is the start they want. 3 frags already. Bangladesh having trouble on their own. They tried to go for a really aggressive push on towards any teams they could find. It worked out in the beginning at least, until it didn't anymore, finding themselves, which is the solo life as well.
It's a big scalp to take, though. It's a big scalp to take. Myanmar weekend. Myanmar down to 3. Yes, they found eliminations. And yes, they've eliminated a very important team. But losing a member so early on in the game always hurts. That's a full player that's not gathering info. That's a player that's not bringing in a car. That's a player that's not keeping up the loot. You're losing a whole lot when you lose a player so early. It's exponential how much impact a player has. The earlier he dies, the worse it is. Now, Indonesia, I spoke about information just a second ago. They're getting all of it. Super duper high ground in the northeastern side of things. And look who's coming up rolling by. They got a glimpse of Malaysia there. They caught a glimpse of Pakistan. The northeastern side is stacked with top teams here.
Yeah, that's... I mean, that's a good omen for the viewer, but for any fan out there, I'd be worried. Because some of these are gonna clash, and you know how all that third-party fighting can be a little bit random at times. You would really have to check your angles nicely if you want to dodge it, and there we have it, Pakistan. Pakistan now in the easiest spot of them all. They can easily decide the outcome when it comes to the next 2 places right below them by whoever they focus. If they want to take out a specific team and they realize, hey, this is the biggest competition that we see here out of all the teams right below us, then they will take that fight. I'm pretty certain of it. And it looks like Thailand is one of the teams that is going to meet them next up, even though it was Thailand who originally initiated that fight. So I don't think that was a proactive decision on their part.
Things are getting messy on the northeastern side of things. Players in the blue, Pakistan knocking. Falak has actually gone through with the name change here. He's actually switched away from the Chinese letters. Put his name out there. Love to see that. I've been researching team pages to figure out who he was, and now he's just telling us straight up. But Evo is telling him straight up, sit down, son. I'm going to take that knock any day of the week. And Thailand is proving we are not getting run over just yet. We have a little bit more to say about this.
Oh, yes, he does. Nade in his hand. Noki right below him. Pops the nade first of all as well. Oh, 1 HP! But his teammate has got his back in the meanwhile. Yoni takes him down. There's one Thailand player in the far distance who's maybe got a chance as well. Noki, the blue zone is going to take him out. He tried to do more damage before he got knocked, but there isn't any chance. Kevi, though, gets taken out and traded by IQ, who suddenly finds himself, him and Falek as the last 2 players alive. Oh, he could have shot at the car, but he decided to get into the buggy instead. Rotates away, and that is disastrous for Pakistan. Honestly, not a worry in the world for them in terms of qualifying, but at least in this round, that is anything but optimal. Tough fight for them to take, and honestly, good fighting on Thailand's part. I was very surprised. Good taking of space. They controlled that ridge down really nicely and played off of the advantage they had.
Well done so far, and I think a reasonable decision there as well. Do not go for some shots in the blue when you're under so much pressure, right? Because they need to survive. Thailand, they want to keep the dream alive here. They even lost another member on that transition, just getting out of there. Bangladesh was the one knocking on the door there. The Bangladeshi solo player really putting up a big bunch of numbers in this late game. So very different propositions for the teams here. Very different outcomes that they're looking for. Now IQ and Phalix both found, and they go to two top teams, one to Indonesia, one to Malaysia. Once again, they're showing us they will put points on the board whenever they get the slightest chance to. So if Nepal, if they're watching this game, they are sweating right now. It's not just their fans sweating, it's their players as well.
Yeah, understandably so. Seems like it couldn't be any more exciting here in this last couple of rounds that we have at the Asia and Oceania qualifier. Indonesia still very much in a prime spot. They are once again controlling their edge with all the space they have. It's been the game style for them throughout all 10 matches that we've seen. Go slow and controlled on the edges, take as much space as you can, even if that means staying close to the blue zone, or even inside the blue zone at times. And it's been working out perfectly. So why change? Why never change your running system? Yes, they did have 4 rounds, I want to say 4 consecutive rounds, but they didn't score the very big points. But then again, it's been tough circles, and they won the fights they've really needed to win. So you can't win everything. I guess that's why they haven't changed the game style, despite there being a little bit of a down slope that they've entered. But they are back now. We've seen it in the last game. They can frag. It was double digits for them at match number 10, and they're looking to get double digits again.
Looking good as well in this game. Lots of information and possible road crosses later on. The only problem that I see for them is a 4-man Malaysia, right? If Malaysia was maybe down to 3, maybe down to 2, it'd be much more doable to play ahead of them, because there's a chance the circle goes hard west and then they have to send it across. So there's a chance that becomes really rough. But even if that does happen, if they keep playing like they were playing, there's a good chance they get themselves a few kills. They take out Thailand. Maybe they rotate a little bit more towards Bhutan and look for a weakness there. So lots of opportunities for them, lots of chances that they could try and pull off. As a team like Malaysia, much less options. Yes, you have the more central position, but you're just going to be sitting in your compound until you're eliminated, and then you'll try to make the best out of it.
And making the best out of it is what's got to be the motto for still a majority of the teams here. And hopefully also is for Timor-Leste. We've seen one win. Can they get another one? That's the question every Timor-Leste fan in the chat has been asking themselves since the first match of today. And we've seen plenty of them. Way more than I thought for such a small country. But people have been supporting them day in and day out. Shout out to all of you guys. Once again, to everyone who's supporting their nation. Who's supporting their team. A favorite organization even that might be representing their country. And so we do have another ad job. Pink wants to play it extra smart to get that MK14. And it's, even though it's a DMR, unfortunately, not an MG, that is going to be worth it for it.
Nice little bit of freaky as well. Chinese Taipei trying to hold off versus the opposition there. But I think we've just seen a Myanmar flush in the kill feed. That's big. That's big. That's the second place team losing 1. Vietnam on the rotation on in. Good spot for them in the circle. Malaysia, good spot in the circle. Myanmar losing 1 is big news for these guys. Makes things so much easier. We talked about Lamborghini. Oh, it's just... Not sure. Is it just a knocker? Is the player confirmed? It's looking like, okay, they have gotten the player back up. The overlay has played me for a fool there. It's a big res to get. It would have been a big kill. Now it's a big res for Myanmar because they need every single man they can. Vietnam wants to hold them out.
Makes sense for them to do so. Direct competition, as we said, and they do have the man advantage as well. Batman. My personal favorite nickname in this lobby. Very close by. Rest of his teammates are covering from the distance, so he has to be careful of not getting dropped. But by the looks of it, nothing really will come off of it. He's got that big rock to kind of play around off. It's once again, it's a pretty good spot. Question is, does he know that there's a player already moved up behind him, which is Smile? And also, does Vietnam really need this fight? It looks like they're not really pressuring to get into it, but they're also not doing anything else. So at some point, they gotta understand something has to be done.
Would be nice to clean that up. Would be nice to take that space. If you're Vietnam, they see they still have space in front of them, but it's going to get more and more contested. Myanmar on the other side, they don't have as much, and they're rolling into a 4-man team on their north. They've got to be careful. That's the first knock coming out. That's Cambodia coming alive. 1-2, just like that. Smile is the last one up. Oh, it's all gone wrong. It's all gone awry. He's trying to send it towards the center now. He's going to have to figure out, do I want to play for a few kills here, or do I want to play for survival? Neither of the two is very likely to be successful here, Felix.
No. I don't think any of that decision is really going to bring them any further. Smile is now the last player left alive. Vietnam, 6 frags. I've been hyping these guys up from the beginning of the tournament. They have disappointed me to some degree, but they are still standing strong. And in the end, it all comes down to the last 2 matches. So if this is the start, the beginning of their comeback into the top 3, that would be one miraculous run. And by the looks of it, that run, once again, has just started. Just 5 more points to catch up to Malaysia, who was in the top 3 at the beginning of this game. That's how close everything is.
It's so stacked. It is so stacked. Now, that's a banger knock. That's an opening and a half.
What Lamborghini? Are you kidding me? Come on, man. He's got 860 damage already, 4 kills. I said they need him, and it looks like he's back. It looks like Lamborghini is back, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh boy. I mean, it is his day. Lamborghini's just come into PUBG PC. Now, a man called Lamborghini is tearing up PUBG Mobile. It's no coincidence, for sure.
It is.
It's meant to be.
Can't be.
It's meant to be. Now go. So they're trying to follow this up. I think they want to close this out. They're just realizing it's not as free as they would hope. It's not an easy ridgeline to be taken control of. But if they take control, they're setting themselves up for a good game here. They've brought themselves into a bit of a 3-1 split, which is something I'd love to see. Because they leave one player off to the quiet side. They leave one player off to the side that they have control over. And then the other 3 are working on teams ahead of them. And you can see how they pressure Cambodia off that rock.
It would have been such a perfect fight for them to take. No one could have third-partied them. And also, it was a 3-man only at one point. So I don't really understand why Vietnam was so hesitant to take it. If you know you've got your back against the wall, you need exactly these types of fights to qualify, which is double-digit rounds with lots of kills. And it's not going to get easier than this, right? You have advantage, man advantage, and positional advantage. Then why not take them? I was really surprised to see Vietnam not push this further. But I think they didn't want to give up on all the good positions they had on the eastern side, which could potentially secure them more placement points in the long run. So we'll have to wait and see whether or not that really pays out. For the time being, I think it was the wrong decision to take this fight head on. But I guess it's also too early to tell.
This is a situation we're going to have to keep an eye on. This is not going to be easy for either of these 2 teams. They're both out. They're both eliminated from the circle. So I said Indonesia, once they have to cross, their biggest problem is going to be the 4-man Malaysia sitting in their backs, right? And it is proving to be true for now. Malaysia can move a slight little bit later than Indonesia has to, or at least take a slight little bit less blue damage. So they could sit this out for a little bit longer, but it's tough for either of the 2. It's a hard cross for either team that tries to make it. And I'm not sure what the perfect strategy for this is. I'm not sure if it's the smoke wall approach that we've seen yesterday, or if it's some sort of Hail Mary vehicle send to the middle. Not sure what the right reaction is, but either of the choices they take are going to be extremely hard to execute here.
Looking at Vietnam predominantly because they have the most amount of space in between their players. And they've also got a pretty good position. I want to say that eastern side of the hill gives you the most amount of kill potential. Look at how everyone has to move in and has to fight each other. And these teams that have to move in straight towards them are the teams they need to beat on the overall leaderboard. Vietnam has the perfect position now to not only take as many kills as they can, but also take out your direct competition. Let's see whether or not that's going to happen. I think that's the 5th, maybe 6th knock from Lamborghini in this round as Kenny falls to his knees.
Kenny falls to his knees, but on the other side, Bhutan's being knocked. Indonesia is making the push on out successfully for now, which is also absolutely massive. So Malaysia struggling, Vietnam holding on. There's another chance to get a player out of his car, and Lamborghini strikes again. The man's unstoppable right now. And oh boy, this is not going according to plan. Malaysia is struggling to make it out of here. And they're just getting peppered left, right, and center. What is this man doing to them?
I don't know. Lamborghini, he's in a row right now, and he doesn't seem to be stopped. The brakes on this guy have been taken away right when Vietnam needed him the most. Like the Dark Knight, which, funnily enough, is his teammate. He's come back just in time to save his country. Not the city this time around, but his country. And let's see whether or not that works out perfectly. Lamborghini gets the flash because his teammate, I think that was Gozu, picks up the last frag on Jimmy. These are 4 more frags that are being secured. We are at the brink of witnessing absolutely miraculous scenes. Next fight is coming on up. It is again 2 absolute top contenders, especially Indonesia, who is taking on Bhutan. But look who's running up in the distance. It is Vietnam, and maybe they can get the perfect down just right.
Oh, Indonesia is flooding this. They're running this over. They're closing this out so fast. It's a good nade that stops them in their tracks a little bit. Razy comes around with the M4. It's beautiful so far, but look at the aggression from both sides. It's no chance at all. It's Vietnam, Maldives combining, and it's a big game for Indonesia, but it's not meant to be. Instantly cleaned up. Vietnam is doing so much work here, Felix.
Yes, and I think they also got one of the frags against Indonesia. They must have. I saw that on the kill feed. They must have gotten 1 frag, maybe even the last one. That means they're on 11 points right now. It all becomes so very possible. It's just a matter of who's winning this round. And let's be honest, Maldives at the moment, not really the favorites after the scared approach they've had in the last game. As much as I love the Maldives, they haven't really shown us that they can close out these games, quite in contrast to Vietnam. Yes, sure, Vietnam hasn't really been too convincing either, but they've got the experience to do so. And oh my lord, they've got Lamborghini right now, which is more to... I thought he was going to get knocked. Which is more than all the other teams can say about themselves.
Currently, they are winning the Lamborghini tiebreaker. They have 1 more Lamborghini than anybody else in the lobby, and that's really been their measure of success for this one. They do get a knock towards them, though. That's a big one. Kwanji instantly in the vehicle, trying to raise a player back up. Because remember, they are playing this 3-man split. They left Batman behind to hold what they consider the safe ground. He's gotten himself knocked. He's getting himself pull-upped as well. This is not great for Vietnam right now. They really don't want to lose that player, but Lamborghini is the one. What? From what distance does he just save his teammate there?
I have no idea, and I think Astrox has a clear idea of where Kwanji is playing from as well. And this is the only knock right now on Vietnam. They will lose him. He will bleed out. There's nothing that can be done about this anymore. But doesn't change the fact that they have massive advantage. Second knock comes in. This is a huge nade. Vietnam is taking things into their own hand. They might clutch this round. And not only that, they might just catapult them into the top 3 in this qualifier. Unbelievable scenes. 13 frags with only 4 more teams to go. And look at the scenario they're in right now. They have the man advantage on everyone except Timor-Leste.
They're picking up point after point, elimination after elimination. Look who's still proning in the middle. Look who's still staying alive, getting them his team at least a few placement points. Myanmar is smiling right now. 2 for Cambodia on that western edge. You could see Kwanji. He thought they must be to the south. He thought that's where they have to be held up. But they're not going to be a big factor. The big factor is, can Vietnam clear the top here? And that's another knock. Maldives getting slaughtered. Timor-Leste, can they come over the top? Can they dethrone Vietnam on that northern side? That's what's needed right now if this lobby wants to have any chances as Lamborghini.
Yeah. That's desperately needed, to be honest. Next circle, let's be honest, around here doesn't really favor anyone. There's good ridge lines on every single side, and that's the beauty of Miramar, quite in contrast to what we've seen over Erangel today, where we had specific compounds just being heavily favored in terms of winning it. And maybe except for the last round, it's been very clear on who's going to take it. Lamborghini, 9th frag as they clean up Maldives on that eastern edge. And I gotta get hyped again because Vietnam is doing the impossible at the moment. Timor-Leste has lost a player in the meanwhile as well. That means 2 players left standing for them and Cambodia. And Vietnam has taken back man advantage. If that doesn't hype you the hell up for the last game already, no matter the outcome of the next one, there is no other way. Gozu picks up another knock. He takes down 1 from Timor-Leste. And it looks all the more likely that they're gonna win this game. Smile gets spotted out. Just 1 HP left standing on him. Someone's surely gonna peek him too. And that means 17 frags already almost safely secured for Vietnam.
16, make that 17 in a few seconds here. Gonna look to close out Timor-Leste on the north. Gonna look to close out the duo on the south. This feels unlosable at this point. This feels like it's just just checking off boxes for Vietnam. They've been so clean in this. They've been so decisive and so surgical in how they keep control of this and how they've been playing their fights. It's beautiful stuff from them right now, and it feels hard to believe that they might not win this round. It feels like they're just gonna walk all over everybody else.
It does feel like it. Cambodia on the other side, the only team that does really have a say in this, but they haven't been consistent in this qualifier. They've not shown us they can get these long-range shots down, that they can compete with the likes of Vietnam. They're very far away from them in terms of the overall leaderboard structure. So, we're gonna have to wait and see. First one rotates in. That's another good pick, potentially, for Vietnam. Right below him, good shotgun shots. He's still alive, though, and he's got the UMP kicking. Good nade. Takes Lamborghini down to 20 HP, and he's gonna have to fall back, at least for the time being.
Aye, first bit of resistance, but there's still Smile. He's still proning it out. No idea have Cambodia that is even a factor. Whenever he stands up, whenever he decides to get into this, he can make this even easier for Vietnam. Does he want to do that? I'm not sure. Is he happy with a single kill? He's throwing out the flashbang. At least he was toying with the idea of it. He does have one kill ahead of him, but he wants more. He wants a placement. He wants a second one. That's a big knock. That's a big opening. Can Cambodia do this? Can Cambodia get them both? Can he step over the top with the UMP? The timing's there, but the punish from behind. It's Smile who ruins it. It's Ghost who gets the knock, but it's Smile with the flush, and he's keeping Myanmar in this by the skin of his teeth. It's just one left for Vietnam. It's a 1v1 over the top. Who's gonna take it? I have no idea. It's Smile.
What? Oh my lord, it's Myanmar coming out on top, ladies and gentlemen. What is that? That is the biggest upset of the round.
What?
Somehow he makes it work, and he not only gets the round, he got 2 more points on top of it. They did not have 8 eliminations before his original engagement in this fight. Unbelievable scenes. Vietnam not winning it. And it is Myanmar instead. They needed that so desperately, but all the teams that also are in top race for the top 3 have all made at least some amount of points on that eastern side before being cleaned up by Vietnam. I have no idea at this point who's gonna be in the run right after Pakistan, because there's just been too many points between all of these contenders. It's gonna come down to the last round. That's all I know at this point. That's all I know at this point. Unbelievable scenes.
What just happened?
Unbelievable.
How does he win that? Remember, he was 0 HP after the Molotov, and now he clutches that out. Myanmar do not only take down Nepal in that early game, super strong stuff from them, really on their feet. They also just somehow win that. I don't know how. Vietnam, insane amount of points. Indonesia, really good amount of points. But Myanmar wins the 4th game now. That's 4 out of 11. What the hell is that?
How are you not in first place though after winning 4 games? That's the crazy part. And because they're not gonna be. That's like 30 points difference before this game from Pakistan to them. So they've just been either winning or not doing anything at all. That's kind of the Myanmar play. And also Vietnam, how do you throw this away? As a Vietnam fan, I'm gonna be pissed, honestly. I'm just gonna say it like it is. I'm gonna be pissed after this one. Like, you have everything you need, legitimately everything. You've even got the zone to some degree, and you let yourself get pulled up by Cambodia players, and you lose 2 in the process. They even got help from Smile.
They even got help from Smile. The UMP in the end, just backstabbing. Well, I have no idea how he wins that. I have no idea how that goes to Myanmar. That makes no sense at all. Yeah.
Pause.
Time out.
Time out. That's world? What the hell just happened?
What in the world?
I am so confused because Cambodia really. With Yami and IQ to take the MVP spot. The way he's performed. How do I even say this? If there's ever a perfect time to tune into a PUBG Mobile broadcast, it's gotta be a scenario like here at the Iesf qualifiers. It is one game to determine who out of the top 6 exactly is going to make it. First of all, who's going to win it, because also Pakistan is now in trouble. Second of all, who's going to qualify, because the top 3 only are going. And third of all, who's not going to qualify, most importantly, because Indonesia, Nepal, Malaysia, and, well, Thailand, we don't going to talk about Thailand anymore, but at least Indonesia, Nepal, and Malaysia at the moment have been struggling, and they have been kicked out of the top 3.
Yeah.
At the moment, right before the last game.
Especially with a 12-point gap for Nepal and a 13-point gap for Malaysia, that's rough. That's hard. That's a lot. If Vietnam does not die early, which they never have, really, it feels like they really never have. And if Vietnam keeps playing the way they're playing, they're gonna get opportunities, and it's gonna be so hard to close that gap. It's really just Indonesia. That's it. That's mainly in the running. It's them or nobody else. Everyone else is gonna have such a hard time. Cambodia with a good game here, but it's not even enough to bump them up the scoreboards because the gaps have become big towards the bottom side of the scoreboard. Bangladesh with a few points pushed themselves past Taipei, but yeah, it's mental what's going on at the top. It's mental what Myanmar has been able to do today.
Mental, I think, describes it in the best way possible. And I think, yeah, I gotta calm down. I think my pulse is still, my heart is still beating way faster than it should. So I'm still trying to take a breather here. We gotta wait for the last game to start, ladies and gentlemen, and I think we'll be getting right into it very shortly. These players, put yourself into position of some of these players now. It is so close. Pakistan, Myanmar, Vietnam, Indonesia. Let's just run through this really quick. For Pakistan to drop out, they're 109 points right now, and I'm looking at it. 109 points. For them to drop out, Myanmar needs 5 points, Pakistan 0, Vietnam needs a little bit more than 10, and Indonesia needs to win. That is highly unlikely. So Pakistan is still... It's not happening. Pakistan is still very secure. So what we're really going to try to focus on is Myanmar, Vietnam, and especially Indonesia. 1 point difference to the third place. Ladies and gentlemen, before we head into the very last game, we'll be heading into a very short break, so stay tuned. If there's ever a situation we should stay tuned, it is this one. Do not leave.
One last time. One last match, Felix, is all we have to decide it all for these teams. We said it would be close. We said there was a lot of teams who deserved it. And we had a lot of them on our cards. I don't think we had Myanmar on our cards when the day started. They've come out of nowhere and they've just clearly been the best team today.
Yes. Question is, does that speak volumes about us or does that speak volumes about Myanmar? Is that a lack on our side that we didn't predict them as good as they've been playing? I don't think so. I think Myanmar is outperforming themselves.
Yeah.
And situations like the last game that we've seen are also supporting that theory. They were not supposed to win that game. Let's be clear about it. They were also in a pretty good spot before that to win that last game against Indonesia, which with a little bit different circle shifts and maybe even with a different fight in terms of Indonesia and Japan, that wouldn't have happened either. So Myanmar is definitely having that little bit of luck that sometimes also, first of all, makes the difference, and sometimes you also need in a best of 12, 18 team qualification. But then again, also Myanmar is staying cool as it gets in these clutch scenarios. And that's also something that we have to give them credit for. Myanmar is not losing the rounds that they are supposed to win. And they're also not losing the rounds that they're not supposed to win. So, I mean, everything just works out for Myanmar at this point. But it's far from over. 104 points. The cutoff right now is 97. You can still get kicked out.
It's far from over. And Indonesia and Vietnam, that's essentially a best of one. That's a best of one for who goes to the World Esports Championship. There's a few other teams that might still kick themselves in the mix. But right now, that's the top four, and that's the teams we're looking at, and it's been crazy so far. I mean, we could even have another look at the standings just to talk about it again, but I feel like most people are now aware. Indonesia is super, super, super close. Vietnam has done crazy things in that last game, but even that was barely enough to push themselves inside of that top three. They're just 1 point ahead.
A single point ahead. Let's take a look at these standings once more as we do go into that very last round of the Iesf World Esports Championship Regional Qualifiers at the Asia and Oceania region. Top 3 will go to Riyadh later this year. There is not going to be another chance for the rest of the players to potentially make it there, and there's only going to be 16 slots, and 5 of them will be given to Asia, 3 in this lobby, 3 of Group A, where Mongolia and Bahrain have already secured their tickets to fly to Riyadh once again later this year in and around November. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be heading into the very last game shortly, and Kobu, give me your prediction one final time. Who's taking the top 3 slots?
Oh boy, I don't wanna call it. I don't know, but it feels like with momentum like that, it's hard, right? Vietnam, they've just played an insane game in the last one. Indonesia, looking like we've got Hong Kong, Brunei, and Bangladesh in Hacienda. Having a little bit of fun in the last one. Having a little bit of a quick hot drop, bit of action. Everybody knows that. It's what you do when you're at home and you want to have a bit of early action. Hacienda is a good spot to be going to. Not looking all too clean so far for Hong Kong. Not looking clean either for Brunei, but oh boy. Poor little Hong Kong player, D-Knight, stuck on the roof without a gun. But he has a little bit of a support from afar.
Yeah, more than just a little support by the looks of it.
Is he gonna punch him out?
I almost look like it.
He gets a second.
Wait. How?
But the play on the roof has just gotten a second knock. They're making this all possible. Ling Yung is carrying Hong Kong right now, and Brunei is too busy licking their own wounds and trying to reset from the casualties they've taken to actually go into that fight all too convincingly. Now, there's a 4-man sweep. The shotguns are coming out. Bangladesh done in a matter of seconds. And Hong Kong surely should be soon to follow here.
Yeah, I don't see a way they survive this, and this is a massive, massive start for Brunei. They've got 5 frags, potentially now 7 after this one. Good night from newbies. They want to make a mark. If not for this qualifier, then for the next one. They're not to be underestimated. They have qualified once already for the Iesf World Championship, which was a huge upset, a huge honor for their small nation. Over towards Brunei, so massive, massive stuff. I think that's exactly what you want to have as a rather small nation competing against some of these really big esports nations like Japan, like Myanmar, like Indonesia especially, where you know PUBG Mobile esports players are absolute stars. They have millions of followers. I'm not kidding you guys. They have literally millions of followers on Instagram. Well, we all know who we're talking about, the big famous brothers, and you know, to kind of be able to compete against these and maybe even qualify over them. Sure, it was a different qualifier structure last year, so it was a little bit easier for them. But even be in here and compete against them at the very highest of levels is what, you know, gives these nations honor and the drive to continue playing like this.
It is a bit of a special one. It is a second separate set of pride to represent your nation. Indonesia right now, they want to prove that they have what it takes. Yummy, he's really just been putting in the work. He's really been elevating them to a different level. Razy. So much scouting, so much decision making as well. But now they find themselves in a tricky spot. Not only do they have to pass Vietnam, they also have to try and hold Nepal and Malaysia at bay. Neither of those are small feats. Not gonna be easy. Not gonna be a chill last game. It might be a slow early game, but there's so much on the line once these circles start closing on in and once this game comes into its later stages.
It's the storm. It's the calm before the storm, excuse me. It's the calm before the storm. The storm is brewing. It is slowly starting to pick up pace. Even if we see any of the top teams go out right now, there's still like 4 more teams that, you know, can take the spots out of Vietnam's and Myanmar's hands. Troublesome would only be if Vietnam is gonna go out early. That would be the worst kind of scenario. If Vietnam goes out early and they're already being shot at the moment, then it's all in the hands of Indonesia, Nepal, and Malaysia, especially Indonesia. Just 1 point is all Indonesia potentially needs to overtake Vietnam, because I do believe they're ahead in terms of winner-winner chicken dinners, and that is the first tiebreak rule. So Vietnam, under no circumstances, is supposed to go out without any point.
Pakistan got themselves the first kill, and it's no one else but Nepal on the other side. It's big. It's big. Not maybe for Pakistan, but it's terrible news for the Nepalese fans in chat. It's terrible news for the Nepalese players. So early on in the game, we're still phase 1, and they've already lost a member. Like you said, they basically want a win from this. Nepal, Malaysia, they win the game. The placement points close the gaps, and the kills can do the rest, but losing a man so early is going to really sting. That's going to hurt, and it's going to mean they have to go for a bit of a different strategy. They won't be able to control as much area. They won't be able to be as proactive as they maybe want to be. And that really hampers them coming into game 12, the last round of the tournament.
Wholeheartedly agree. Not a good start for Nepal, but far from over. Even as a 3-man, they can still be very dangerous Leo Esports, the representative for Nepal, have shown us time and time again that just like Vietnam, they can come back to kind of the same scenario for them, like Vietnam had to kind of face in the last game. You have the next kind of skirmish. Now, obviously, all of these teams that can't qualify anymore will be a little bit more aggressive, especially in the early stages. We've seen that happen from Hong Kong, China, for example. We're seeing the same thing from Sri Lanka now against Japan. In fact, being the last one standing here, and Japan has a pretty good idea on where he is. I thought so, at least, but somehow they're
running a circle around him.
Yeah, they're running a circle around him, but I think they realize he's somewhere in this compound. And with this,
what?
With this only, unfortunately, I think the door got blown away by the nade before it, and then, unfortunately, because the door was not there anymore, it just kind of exploded right in front of him. And also, to make the matters worse, the one frag that they wanted to really get, which was a fact, got picked up by Noki, who's found the second one for his team.
Finds another pickup, makes sure that everybody knows Pakistan is still around. Pakistan stays active in this lobby. IQ wants to get inside as well. Clumsy, he's well known at this point. He's going to have a hard time surviving this. Almost no chance at all. They're going to close this out. They're going to find that frag 90% of the time. And then, once they're done with that, they might just try and bring the pain towards Japan. That's Falak. Big nade from him. And Japan knows, hey, we're not going to want to stay in this fight for now. We're trying to get the hell out of here. We're trying to dodge this as fast as we can. And I think they're going to get away with the skin of their teeth. 3 players still left standing.
3 more players to give them hope for this very last game of the tournament, of the qualification stages. Indonesia still driving around, looking for any kind of safe spot. They've just about crossed, which has to be Cambodia, towards the northern side, but they have driven away from it. If there's anything these guys do not want to have happen again, is if they're pressured into a fight earlier than what they originally had intended to do. So, Indonesia, for the time being, playing a little bit more passive than what we usually see. They also know it's all down to this one single game now. It is a single point difference between Indonesia and a qualifying spot. So once again, they got to be extra careful of not losing a player early. But also, we've seen it time and time again, teams that are under heavy pressure, they kind of change their game style just a little bit towards the end of a tournament. You cannot run away from every single fight. Right? If you do that, you're just going to get for the entirety and you lose control of the game. And we've been talking about controlling circles and controlling games for so very long. And other top teams, there's one thing that kind of unites them, and that is taking control. Not letting anyone else pressure you into fights, but being the ones to initiate it. And that is not a good sign at the start of this round for Indonesia.
It's a tricky balance. Like so many things in PUBG. Can't be too passive, can't be too aggressive. You don't want to take too many risks, but you can't run away from them. It's a hard game. It's a hard game to play. It's a hard game to stay in a fresh mental state in. We see now Vietnam. Loads of high ground. Batman on the high ground. Iconic. Spotting things out for the squad, realizing there's a team coming away. Maybe we'll see Lamborghini try and pick up 1 or 2 of those frags there on the lower ground. He's got Japan cruising towards him. There is a chance that he unleashes there. Barrel from range, not the optimal gun for this, but Lamborghini up close is something to be reckoned with for sure.
Yeah, if he's shown us anything that...
Oh, look at this one.
That is that he can literally fight anyone right now. Next circle, yes, does shift relatively far towards the east, but it's not too much of a hard shift. Gives heavy circle towards Indonesia, so I'll take it all back. In hindsight now, that dodge against Cambodia and driving down from hillside that I think they originally wanted to play, which is a really good position as well, proves to be very valuable now with this new circle. They are immediately in the very center of it. Question only is, there's few positions that can be played there, but none really have definitive hard cover. So maybe even a Far East rotate into the comp that Astrox is rotating in right now would be something I personally would like to play, because you know you have a clean edge and you can fight your way in from the east side, if you have a clean edge especially, relatively easily. But they're not going to do that. I think they're staying at the ridgelines they have. Nepal though, opening things up. They're only a 3-man, be reminded, and they're fighting against Myanmar, one of the teams that has big struggles right now. They've just won the last game in a miraculous fashion, but they still need a couple of more points to solidify them in the top 3. But it looks like this time around, it's going to be a little bit tougher. Just 2 players left alive. Yeah. But one of them is Smile. And if you've known anything, then Smile can win any situation that he's been given.
It's a big point, regardless, for Nepal, if they're able to grab it, which it seems like, even though they don't know where the knock is, that should still be a bleed that they are able to confirm. And that's a point, and that's another one towards Taipei there. 2 teams in front of them that haven't had the best time in fighting, Felix. This could be Nepal walking over some of these kills. And this could be them grabbing such needed points. But there's a knock coming the other way. That's a nade. And that's Nepal down to 2. Just like that. Oh, this could be it for them.
Could be it. Could be disastrous. Could be the end of it. Nepal now pushing around the corner. Supper knows he's there. Goes down. High Demi with a very dangerous 1v1. His teammates were not close by to potentially trade him. But he's gonna make it work, at least for now. Only 2 frags being secured. Nepal, people in the chat and fans of Nepal especially have been debating whether or not Nepal once again will be, unfortunately, dwindling in performance towards an end of a tournament, choking, so to speak. And it looks like Nepal really does have its problem with making big rounds possible towards the end of it, right when it comes important.
It's a good knock. That's a good pre-fire around the corner as well. Has a reasonable idea of where that player's going to be, but there's more than one. Oh, it's a disaster. It's trades in the corners. Ayaya knocked to his feet. It's just 1 up for Nepal in a 1v2. This is an impossible angle to clear as well. If Taipei doesn't overstep, this is going to be so hard. Ayaya flushed. Oh, their dreams are falling apart. They've really not had the last day they wanted. They were so consistent on the first one. And now they just can't seem to get it going here, Felix. It's 30 HP, 1v3. It's so rough. It's not going to happen, surely. Can he make the unthinkable work? No, he can't. No. Nepal. They're going home.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I don't even know what to say anymore. Nepal is not going to cut it. They're not going to be in the top 3. They're not going to make it to Saudi either. Unfortunately for them, their journey will end right this second. And you can tell that Nepal is going to be, especially the fans are going to be sad about this. Next fight comes on through. That's a great double nade coming out from Chinese Taipei. Good turnaround, Lycan. Needs to be careful because he is the last player. This might be the very last round for Laos in this tournament. He'll be getting picked apart from far. And Japan gets the last one out of the 4 players that have all fallen by now.
Laos out of this one. The question is, what can Malaysia do? What can Indonesia do? They've lost 1 now. They've had such good circles coming towards them. They have lost a member. Myanmar have lost 2 as well. They're not out of reach here either. There is a world where Vietnam and Indonesia are both past Myanmar. That is entirely possible. If they don't have a good game here, but they're looking for scraps. They're looking for single kills, double kills. If they can just pick up Chinese Taipei here, that could be easily enough to secure them in the finals on LAN in Riyadh.
The one big goal that every team has in mind. Going to Riyadh. Representing your nation at the Iesf official World Esports Championship, where the best 16 PUBG Mobile nations will come together to fight it out for a prize pool of $130,000 US. It's getting bigger every year. Iesf is not slowing down. 80,000 last year. This time around, it's 130,000. Who knows what it will be next year? Because sky is the limit, and PUBG Mobile Esports just doesn't seem to slow down either. PMWC coming up, and so on and so forth. These global tournaments keep on putting up prize pools that are just life-changing for any player. And Iesf is doing exactly the same. Chinese Taipei has to make it across. There's a big fight for Myanmar. Still one of the teams in the running. They've got 0 points right now. It is 11 teams still alive, so no placement points inside, as they will have to survive against Chinese Taipei running through their compound.
On the other side, though, this is big as well. This is Vietnam versus Japan, but that's not the fight I'm worried about. It's Malaysia flexing out of their compound there. At the bottom of the minimap, you can see that Malaysia is looking at this. Malaysia is trying. They're hiding on out, and they want to come out of that compound. Malaysia now, Myanmar on the other side of the spectrum. They're getting pushed in. They're getting pushed out of the small bit of cover they've had. They outnumbered as well, out-utilitied here. Lamborghini falls in the kill feed, but Myanmar as well, holding on for dear life.
Holding on for dear life. Question is, can they survive this onslaught of Chinese Taipei players? Smiles' position is given away now, and he's not secured a knock. This might not be the perfect situation for him. Molotov doesn't hit anything either. He's pushing it. Look at this, and I'm not sure if he knows where Pink is. Pink has to realize this. Pink is still in the middle of healing. Oh, this is such an important knock. Smile. He's been the individual key fragger for Myanmar, and he does it again. Pink goes down. Just 2 more players left standing. He doesn't stop. He realized it himself. That might be a little bit too much. Falls back just in time before he gets taken down. 2v2.
Zone has shifted, though. They both have to get out of this compound in just a matter of seconds here. 30 seconds until the zone starts moving, and then they'll have to get out of there. So this is a point where you make a decision. Are you happy with just getting these 2 kills? But look at this. Look at the kill feed. Vietnam is falling apart. That's 1 flush, 1 knock. It's not looking good for them. Lamborghini out. Quan Ji out as well. Oh, no. Vietnam just at the very finish line. It's looking like they're faltering. It's just Gosu left standing with so many players around them. They all want to close this out. Malaysia especially would love to close this, would love to get these kills. It would make their approach so much easier. Gosu's on the send, but he's sending into territory that's not in the zone here, Felix. Where can he even go from here?
Can he make it past, though? Can he make it past? Gozo is on a miraculous run. Maybe he's going to make it somehow into the circle. A couple of points would already be a pretty good thing for him, and might even be enough depending on how well the other teams plays. Well, he's driving straight into the competition. This is as worse as it gets. It couldn't get any worse. This is as bad as it gets, ladies and gentlemen. Indonesia is picking up that frag. Direct competition from Vietnam. And I think at this point we can tell that Indonesia may have overtaken Vietnam already. Unless they go down immediately. I don't think there's a way.
Oh my lord, he got a little bit too greedy. He made it somehow, made it past 3-4 teams, but then he wanted to go for a position that he can actually play the game from, and takes another bit of risk. It doesn't pay off in the end. Myanmar still scrapping points together, still looking for every single one. Smile, he's been the hero in the last one. He's looking to be the same role again. They take down Chinese Taipei. That's 3 points. That's pushing them close to placement points now. Could it be enough? It should be. It should be with Vietnam out, surely. But what is Malaysia doing?
Yeah, and what is Nepal doing? Malaysia is important, and Nepal as well. Nepal, last time we checked, did still have... No, Nepal is out actually in the meanwhile. I didn't even see that.
Yes.
Of course, three frags. Nepal is out. Okay, so it really is only Malaysia and Indonesia.
Yeah.
At this point. If Malaysia wins this round, and they've got a pretty good position to do so, then they might have a chance at this one. Be reminded, 84 points to 97 from Vietnam. That was a cutoff. Now, Indonesia has overtaken Vietnam now, I think.
Yes.
Or at least
Indonesia
tied.
is on 98. 1 placement point and 1
Yes,
kill.
1 placement point. So 98. So Malaysia
Vietnam's
needs to
out.
win this game.
Vietnam's
Malaysia
out.
needs to win this game. Yeah. Vietnam is out, and Malaysia needs to win this game. If they want to qualify.
What a heartbreak after the day they've had.
Great shots.
After the day they've had, after the game 11 they've had, after the Erangel where they got so close to winning. Vietnam was so close so many times. And now they just barely fall short. Malaysia is the last one that has to say anything about Indonesia making it.
Yeah.
As we see Cambodia just struggling to hold on for another while. Maldives, they don't want to let that happen. They want to close out their edge of the circle. But it's really all about Malaysia. What can they still do with this?
That's the big question. Maldives still on the run. Pakistan still alive as well. That solidifies their qualification as well. Not that we were ever in doubt after the first 2 matches. Even after the last matches from last game day. We are continuing now. This might be a pretty important fight as well. Indonesia against Myanmar. Myanmar has had a couple of points. Indonesia could still, in theory, depending on how well Malaysia plays, get them out of it. Looks like it's going to be a cleanup. And yes, it is. Of course, it's Yummy again. The man that is in the run for the qualification MVP, who's had the majority of frags for Indonesia, has now almost safely secured them the qualification. Myanmar had 104 points before this game. Yeah. I think they're going to be somewhere around 108, somewhere around that maybe 109, maybe 110 mark, yes. Depending on how well Indonesia played, they could catch up to 110. And depending on how well Malaysia plays, they could catch up to this as well. So it's all going to come down to how well Malaysia plays, because otherwise it is going to be Myanmar and Indonesia that will be the rest in terms of qualifying for Riyadh in the Iesf World Esports Championship.
We've praised Malaysia for being consistent. They haven't been consistent today, but they might still show up in the last game here. This is a good fight for them to take. They have all the high ground in the world. If they find an opening, they can isolate this. They could sweep around the low ground, around Secret Evil. Just clap them from both sides. There's the first. Jimmy from the top. Pluck from the bottom. Oh! Kenny with another. Malaysia is starting to rack them up. And like we said before, a win with a few kills. Absolutely doable.
Yeah, unfortunately, they need more than just a few kills. They need a win and like 15, maybe even 16, 17 frags. So they essentially need to clean up the whole lobby, if I saw that correctly. Malaysia needs these frags so desperately. Not only the ones against Thailand, they need to clean up the Pakistani players as well. And that's a whole different league, honestly, in terms of fragging that we've seen so far. That's a good knock very far. Jimmy turns around. Might even have a chance to take out one more Thailand player. His teammate's been knocked right in front of him, and he's being taken down to very low HP. Oh, this might be falling apart now. But Indonesia's out. Yes, indeed.
Indonesia's out. That's the last little bit of hope for Malaysia. He's crawling. He's trying to get res. Kenny on the tree. Can he find it? So far, no knocks being traded. They're trying to get numbers back up. They're trying to get back up on their feet. The placement points are not calculated here in the points that you see at the top. But it was 90 without them. Oh boy, this one's getting closer and closer. But Jimmy, he really needs to get this. He really needs to close this out. But he knows he can't. He knows he can't overstep. He can't make it down that hill. He has to play it safe. He has to trust on his teammates.
Yeah, the teammates should get the revive. In the meanwhile, Malaysia is still in the run for this, ladies and gentlemen. We still got a contender for the top 3 spots, depending on how well Malaysia finishes off this round. But we do have to remember it is Pakistan who still got 4 players alive in the middle of the circle. And it looks like they are playing as passive as it gets. They want to win this round under any and all circumstances. Let's run over to the north side. Maldives is still fighting their way in against Cambodia. Last player goes down. They may have even had a little bit of help from Malaysia, who's picking up 8 frags already. There he goes. 3 teams left standing now, ladies and gentlemen. If Malaysia wins this somehow miraculously against Pakistan, I think they might be in the run for a qualification spot as well.
They might be able to do it here. They might be able to do it now or never. But it's the worst team you could be facing right now, folks. It's a 4-man Pakistan with a compound that they're playing out of. These guys have been so scary throughout the days. They've been so clean, so surgical when it comes to late games especially. There is a chance, though. There's a chance Malaysia runs away with it. They want to close out the Maldives on top so they have anything to play, but every step they take, they've got to be careful. It's so treacherous. You overexpose yourself a little bit, you have multiple teams collapsing on you. It's not an easy feat, but if you ever want to do it, you got to do it now.
Yeah. Pakistan still in the compound. I do see a way. I do see a way in which this is happening. That is, if the circle shifts north outside of the compound, I feel like Malaysia will have the advantage, but Pakistan, everything we've seen from them so far has just been super clean and coordinated. The other option would be for Pakistani to just push out into the Maldives, maybe lose a play in the process, and then Malaysia is just going to be there to clean up the rest, but either way, it's still very tricky. It's an absolute nail-biter, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, Malaysia needs the win. A second place is not going to cut it.
And they're trying to push for it as well. They're trying to push for these kills. You see Jimmy, he's just pulling up right ahead of them, right in front of them. Plenty of chances for Pakistan to move on out on this, but they haven't taken them. Nanu with a big nade, though. That's the first knock. Jimmy is the one pulling up close, but Jimmy is not the one that has util. His teammates could have maybe done the trick, but he's the one who gets caught now. Kenny stays alive for another few seconds here, but it's a matter of time until Pakistan finds that knock as well. And it's falling apart from Malaysia. They're one up. They're one up between multiple teams. 2 4-mans around them. Oh, it might just be too little too late here, Felix.
Yes, I think it is. One player left standing for Malaysia. And it is Olayo. And he's got Pakistan creeping up. Who knows? Maybe he can do something absolutely insane. If the Maldives get a couple of knock against Pakistan, who's lost a player as well, Yoni went out, then maybe it's possible. Maldives has got the zone. They have at least a little bit of the zone, a little bit more space to play with, but Pakistan on the other side have made the timing perfectly. The move out of the compound came at, honestly, the absolute perfect time. So they have secured pretty good positions as well to hold out the Maldives players. And in the midst of all of it is still one Malaysian player. And he knows who the rest of the players are, but he can't do anything just yet. Question is, even if he wins this, is it going to be enough points-wise? I think he needs to pick up frags as well.
Yeah, and I think the points are slowly trickling away, right? Pakistan is getting one. Oh, can he do the 1v2? Can he get it going? He gets another prone. He has another chance for a reset, but he knows he needs every single point. The molly's good. He's not on fire, though. He's running it down with the UMP. He might clutch this one out. He might have a chance at it. But it's the Maldives, and it's Malaysia who get crushed in the last game. They can't get it going. They leave it too late.
Unfortunate for Malaysia. I don't think it's going to be enough for the qualification. He had 4 nades on him as well. Their teammates have already been taken down. The last player from the Maldives on the eastern side was the one that was being picked up by Pakistan just recently, and that means Pakistan now in full control of the circle, looking to close things out as strong as they've started this very first qualification day. These guys will be going to Riyadh, and this nade, at the very least, is going to absolutely confirm that. A win to top it off after their strong performance is what they wanted, and they played it so safe up until this point. Last player is probably gonna be Zayu here, who's already been shot at by Noki. Shots in the back, shots in the front. Pakistan, ladies and gentlemen, are you winners of this qualifier? And deservingly so.
Crazy stuff coming out of Pakistan. Like we said, right? They close it off in the same fashion that they started it. And they show in the last game, hey guys, we've let it slip a little bit. We've gone onto the slower side of things for a few games, but we're still here, and if we want to win a game, we will. And like you said, that is enough to win the qualifications. That is enough for first place. But oh my, was it a battle. Second and third, so close, Felix.
Super, super close. And we're going to see that at the overall standings. I, once again, unfortunately don't think it's going to be enough for Nepal, for Myanmar. It is probably going to be enough for Myanmar, but not for Malaysia, not to be confused. Let's start it off with Brunei, who have had a pretty good start to this. Honestly, one of the best starts we've ever seen, actually, in the entire Iesf qualifier. I don't think there was a team that had 8-9 frags in phase 1. They did. They challenged both of these teams that hard dropped them. They got all of these frags on their own. But we all know how the rest of the games have gone, and unfortunately it's just not enough. Nepal losing the final fight against Chinese Taipei. Of all the teams, Chinese Taipei was the one to bring Nepal's downfall. Haitami, the last one to lose his battle. And even though it looked so strong in the meanwhile, Nepal was so consistent. The really big round, the one really big round they needed, never came through.
It never came through, and they weren't consistent today. They really just couldn't get it going, and it felt so bad considering what they showed us yesterday and how they showed us that they were able to do it. But that's the second story of tonight. Vietnam with some crazy comebacks, with some crazy rounds today. On Erangel, on Miramar. But in the end, that last Miramar just breaks their neck. Stuck between Malaysia and Japan, excuse me. And they couldn't find a way. They couldn't find a place to call home. And oh my, they made it close. But I am almost certain that it wasn't enough for them either.
No, I don't think so. Last couple of shots over towards the northern side. Cambodia cleaning out that edge before getting cleaned up by the Maldives themselves. And then in the end, I felt like Malaysia would have had a chance, but I think they had to realize that for them to win the game, they'll have to wait for Pakistan to make a move. Unfortunately, they started that fight against the Maldives a little bit too early. They got third party as a result of that. You saw Kenny trying to make it down the ridgeline. He hit some pretty good shots, actually, and the players from Pakistan who also tried to have a look at him. Quickly go over Pakistan before we take a look at the overall standing.
Played a really good tournament here, and I think it's no shame to fall short to an Indonesia, a boom esports
Unbelievable stuff. If you would have told me that Myanmar was gonna make it in, over the likes of Nepal, for example, that's crazy to me. But then again, they have played pretty well in the tournaments they've played so far, and these guys are on a winning streak as well, right? The Myanmar roster from Genesis, they have won PMCL Southeast Asia Spring this season, and they've also won the MESL Pro Series, even though it was a smaller tournament. So these guys are on a roll, and these guys are used to winning as well. Not even specifically in this lineup, but in this lineup also. So I mean, it's only surprising in contrast to who hasn't made it, right? Vietnam, such an experienced roster. We've talked about it millions of times. Players that have played at global championships and still haven't made it. Players like Nepal, players from Malaysia, especially as well. None of these guys will make it in. No, it's going to be Pakistan, Myanmar, and Indonesia, who have booked that ticket, who will be flying to Riyadh to represent their country at the Iesf World Esports Championship 2024 in November.
Crazy stuff from these guys. We'll have a look at the overall standings to show you how close it was in parts. It was 3 points, Felix. It was so much closer than we thought.
What?
Malaysia was 3 points away from making it over Indonesia, tied with Vietnam.
1/5